51. The Eldorian soldiers cheered with triumph as they watched the forest that neighbored their city burn to the ground. A grim stench of burnt wood, blood, and bodies wafted through the air. Even though it was night, the sky was orange with smoke and flame. It wasn't a pretty sight. Most of the Eldorian soldiers, if shown a depiction of the scene in front of them, would have said a great catastrophe had occurred. They wouldn't necessarily see this forest engulfed in magical fire the way the soldiers were now. The soldiers standing on the wall saw it as a sign of hope, of salvation. One soldier counted his blessings that the werewolves had stopped coming forward like a relentless horde battering against the walls. They were gone. For a moment, even if it was just a moment, he could breathe and collect his thoughts. He had been there when the werewolves had first arrived earlier that evening. He'd watched the glowing red eyes and drooling maw of the horrific beast as it clawed its way over the wall and entered into Eldoria to create terror and havoc. He had been with his wife and family, 2 little girls standing at their knees. He had been off duty that night. They weren't far from home. At the sight of the murderous creatures, he escorted his family and a few other innocent citizens back to their home and told them to hide down in their cellar. Then he'd grabbed his Magitech spear and joined his other countrymen to protect Eldoria. Their attempts ultimately proved futile. The werewolves were simply too powerful. The monsters would have slaughtered all of Eldoria if it weren't for one thing: them. The guard stood on the wall, looking down to the group of 3 people down below. They looked like Eldorians, except their eyes were more faded and didn't glow quite like his people. They also had powers far beyond anything he'd ever seen. A girl who drew upon the power of the stars with her spear. A boy who could summon deadly amounts of water. And then there was their leader, a black-haired boy with ominous red eyes. The deadly swordsman fought with the power of blood. His skill and abilities were absolutely breathtaking. But the strangest thing about the odd trio was the way they currently looked. They did not share the happy and triumphant smiles of victory like his fellow Eldorians did. Nope, they looked like they were all in mourning. Sam's eyes stared out emptily to the massive forest fire in front of him. Both Clara and Toby looked at him quizzically. "Sam, are you there?" asked Toby. Sam gulped. He was lost in thought, overwhelmed by it. He had to reassess the whole situation. He was worried about Olivia, Curtis, and Brock. In fact, more than worried. He was grieving. If Damien had entered here, it was quite likely that he'd killed them. Sam's stomach sank. His heart wrenched, just thinking about the thought that his friends had been killed. That he'd never see Brock pick a fight with a random stranger again. Or Curtis explain the history behind some old theory and how competing views had evolved over the centuries in Westrian academic scholarship. Or who Olivia would choose romantically between the 2 of them, if she ever chose either one of them at all. A nervous laugh exited his mouth, only to be followed by tears in his eyes that he quickly wiped away. They can't really be gone, can they? It would be the first thing he'd colossally screwed up in this timeline. None of them died until the final battle with the Demon King in his first timeline. Had he somehow accidentally engineered an earlier death for them? "Sam?" said Clara. Sam took in a deep breath and looked at his friend. "What do I tell them?" He decided he couldn't hide this truth from Toby and Clara. He had to tell them, especially because it affected their current mission. "I think Olivia, Brock, and Curtis are dead," said Sam. Both Clara and Toby went pale at Sam's words.
"What do you mean?"
asked Toby. "I mean what I just said. They're dead," said Sam. "I had stationed them in front of the Grey Dungeon Gate to stop Damien Blackthorne and the Arcane Reavers. They've now entered the gate, which leads to only one conclusion."
"Yeah, that they failed their mission,"
said Toby.
"Not that they're dead. Maybe they made a play for time to stall them once they realized they couldn't win, and then ultimately retreated?"
Toby raised a good point. Sam didn't know for certain that Olivia and her squad had been killed. He just knew the extent of Damien Blackthorne's abilities, and if he had been able to overpower them, well, the outcome didn't seem good. "I think Toby's right," said Clara.
We don't know what happened, and we won't know until we finish this mission. Whatever the outcome, we need to push forward and fight on behalf of our friends and all those we've sworn to protect. We can't give up now." Sam was taken aback by the bravery and optimism of his two friends. The two of them had died so long ago in his first timeline. He felt overwhelmed when he experienced new memories and moments with them. Now here they were in front of him, not just being rescued and saved by him, but propping him up, inspiring him to be better. It was miraculous, beautiful, and filled Sam with hope. He looked at his friends and smiled. "You're right," said Sam. "The details of the second stage should be coming up any moment now. We need to prepare ourselves for the challenging battles ahead." The sadness in Sam's heart had been lifted, and in its place, a small ember of rage began to burn in its place. A quiet and stoic anger for all those the arcane Reavers had already harmed in this timeline, and all those who they would harm if they were to succeed with their goals. He couldn't wait to rid such pieces of trash from this world. Right then, a new prompt appeared in their retina.
Stage 2 of Scenario, the Werewolf Assault on Eldoria, will commence in 30, 29, 28. 52. Damien Blackthorne grimaced at the sight of the burning forest in front of him. Through the flames, he could see retreating werewolves, futilely running towards them, only to arrive as charred bones at his feet. "Some faction we've been assigned," spat Brahm at the werewolf corpses. Damien was also disappointed by all the dead werewolves around them, but that was outside his control. He had to give this small victory to whoever they were fighting against, whoever had been crafty enough to delay their entrance into the gate. Whoever that was, their craftiness had earned them a head start. Thankfully, that's all they had gained from their little trick, Damien mused. But whoever this was, Damien recognized them as a worthy opponent. Similar to how the new queen had provided him with knowledge of the Grey Gate, so too did their opponent seem to have some kind of foreknowledge that they would be there. Such prescient thinking should not be shrugged off. Their opponents were definitely a threat of some kind. Damien had already forgotten about the dead werewolves at his feet and stared at the forest fire, trying to gain as much information on his opponent as he could. He looked at the flames. They weren't quite orange, more a red-crimson pink. He turned to his companion, Kalen Pyreforge. If anyone knew anything about fire, it was him. "What do you make of these flames?" asked Damien. Kalen narrowed his eyes as he took in the burning forest. "This is not normal fire," said Kalen. "We're definitely not dealing with another wizard-class traveler with fire affinity, that's for sure. This looks to me more like blood magic." Damien nodded. There were multiple classes that utilized blood magic, too many to narrow it down just by the forest in front of them. But blood magic was a rare enough type of power to narrow down the abilities of such a traveler to someone with a super rare class or above. A class with such rarity aligned with everything Damien had already gathered about the mysterious person they were up against. They were dealing with a worthy opponent. They also should presume this person had allies in here with them. Damien sighed and looked up at the dark sky above. He took a little solace in the fact that it was night in this dungeon world. At least, he had that going for him. His Night Stalker class was at full power. Then, a message appeared in his retina. Just by their straightened shoulders, Damien could tell his companions had received the same prompt as well. Scenario: the Werewolf Assault on Eldorian Faction. Werewolves. Stage 2. Protect and defend the source of the werewolf curse. 3 hours remaining. Damien nodded and took in the instructions. Before he even had a chance to think about the fact that he had just arrived in this world and absolutely had no idea where the source of the werewolf curse was, he suddenly just did. The source was just a bit south from where they were. "What a strange dungeon gate," said Brahm, looking in the direction where Damien knew the werewolf source lay. "What's the plan, boss?" Damien grinned. It was the first time he felt a sense of true satisfaction since entering this irregular gate. Listen closely, said Damien, as he began to tell his companions what they were going to do next. Sam and his companions read the message of the new prompt in their retinas. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldoria faction. Eldorians. Stage 2. Break through the defenses and discover the source of the werewolf curse. 3 hours remaining. Sam grinned. He was pleased with what the prompt said. It aligned with everything he had read about the Grey Gate catastrophe he had read about in his previous timeline. He was thankful that it hadn't altered here. On more than one occasion, Sam had to deal with the consequences of his actions altering the current timeline, and therefore changing what he expected to happen next. Not the case here. Beyond the major frustration of the arcane reavers actually entering the irregular dungeon gate, everything else was going to plan. Now they just had to keep going and let all the pieces come together. They had won the first stage, now putting the werewolves on the back foot. He knew from his research in his previous timeline that those on the werewolf faction would know the location of the werewolf curse, while those on the opposing faction would not. It was the irregular dungeon's way of handicapping those victorious in the first stage of the scenario gate. He quickly scanned his profile and could see that his stats were all improving. Perfect. Okay, the prompt seems simple enough, said Clara. What's the strategy here? Asked Toby, turning to Sam. Sam looked at the prompt one last time, watching as the timer went down. They didn't have any time to waste, but a few important conversations and key details needed to be discussed. Prior to the emergence of the Grey Gate, Sam had informed Olivia about who they would be fighting, and whatever details he could provide that would make that fight easier. The group was quite well aware of the rogue travelers already, so Sam didn't have to share that many details. Toby and Clara, on the other hand, would be less familiar with the arcane reavers. Sam walked them through the deadly trio of travelers they were going to have to face in the coming hours. He watched as his friends' faces went pale with dread and fear. "You mean," gasped Toby, "not only do we have to fight 3 of the deadliest travelers we've ever faced off against, we have to do that and find the bloody source of the werewolf curse all in under 3 hours. "You're mostly correct," grinned Sam. "The only place where you're wrong, Tobes, is that I know exactly the location of the source of the werewolf curse." As Sam took in Toby's dumbfounded face, he was reminded about how much he could enjoy being from the future. 53, Damien Blackthorne hurried south from the raging forest fire. His 2 companions sprinted right behind him. They moved together as a unit, a team. The arcane reavers knew how to fight, work, and travel together as a squad. They had originally met in a travelers' guild in southern Volsungr, where they were training to become travelers. They were the only 3 people in their group of students who had survived the tutorial dungeon. It was because the 3 of them had slaughtered their fellow classmates. With no one to counter their story about what happened in the White Gate, the trio were able to stay under the radar for at least a little while. But eventually, the guild caught on. These 3 travelers were not working with regards to the betterment of their society and country. They were working purely for the destruction of others and for the benefit of themselves. All telltale signs of travelers who will eventually go rogue. Inside the Grey Gate, the group eventually arrived at a river. The river rushed along, protecting a patch of woodland on the other side that was protected from the raging forest fire behind them. Just nearby was a small bridge that allowed them to cross. Once on the other side, Brahm cut the bridge down so that it collapsed into the water. From there, they hurried forward towards their destination. Eventually, they arrived in front of a large stone cave. The shadowy black entrance was both beckoning for them to explore further, while also intimidating them with its mysterious, foreboding presence of the unknown that lurked inside. Damien stared at the cave's jagged mouth covered in moss and ivy. He grinned. This should be easy. There was only one entrance. No one would be able to get past them. "This feels wrong," said Toby, shooting out a massive tsunami blast to hose down the burning forest around them. "I'm surprised you're the one on the side of pyromania," said Clara. "I'm not," said Toby. "It just feels wrong to be dousing down the forest fire that led to our victory in Stage 1. Aren't we concerned more werewolves will start attacking once the flames are gone? Sam shook his head. Nope, he said. Most of the werewolf army is gone now. It really comes down to Damien Blackthorne and the Arcane Reavers fighting on behalf of the werewolf faction. If we defeat them, we pretty much have this scenario gate in the bag. As Toby hosed more of the formerly fiery forest down to its scorched remains, he sighed and said, No more werewolves, just astonishingly powerful rogue travelers to face off against. Great. I know that somewhere in the kernel of what you just said there is something to be relieved about, but I'm struggling to really feel any sense of comfort. No one asked you to be comfortable, said Clara. Just to clear the flames so we could go fight the bad guys. Toby frowned as the forest began to clear of flames and wondered what terrors they would face down the path he had just opened up for all of them. Shortly thereafter, they were rushing through the woods in the direction of Damien Blackthorne and his squad of rogue travelers. As they moved closer to their destination, Sam walked them through the battle plan. Are you sure about this? Asked Toby nervously. I feel similar to Tobes, said Clara. This plan feels slightly unhinged. Trust me, Sam said. He knew it would work. Damien smiled as he watched the timer in his retina tick ever downward. Every second brought them closer to victory. The three of them were spread out in front of the cave's entrance. The cave was surrounded by a small clearing which was encircled by a large forest of trees. The smoke from the forest fire began to clear, revealing the stars and moonlight of the night sky above. Damien's Night Stalker class increased his natural senses. He sniffed the air, picking up the smallest hints of water vapor, carrying the smell of singed leaves and charred wood. Looks like they quickly doused out the forest fire, Damien mused. It's safe to say they have a water manipulator in their ranks, said the leader of the Arcane Reavers to his companions. It's possible this world's inhabitants have incredible technology, but to wash away a forest fire of that magnitude that quickly could only be explained with the use of water magic. Makes sense to me, said Brahm. A little concerning, said Kalen, given that water is my elemental affinity's natural weakness. I'm sure you'll manage, said Damien. I've seen you survive in situations far worse than being up against a water-based spellcaster. Damien was not worried in the slightest. Their plan was foolproof. It demanded that their enemies fight them head-on. In such a battle, Damien was confident he could win. He did wish his nightmare reality ability was usable, but it still had 15 minutes or so until it recharged. Kalen grinned. What can I say? I am pretty amazing. A twig snapped in the woods. The damp air suddenly smelled a lot less damp and a lot more smoky. They can't be serious, said Brahm. They're using the exact same strategy again? The trio watched as the trees around them began to go on fire. Except this time, grinned Damien to Kalen Pyreforge, they're up against a foe who can manipulate fire themselves. Two travelers rushed out of the fiery woods. One was a hazel-haired girl with freckles, wielding a spear. The other was a slightly portly brown-haired boy wielding an impressive-looking magical staff. They rushed directly at them. Damien quickly assessed the situation. The freckled girl must be the one wielding blood magic. She's the more powerful of the two. The group rushed to meet their new enemies head-on when a message appeared in Damien's retina. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldoria. Faction: werewolves. Stage 2. Failed. Stage 3 has commenced. Stage 3. Defeat intruders before they destroy the source of the curse. Damien's eyes widened. What the? 54. Sam sprinted down through the darkness of the cave with a huge grin on his face. Explosions and the screams of battle echoed behind him as he hurried further towards the source of the werewolf curse. Just as I expected, Sam thought to himself. Damien Blackthorne and the Arcane Reavers were not unintelligent rogue travelers, but they did hold their powerful skills, abilities, and journeyman tier status in high regard. Considering how versatile and destructive Damien's Night Stalker class was, their strategy wasn't that foolish. They were just foolish to expect their opponents to take them head-on. But then that was exactly why Sam had Toby use his water magic to clear the flames in the forest. He knew Damien would catch a whiff of the damp air and put everything together. Sam knew this would cause Damien to perceive his enemies as having reason to be overconfident, which in his mind would lower the threat of an indirect strategy versus a direct one. Using the second forest fire and Clara and Toby's full frontal assault as a distraction, Sam was able to slip right past the arcane reavers and head straight towards the real goal of their mission, the source of the werewolf curse. The only downside to the plan was that it left Clara and Toby in a 3-on-2 fight, but Sam figured it wouldn't stay that way for long. Plus, if he could destroy the werewolf curse, it would end the scenario anyway. So, really, Clara and Toby just needed to survive more than anything else. As Sam descended through the darkness, he could see the hint of a luminescent light in the distance. When he reached the bottom of the tunnel, he found himself at the center of an ancient ruin with an altar in the middle of the room. At the altar glowed a magnificently blue light. Damien scowled at the message in his prompt. He furiously looked over his shoulder, and he could faintly make out a figure rushing down into the depth of the cave below. That must be the blood magic user then, he thought to himself. He quickly surmised that it was the blood magic user who had been outsmarting and besting them consistently throughout this challenge. He could be wrong, but based on his own personal experience, it was normally cunning and crafty individuals who unlocked super rare classes and above from the White Gate. Not only was he the smartest and most powerful of their 3 opponents, the blood magic user was also the biggest threat to the success of their mission. If he ended up destroying the source of the werewolf curse, they failed the scenario gate and the mission. It was all done then. He felt a pain in the back of his neck just thinking that thought. No, he thought quickly. I can't let the new queen down. You two handle the spear girl and the water boy, shouted Damien as he hurried off after the blood magic user. I want to be the one who kills the intruder. Clara gripped her spear tightly, rushing towards the burly warrior in front of her. The warrior was an ogre of a man and was spinning a massive flail above his head. The flail was extra terrifying as it was the skull of some monstrous beast the man must have defeated in the past. You fool! Shouted a voice to her side. In her peripheral vision, she saw a huge blast of fire come flying towards her. Her eyes widened at the sheer magnificent sight of the blast coming her way, only for it splash out of existence from a huge gushing force of water. Thanks, Tobes, shouted Clara as she moved closer to her target. The warrior threw the chains of his flail where Clara was heading, the monster's skull smashing into the ground, leaving a small crater in its wake. Clara managed to sidestep the attack once more, putting her right in vicinity with the man. She put herself into position and then triggered her apprentice tier ability, Starfire Spear. A huge burst of light and energy came as she stabbed the man right in the ribs. She felt the tip of her spear lightly puncture the man's flesh. It wasn't a critical hit or anything. She could sense that the man was a good tier level above her, but with the help of her special abilities and extra powerful spear, she was in a position where if she landed enough attacks, she could defeat this guy. It wasn't necessarily an impossible battle, just a near impossible one. The warrior groaned with annoyed agony and quickly wrenched the monster's skull from the ground to swing towards Clara yet again. Clara retreated, staying focused on learning the man's movements and patterns. This was going to be a long fight of attrition. She was going to have to get in good hits again and again, all while keeping herself protected as the man had the capability to end her life with one hit. Therefore, the faster she could read her opponent's moves, the faster she could get to dealing consistent hits and damage on him. She looked to Toby, who was still intercepting the fire wizard's attacks. Keep it up, Tobes. So long as they kept working together, they could potentially win this thing. They were stronger together. The warrior spun the skull at the end of his flail's chain above his head once more. He's leaving himself open again. Clara rushed in to get another hit, this time on the other side of his ribs. She wrenched her spear from the man's flesh and prepared to dodge another attack, just like last time. Except the man wasn't going for the person directly attacking him this time around. Uh-oh. Clara looked to Toby as the monstrous skull flew in his direction. The skull smashed right into the dirt between them. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and crack, creating a huge crevice between the warriors and the wizards. The man with the flail grinned at Clara. "Looks like you're going to have to fight me one-on-one, little girl," he snickered. Clara gripped her spear and spat on the ground nearby. "Do your worst," she said. 55. Toby's eye twitched as he took in the huge shards of cracked earth that lay between him and Clara. The battle had just gone in a direction Toby had been hoping to avoid. He could hear the grunts and groans of both Clara and the other man duking it out from beyond the rock shards. He could hear, but he couldn't see. He felt an anger and frustration boil up inside of him. That guy better not mess with Clara. Toby knew that if he wanted to protect Clara, he was going to have to focus on defeating the fire mage as quickly as possible. He was sure that was everyone's strategy here. Defeat one's opponent and then overpower the remaining enemy. There was also the fact that, as Sam had explained the plan to him, it was just a matter of waiting Sam out to destroy the werewolf curse. For a very quick second, Toby had wondered if Clara and him should just retreat. But he had then realized, if they were to do that, the two rogue travelers would go join up with Damien Blackthorn and put Sam in a hugely difficult spot. As much as Toby would have preferred to run away, it was clear that he would have to fight this guy. He would have to believe that Clara could handle the warrior she was facing, just as she would have to do the same for him. There was no time to waste. Toby quickly conjured a ball of hostile water in his palm and whipped it at the fire mage across from him. The fire mage ran from the attack, materializing a huge ball of magma in his hands and whipping it right back at Toby. Toby moved quickly to get out of the radius of the attack and retaliated with another water blast of his own. He felt relieved in the fact that he had an elemental affinity, water, that his opponent was weak to, fire. But Toby also knew that the advantage would only get him so far. Sam had told him that Kalen Pyreforge was journeyman tier, making him a full tier stronger than Toby. A difference in tier levels like that pretty much negated any advantage Toby had over the guy, basically flipping the table on who had the better odds of winning in a fight. As they moved back and forth, trading low-level spells, Toby knew he had to step it up. Foreseeing where Kalen was heading, Toby joined his hands together, quickly materializing the special diamond stone, and unleashed Water Jet Slice. The fire mage snickered as the devastating yet razor-thin attack came his way. He created a wall of fire, using it as a shield to block Toby's powerful Water Slice move. Toby's eyes bulged with shock. That was a clear display of the power of someone a whole tier level above you. That even against the fire element's weakness, it was so strong it could just simply withstand a water attack of an apprentice-tier wizard. Toby grimaced at his enemy's raw power that was making a mockery of his most recent attack. The only way Toby could even hope to do some damage on this guy was by a surprise attack. Any attack Kalen saw coming, he would be able to overpower. Toby thanked the goddess that he hadn't revealed all of his abilities just yet. "Just give up," said Kalen. "Can't you see how futile this battle is for you?" Toby ignored the man's taunts and went back to trading low-level elemental blasts with the man. He paid attention to the man's movements and had deduced the way the man was fighting. He was not rushing to defeat Toby. Kalen enjoyed watching his opponent struggle. He was toying with him like a cat torturing a trapped mouse. Toby did not like the implications of this attitude. It meant that both him and his accomplice had absolutely no fear that the other's opponent had any chance of defeating them. For Toby's opponent to be so confident was deeply uninspiring to the young man's hopes of leaving this battle alive. And then Toby had a light bulb moment. This man's arrogance will be my greatest shot at defeating him. Toby quickly conjured 2 huge globules of hostile water in either palm and whipped them one by one at his opponent. He gave his throws a curve so that each water blast would come at Kalen from either side like a pincer movement. The hostile aquatic orbs flew across the battlefield. Kalen jumped and dodged, retaliating with fiery elemental blasts of his own. But where Kalen had tried to move was suddenly blockaded by the gushing force of Toby's tsunami blast. Kalen doubled backwards, but by this point, he'd already fallen into Toby's trap. Gotcha! The soil darkened right in the spot where Kalen had moved to, only to then completely split open with a resounding crack. From the fissure, a tumultuous spire of water surged upward with unbridled ferocity. Toby's geyser blast completely enveloped Kalen with so much force and power it ripped through the man's clothes, skin, and flesh, leaving nothing but dust. The young wizard wiped sweat off his brow. It had been tough, but he had outsmarted the evil rogue traveler. Now he could turn towards getting back to Clara and assisting her with her fight. Toby went over to the ridges of the rock wall Brom Grimfury had made to separate them. He quickly scanned the area, trying to deduce which would be best way to climb over. But then a strange crackling sound happened behind him, a staccato of snapping sounds and odd bursts. Toby turned around to investigate the odd noise. His body suddenly tensed. From the cracked earth where Toby's geyser blast had finished off Kalen Pyreforge, an odd phenomenon was happening in its place there. Orange and red ashes flew and swirled from the ground with more and more emerging. The countless grains of ash spun and trembled with a strange newfound purpose. The ashes began to coalesce, each speck drawn to another as if by some bizarre ancient call. A silhouette emerged within the maelstrom of orange, black, and gray. At first, it was just undefined and hazy, gradually sharpening with the convergence of a million tiny fragments. It was like watching an artist's sketch fill in with rapid, precise strokes, except the medium here was the ash itself. Toby watched on with horror. No, he thought, this can't be possible. As the whirlwind of ashes tightened, the form of a body became more distinct. Limbs materialized from the chaos, fingers stretching forth as if grasping for existence itself. The granules swirled and spun, binding together to recreate the intricate details of his being, from the folds of his robes to the stern set of his jaw. It was undeniable now. With a sudden rush of force that expelled the remaining ash outward, Kalen Pyreforge stood whole once more. His eyes flickered open, glowing with the embers of the magic that had just wrought his return from annihilation. This man, Toby thought, trembling, is an utter monster. The newly reincarnated Kalen Pyreforge snickered and looked at Toby with a newfound hunger and bloodlust. Toby suddenly knew that this man was no longer going to underestimate him, which meant he had just lost his one advantage in this fight. 56. Clara's heart burned. She continued to circle the warrior, always staying agile and on her toes. The warrior was spinning his massive flail overhead. "You won't be able to run forever," said Brom Grimfury. Clara knew that was true. She would eventually tire out and get fatigued. However, her mobility was also her greatest asset. Defensively, it allowed her to avoid the whirling ball of destruction that Brom was swinging around, and offensively, being able to move when your opponent remained mostly stationary to wield his flail was an advantage she definitely had to exploit. Brom yelled furiously as he threw out his flail once more in the direction that Clara was heading. She abruptly cut off her run. She jumped backwards just as the giant monster's skull turned wrecking ball landed where she had been. She was so close to the attack she felt the whiff of it against her skin. She had no time to bask in the horror of her almost death. She needed to take advantage of the moment straight away. One of the greatest weaknesses of any flail user was not just the lack of mobility, but a very exploitable recovery time. With the flail's head firmly lodged in the ground, Clara rushed forward. She didn't have to move much to get in striking distance with her spear. She gripped the handles of her spear and thrusted it forward with all her might, triggering attack burst. The energy of the blow made a huge dent in Brom's stomach. A significant red gash opened up just beside his navel. The warrior groaned as he violently ripped his flail head back to him. By the time he was able to strike with his flail once more, Clara had already retreated back to the outer zone of his flail's attack radius. Brahm's eyes narrowed as he was getting more and more noticeably angry. He continued to swing his flail overhead, letting the momentum and power of his next strike build and build. Clara continued to run circles around Brahm, making it more difficult for him to strike at her. She kept close attention on the warrior, from his stance to the way he gripped his flail. All the while, the swooshing and whistle of the swinging monster skull echoed through the air, as did the clinking and clattering sound of the flail's chains. The longer Brahm went without striking, the more the incessant sounds of the spinning flail began to unnerve Clara more and more. It felt like the buzz of a fly in one's ears, except in this case, the irritating sound could spell sudden death. Clara's eyes stayed focused on Brahm's hands. When they moved, Clara could predict exactly where the strike was going to go. Another overhead strike was coming, and it looked like it would land close to where she was currently running towards. She quickly halted and switched to running in the other direction, only for her to come face to face with the incoming monster skull. "What?" She jumped. The monster skull grazed her shoulder. Pain shot out from the location of the indirect hit and suddenly surged all throughout her body. She quickly got her bearings. Her composure was off, but she couldn't let that stop her from staying mobile in the face of Brahm's flail threat. How did his flail change direction like that? Clara surmised that Brahm had fainted with his grip, her reaction tipping her hand and setting herself up for the trick shot. Thank goodness it was only an indirect hit, she thought to herself. The pain in her shoulder throbbed. Still bloody hurts, though. Clara kept her eye on Brahm. Not that her eyes had helped her much in the last few minutes, but still she'd be more on the lookout for feints and other fake-outs. As she moved around her enemy, he began to blur along with everything else in her environment. Huh? The pain in her shoulder throbbed with more intensity than it had moments before. She was suddenly assaulted with more than a physical pain, but an intense feeling of dread. Her nostrils filled with the stench of blood, despite there not being that much blood around her. Fear overtook her body like a contagious disease, spreading from her shoulder down to her toes. Something's not right. Across from her, Brahm was grinning. He must have done something. Clara felt like she'd been poisoned, even though she knew she hadn't been. She quickly put together that the overwhelming sensations had something to do with the indirect hit Brahm had landed on her shoulder. A sense of terror and overwhelming agony filled her, creeping throughout her whole body like a cold draft sifting through a house. That was when Clara realized something. These aren't my feelings. The clarity helped dispel the assault of emotions and sensations invading her. She looked to the monster skull swinging through the air. Are these? The feelings she was experiencing must have been a special ability of Brahm's monster skull flail. She was experiencing the final excruciating moments before an agonizing death. The death of the monster whose skull had hit her. The intensity of the feelings was holding Clara back. Brahm was nothing but a blur. She sensed the incoming rush of another flail attack. She managed to jump out of its way, but in her current state, it was only a matter of time before Brahm landed a direct hit. Then, it would be all over. Clara knew she needed to break out of this strange spell the skull hit had infected her with. Focus on your own feelings, Clara thought. Push back the fake ones and own your own. The dread and agony suddenly disappeared, replaced by a fiery anger. "Leave my thoughts alone," she bellowed, pushing back the false sensations even more. She gripped her weapon and triggered Starfire's spear and whipped the spear right in Brahm's direction. The man's eyes bulged. He hadn't been expecting her to attack, let alone go with such a risky maneuver. It was too late, though. Brahm couldn't escape the glowing spear rocketing right towards him. A second later, it went right through his throat and out the other side. 57. Toby looked on with horror at Kalen Pyreforge as he shook off the last bits of ash lingering on his fully reincarnated person. The fire wizard gave Toby a sinister grin. "Surprised to see me?" Toby was more than surprised. He was horrified. His whole body felt an intense, paralyzing fear that felt like it had seized every muscle, joint, and bone inside of him. His heart pounded against his chest. his palms slicked with sweat. The dread of seeing Kalen reincarnate filled him with such an all-consuming sense of doom, it felt like a heavy cloak of darkness had enveloped him. How am I supposed to beat this guy? He had obliterated Kalen down to dust. He had won the battle. But this guy could come back to life via ashes. That basically made his opponent invincible. Toby tried to push back against the fear overtaking his body. Think, Toby, think. It was incredible that Kalen was able to revive himself with ashes like a phoenix, but surely there was a long recharge time on such a powerful move. So, if Toby could quickly come up with a new strategy and defeat him again, maybe he had a chance of surviving. But that would be harder now that Kalen had dropped his arrogant stance and was treating Toby as a serious opponent. The only other strategy was one of delay. Delay the battle until Sam could destroy the curse and win the scenario gate for them. That might be the best strategy. At least it was something to do until he came up with a plan to defeat Kalen a second time. Across the battlefield, Kalen merely grinned at Toby's horror. The fire mage lifted his arms and conjured 2 fireballs in either palm, 2 bright orbs of flame. At the sight of his opponent readying a new attack, Toby snapped out of his paralyzing fear and readied himself for the incoming onslaught. He materialized 2 spheres of swirling deadly water in either palm of his own. Kalen did not throw a single fireball, though. Instead, he moved his arms in a strange formation until the 2 fireballs formed into a massive weapon of some kind. I see what he's doing, Toby realized. Kalen was initiating his Journeyman Tier Wizard-class spell, which was a unique elemental weapon evolution. He was most familiar with Curtis's lightning chain hook, but had seen swords and axes as well as others over his time as a traveler so far. The conjured flames shifted and waved as the magical inferno melded into the silhouette of a weapon. Specifically, a crossbow. Toby shivered. I do not like the look of that. Kalen pulled a trigger, launching a massive arrow towards Toby. Ah! Toby cried, running away from the attack. The fire arrow was massive. It was the size of a tree, 10 times the size of Kalen's fireballs. How the heck am I supposed to avoid getting hit with something as massive as those arrows? Toby quickly retreated, but Kalen just kept lobbing flame arrow after flame arrow. He eventually ran so far that he was back in the woods, surrounded by trees. Having just witnessed the success of lighting a whole forest on fire to destroy an enemy, Toby felt far from safe. His heart pounded in his chest, his throat burned. He realized that the biding time strategy just wasn't good enough. Time to go back on the offensive. Toby rushed back the way he came, strafing to dodge the giant flame arrows Kalen was sending his way. He conjured 2 water balls in his hands and whipped them in the direction of his enemy. Toby quickly surmised that the flame crossbow was deadly powerful. However, it came with a pretty big weakness. It had a lack of good mobility, and Toby knew exactly how to use that to his advantage. He threw a water ball that forced Kalen to move slightly, right into the location of another geyser blast. Right before Kalen was obliterated, the man merely smirked. Fool, you and I both know that won't work. The geyser blast removed Kalen from existence, much like it had done the first time Toby had succeeded with this attack. Toby grinned. He had managed to use a similar strategy to destroy Kalen. The only question now was, would he stay destroyed? I hope this next strategy worked. Toby materialized his wizard staff in his right hand. The staff was incredibly powerful. It had been a gift from Athena, the mermaid queen. The staff was known as Atlas's Scepter of the Tides. It was a super rare adept tier item with incredible stats. The staff made all water elemental spells 50% more potent and 50% more damaging. The reason why he hadn't materialized it to help in his battle with Kalen earlier was that most of the staff's benefits came in the form of damage dealing. He had to land hits to get the maximum benefit from the scepter. The battle so far had been less about damage dealing and more about controlling the battlefield, and for that Toby needed an extra hand to hurl as many water balls as he could. But now, he was gearing up to finish this.
He needed to call on as much power as possible. In the distance, he could see the ash where Kalen had begun to swirl around just like it had done previously. Toby then triggered Geyser Blast again and again and again. He didn't stop casting the spell until he had created multiple geyser blasts all around the area where Kalen was utilizing his Ashen reincarnation ability. Then, he began manipulating the water of each of the geysers he had created. He twisted and wrenched his hands, doing something he had never tried before: evaporation. He rapidly caused the evaporation of the 4 geysers. Then, standing in the middle of the battlefield was half of a body formed of ash, completely frozen. Toby grinned. His plan had worked. He had effectively spell-canceled Kalen's reincarnation ability. The ability didn't just pause and wait to start up again. Nope. It was finished. Kalen was never coming back. By rapidly evaporating the geysers, he had sucked out all the heat in the environment, creating a devastatingly impressive cooling effect. It was more than cool. It was ice cold. 58, Brom Grimfury, lay on the ground in a puddle of deep red blood, a spear skewered through his neck. Clara's whole body heaved as she breathed in and out. It's over. A wave of exhaustion rippled through her, along with a great sense of relief. Her thoughts, her feelings, her memories, they were all hers. She was no longer being oppressed by the other haunting feelings of the monster skull. She had used most of her remaining energy to break through the psychological assault on her brain and to make that final Hail Mary attack on her opponent. Her legs shook as she walked over to Brom's corpse. She bent down and wrenched her spear free. The beautiful weapon, currently covered in blood, was known as Serial's Spear of the Sea. It had been a gift from the Mermaid Queen after helping save a group of kidnapped mermaids from an evil dwarven death cult. It was a super rare item with an adept tier level of power. It gave her a boost to her strength stats, but it was, crucially, the spear's one other bonus that had saved her in this fight with Brom. The spear had a 50% likelihood of dealing extra critical damage. It was that extra critical damage that had punctured Brom's neck, flesh, spine, and more. With her spear in her grip once more, she turned to the large ridges in the ground that Brom had created to separate the battlefield. I need to go help Toby. She took a step forward and felt her whole body shake. Every muscle in her body trembled. She fell to the ground, knees digging into the dirt. Her vision wobbled. She could barely keep herself up. Everything was suddenly getting very heavy. Toby stared at the frozen half-corpse of Kalen Pyreforge. The bottom half of the fire wizard was eternally paused in mid-reincarnation, standing like an odd statue in the center of the battlefield. Flecks of gray ash and frost speckled the half-formed body of a man who would never return to this world. Toby couldn't even rejoice in any feeling of rest, as he knew that Clara could still be fighting against her opponent, and it was crucial for him to come with aid as soon as possible. He turned to the massive shards of earth Brom Grimfury had created with his devastating flail attack. He rushed towards them and began climbing. As he clambered over the rocks, he felt disconcerted by the lack of noise coming from the other side. Why is it silent? He wondered. His heart began to quicken as worries filled his head. Had Brom Grimfury killed Clara? Was he now waiting for any future opponent to climb over the rocks, where he'd instantly hit them with a sneak attack? Toby stopped climbing and triggered his mana sense. His whole body froze. His mana sense was only picking up on one mana entity across the divide. Toby gulped and climbed over the rocks. He moved slowly and quietly, as he didn't want to expose himself in case Brom was waiting. As he pulled up to the top of one rock shard, he was able to see onto the other side of the battle. A massive body lay still on the ground, drowning in a puddle of blood. Brom. Toby instantly felt a flutter of relief. Thank goodness, he thought. Well done, Clara. His fears returned just as quickly as he couldn't spot Clara straight away. With no nearby enemies to fear anymore, Toby quickened his climbing pace and found himself on the other side of the battlefield, searching for Clara.
She was just beyond Brahm's corpse, lying on her back. She had been concealed by the rogue traveler's massive corpse. The girl was bruised and shaking. His heart panged at the sight of his friend. "Clara!" Toby cried, rushing over to her. He fell to his knees and held her. Her eyes opened narrowly. Toby sighed. "She's alive." Clara smiled up at him. In that moment, he was so incredibly thankful. He was grateful that Clara was still alive, that he had someone like her in his life. Someone so kind, thoughtful, beautiful, and strong. A few moments ago, for the briefest of seconds, he had to imagine what life would be like without her. He had felt hollow and empty just imagining such a scenario. Tears formed in his eyes as he looked down at Clara. "Tobes," Clara finally said softly, "I definitely thought you were a goner." Clara's joke only made Toby cry harder. He felt his own body wobble. He used his last remaining strength to conjure nearby another geyser blast. Then, as the healing water rained down upon both him and Clara, their wounds disappeared, and their strength returned to them. They had to go help Sam. They rushed forward to find, just inside the cavern, a huge blockade of stone. Damien Blackthorne must have torn at the cavern walls to make sure no one could disturb his confrontation with Sam. There was no way through. It was all up to Sam now. Sam stood in the depths of the underground cave. Beyond the strange sepulchral altar at the center of the large cavernous chamber were jagged walls that looked like they could be climbed up. In the highest corner of the cavern was a small opening that revealed the night sky far above them. Moonlight shone down through the cave like a spotlight. Sam took a step towards the ancient altar and the glowing blue crystal at the center of it. That's the source of the werewolf curse, he thought. He knew it for a fact. It had come up in his research from his previous timeline. Destroying the crystal would end the scenario gate, making Sam's faction victorious. He materialized his demonic rune blade, the deadly and terrifying sword appearing within his grip. Sam moved towards the glowing crystal. There was no time to waste. He had given Toby and Clara as much pointers as he could with fighting the arcane reavers, but there was still a huge power difference between his friends and their enemies. It would be better to finish the scenario gate and ensure everybody's safety. Sam got within a meter of the stone when he felt a brush of wind nearby, and suddenly two glowing blue claws appeared out of the darkness, attacking him. He quickly shifted his feet and leaped away from the attack. Sam gripped his sword and took in his newly arrived opponent, Damien Blackthorne. It looked like the final showdown was about to begin. 59. Damien Blackthorne's eyes narrowed as he took in the black-haired boy in front of him. The boy wore powerful and rare silver armor and had strange crimson eyes. "So this is the person that has caused me so much trouble today," Damien mused with venom. This must be the mastermind who had been thwarting him at every turn. He couldn't believe it. His enemy this whole time was nothing but a kid, a bloody teenager. Damien's mana sense told him the boy was a whole tier level lower than him in terms of power. It would explain the exclusive reliance on subterfuge and trickery as his main form of strategy. At a whole tier level beneath him, the boy couldn't rely on any strong-arm tactics. Yet what Damien's read on the boy's tier level didn't explain was the absolute lack of fear in the young man's eyes. After being outsmarted by the kid multiple times, Damien wasn't going to be arrogant. If the kid wasn't afraid of him, that told him something. He couldn't be sure on the specifics, but it told him that the young man had more tricks up his sleeve. That was for sure. If that wasn't the case, why wouldn't the kid attempt to hide his tier level by tempering his mana output? Just another reason that Damien needed to keep his guard up. This kid was suspicious. Damien quickly formed a short-term plan. He would need to be careful. Observe the black-haired boy's moves. He figured the young man would most likely wait for him to strike first, given the power imbalance. Which led to a new question for Damien. An utterly delicious question that he'd savor contemplating. How do I want to end this young man? Roughly 3 seconds had passed since Damien had made his surprise attack on Sam and revealed himself. In those 3 seconds, Sam could see Damien sizing him up, tinkering with a plan and strategy in the back of his mind. He was trying to size Sam up. Caught off guard, Sam only had one strategic option left to employ himself. It was simple. He needed to be just as surprising as his enemy. And so, with reckless abandon, Sam charged forth at Damien Blackthorne, powerful leader of the Arcane Reavers. Given that Sam had not made any effort to conceal the fact that he was a whole tier level less powerful than Damien Blackthorne, that would lead his enemy to think that he might act cautiously given the power imbalance. In that case, Sam thought, let's surprise him with aggression then. Sam rushed forward, gripping his demonic rune blade. He triggered Pain Ring, a crimson-red light shooting out from his chest and creating a circle on the battlefield. Immediately, the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set, digging in and out of his flesh, began to make his power levels rise by the second. Let the ticking clock of destruction begin, Sam thought to himself. He slashed his blade at Damien, and the man quickly jumped backwards. The man came swinging back at him with his two glowing blue claws. Sam held out his sword to block. His rune blade and Damien's claws clanged as they clashed against each other. Sam materialized a vial of blood and whipped it on the ground beside him and triggered Blood Flame, level 2. Blood on the ground flew up to his palms and formed a swirling ball of molten blood flame. Damien was now in a bind. Release the clashing claws and blades, or take the molten blood flame ball to the face. What's it going to be, Damien? Sam thought. Just as Sam shot the blood flame ball in Damien's direction, the evil rogue traveler did a double backflip away, only to then completely vanish and disappear. Damien quietly stepped into the shadows of the cave, his invisibility power still masking him from his enemy. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes on the irritating black-haired boy. Damien quickly went over what he'd been able to gather from the boy. The kid clearly has a rare blood magic class. He's able to take blood and turn it into flames. He also did the exact opposite of what Damien had been expecting him to do, which frustratingly reminded him of something he was already well aware of. The kid was smart. Damien watched as the kid moved in a circle defensively, keeping himself agile because he had no idea where Damien might attack him next. The whole time, though, the young man stayed inside the confines of that red circle he had summoned. What does that red circle do? What kind of traveler class is this? The red circle must be boosting his power or giving him some kind of advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay in it. Or the red circle did something disadvantageous to his enemies. Not that Damien had picked up on anything during their brief melee within the radius of the Crimson Circle. Well then, I guess I know where I won't be going. Damien quickly came up with a new plan of attack. Sam stayed agile in the middle of the cave. He was prepared for Damien to come from any direction. What's your next move going to be, Damien? Sam wondered as he readied himself for his enemy's next attack. Sam didn't like being so exposed, but there were a couple of things working in his favor. His power levels were increasing by the second from within his pain ring, and soon enough, both his battle awareness and split-second vision, the level 2 and 3 evolutions of the ability, would come online soon enough. Then it wouldn't matter if Damien was a tier level of power above him. The man would still be outclassed by the amount of power and abilities Sam would be bringing to the table. Out of the darkness of the cavern came a hurtling blue dagger. Sam quickly moved out of its way, only for another one to come in the opposite direction. Then another and another. Sam kept dodging the projectiles, but he didn't like that he couldn't detect or sense which part of the room they were coming from. A creeping realization began to dawn on Sam. Damien wasn't going to come fight him from within his pain ring. Sam smirked. So the man has pieced together the nature of my central ability. Finally, he thought. I haven't fought such a worthy opponent in a long time. 60, Damien circled the cave, cloaked beneath his invisibility spell. He moved with a subtle speed and grace. His toes bounced off rocks with as much ease as a rabbit hopping across smooth grass. The leader of the Arcane Reavers was well practiced in his abilities, knowing their weaknesses and strengths. Invisibility was powerful, but it came with a very simple drawback: the sound of his body. Years of training, however, had allowed him to perfect the art of quiet movement, allowing him to be both undetectable to the ears as well as the eyes. He also made sure to temper his mana, so there was no way the boy could tell where he would attack from next. Damien narrowed his eyes from within the dark shadows of the cave. He generated a glowing blue mana knife in his hand, and arched back his hand like he was throwing a dart, and threw it right in the direction of the young man's head. It flew towards the back of the boy's skull. He wouldn't even see it coming. Yet, as soon as the knife left Damien's hand, the boy quickly swerved his feet, narrowly dodging the knife attack. How was he doing that? The kid's skills were truly remarkable. Damien's mana knives were designed so that they flickered in and out of existence at a rapid speed, making them undetectable via mana sense. That meant the kid's ability to sense the knife flying through the air was due to an incredibly tuned ear that could only be developed through years and years of training. Years that this kid simply did not have on him. How is it even possible that this kid is such a talented fighter? The battle continued in this way for another minute or so until Damien decided they'd reached a stalemate. Time to change up my strategy. But then it looked as if the kid had beat him to the punch. The kid lifted up his blade far above his own head. Damien's eyes widened. He's not even focusing on me. He's focusing on destroying the source of the werewolf curse. Sam swung his demonic rune blade down upon the glowing blue crystal. His sword sliced downward in a glorious and triumphant arc, only for a shrill clang to echo throughout the entire cavern. His sword bounced back towards him like he'd attacked an invisible energy barrier of some kind. A message appeared in his retina. Source of werewolf curse cannot be destroyed if more than one faction is within a 10-meter vicinity. Sam's eye twitched with annoyance. This was new information to him. In his previous timeline, Damien Blackthorne had won the scenario gate fighting on the side of the werewolf faction. There was less information on this version of Stage 3 of the scenario gate. Stage 3 in Sam's past had been for Damien to succeed in murdering the Eldorian king and taking the throne. The scenario gate worked in such a way that the stages evolved in branching paths based on who won each stage. Sam had already changed so much of his previous timeline by winning the first 2 stages of the scenario gate that he was now in completely uncharted territory. None of that truly mattered right now, however. What did matter was what the dungeon world was telling him. To win the scenario gate, he had to defeat Damien Blackthorne. There was no other way. Sam was slightly irritated by this turn of events. Destroying the crystal had been a good strategy. If Damien wanted to fight from the shadows in the coy way that he currently was doing, then attacking the crystal would either lead Sam to an easy victory or force Damien out of the shadows. Sam wasn't too frustrated, though. Destroying the crystal while Damien hid from afar was more of a spontaneous, on-the-fly plan. His overarching plan was still moving forward with great effect. He looked up to the opening high up in the cavern. The sky was slowly turning orange. Sam smirked. My plan is almost complete. Damien kept moving around the shadows, throwing out mana projectiles at his opponent. The boy continued to dodge them with the skill and grace that he had been exhibiting for the entire battle. Why won't you just die, you runt? Damien thought to himself with frustration. Damien had almost dived straight at the boy when he had attacked the crystal, but then a message appeared in his retina that had given him great relief. Looks like your craftiness can only get you so far, he thought to himself viciously. Damien was prepared to go on a full frontal assault. He still had a whole bunch of skills and abilities he hadn't yet used on the boy. And yet, Damien felt hesitant to use those abilities. Mainly because they still had a timer on the clock, 30 minutes left. If the kid didn't defeat him in that time, Damien's faction ended up winning. There was just one tiny problem for Damien with waiting out the clock. It was right at that moment that Damien suddenly felt his knees buckle. Damien froze on the spot. He was well aware of the sensation going through his body right now. Power was draining from him by the second. Daytime was approaching. Such an insolent little fool, Damien thought as he collapsed on the ground. The crafty little runt has been playing a waiting game all along. The projectile attacks had stopped. Sam looked up to the top of the cave, where the night sky could be seen slowly giving way to early morning. Soon enough, it would be safe for him to find Damien's weakened body and finish him off. Then he'd be in the clear to destroy the glowing crystal and finish the scenario gate victoriously. But then something strange happened. Instead of getting lighter and brighter, the orange sky began to darken, going purple, then blue, then black. What? Stars reappeared in the sky, and moonlight shone back down upon the cavern. A large laugh echoed in front of him. Sam shivered. This was a new ability that Sam had never heard of Damien possessing. As far as Sam knew, the rogue traveler couldn't rewind time. And yet, it appeared as if his enemy just did. 61. Sam shuddered at the sight of the moon's luminescent gaze shining down through the open crevice in the cavern's ceiling. Footsteps echoed through the cave, followed by a pair of yellow eyes glowing out from the shadows. Soon, stepping out from the cover of darkness, was Damien Blackthorne. The man chuckled to himself as he took in Sam's confused face. "You fool. You think I don't have a contingency plan for my greatest weakness?" Sam did not like the man's growing confidence. For the last few minutes, the rogue traveler had stuck to the shadows and had been dead silent. Now, suddenly, he was standing right in front of him without the tiniest air of caution. It made Sam uneasy. He preferred to be the one with tricks up his sleeve, not the other way around. He wasn't sure if this was an evolution of one of Damien's abilities, or that he'd managed to conceal reaching an even higher tier level. Or perhaps it was a magical item. He was well aware of Damien's nightmare reality ability, but that ability stopped functioning as soon as daytime arrived, and Sam had been keeping track of the time since they had entered the dungeon gate. It was genuinely morning in Eldoria now. Whatever the ability was, Damien Blackthorne had managed to keep it secret in Sam's first timeline. "Looks like your cowardly strategy isn't going to work," hissed Damien. "What are you going to do now, fool?" Damien felt an overwhelming joy just looking at the confused face of his opponent in front of him. The boy's whole forehead was quizzically creased, his eyes filled with perplexing bewilderment. "Finally," Damien thought, "I finally put this squirmy little runt in his place." The whole mission had gone awry due to this kid's annoying craftiness that it felt so deeply satisfying to have gotten the upper hand over him. In some ways, the kid should be honored. Damien had held on to this rare magic scroll for years, in case there ever came a point where he truly needed it, where he found himself in a do-or-die scenario. The magic scroll unleashed a powerful area of effect ability called Endless Night. It was the perfect item for someone like him with the Night Stalker class. His greatest weakness was the loss of powers come daytime. This magic scroll, at least for a one-time usage, allowed him to stay powerful for a little while longer. It was his trump card, and he'd finally played it. Sam's eyes narrowed on his enemy. The rogue traveler offered him a sinister grin. "Tick-tock," laughed Damien. In one move, Damien had completely altered the state of the battle. Before Damien had unleashed his artificial nighttime ability, it was beneficial for Sam to be letting time pass. Now that Damien would stay in his Night Stalker class for the foreseeable future, however, he was now under a lot more time pressure to destroy the source of the werewolf curse before the scenario gate's timer ran out. He wasn't sure what his best move now was. His waiting strategy was bust. He now needed to figure out how to take Damien on while he was still at full power. It also looked as if he wasn't going to be able to rely on Pain Ring, or at least not as consciously as he had hoped. Sam suddenly knew what he had to do. Gripping his demonic rune blade, Sam took a step forward, exiting the confines of the Pain Ring, and rushed towards Damien. Damien's eyes widened with glee as the kid rushed out of his little power buff circle or whatever it was and rushed towards him. Damien materialized his Night Stalker's sharp mana claws in either hand and met the young man head-on. The boy's sword immediately clashed with his thick energy claws. The rogue traveler quickly assessed the power level of the kid. It was the same as it had been before, which meant that whatever advantages he had been gaining inside that red circle of his did not carry over to outside of it. Just as I had expected, the young man pulled back his sword with the glowing red runes, only to slash downward towards Damien's skull with a vicious fury. As the sword came flying towards his forehead, Damien quickly triggered his invisibility and slipped away from his opponent, back with the cover of darkness. The young man then materialized glass vials of blood that he began to smash all over the cave. Echoes of glass shattering on the floor filled the room. What the heck is the kid doing? Soon, almost the entirety of the cavern had a puddle or rivulet of dark red blood covering it. The sickly sight of blood everywhere had Damien on edge. Seeing blood everywhere when fighting someone who could use blood magic was the equivalent of fighting a wind mage and seeing a tornado. It spelled trouble. At that very moment, the black-haired kid unleashed the ability that Damien had been keeping a lookout for since the beginning of the fight. Blood flame. From the scarlet-stained ground, crimson fire rose with a terrifying wrath. An intense scent of metallic bitterness and charred embers filled Damien's nostrils as the blood flame crackled and popped nearby. Tendrils and waves of intensely destructive heat erupted all around him, including the very place Damien was standing. This was the ability the kid must have used to set the entire forest on fire and wipe out the majority of the werewolves. Okay, Damien mused. So it looks like the flames can appear anywhere there is spilled blood on the ground. He needed to get somewhere in the cave where there wasn't any blood. He rushed forward to the one clear spot he could make out. It was only once Damien was standing in the middle of the clear spot did he recognize the boundaries of the red circle he was standing in. His eyes widened. Uh-oh. Gotcha! Hissed a terrible voice from above him. 62, Sam descended upon Damien Blackthorn, holding his demonic rune blade high above his head. He slashed downward. The glowing red runes of the black sword blurred in the air as the blade rushed towards its enemy's forehead. This is it, Sam thought. My plan is working perfectly. By filling the cavern with the level 1 version of his blood flame ability, he simultaneously distracted Damien from his pain ring while also pushing him right towards it. Sam had purposely made it the only safe ground in the whole cavern. He had effectively forced Damien to enter his pain ring, and now Sam was about to unleash all the built-up strength and power he had gained inside the pain ring upon his enemy. It had been whole minutes since it had begun, and given all the buffs from his powerful sword and other items, his power level was on the same tier as Damien's, meaning his sword should cut through the man just like it would normally. And that's what it did. The demonic rune blade hit Damien's forehead, rapidly creating a split gash of flesh, peeling open the man's head, brain, and eventually entire body in half. Damien Blackthorn's faded eyes stared out at Sam in horror as the two sides of him collapsed onto the ground on either side of him. Blood and entrails spilled out on the ground below in a pathetic puddle of squishy flesh. Sam did not even waste a second to revel in the victory and destruction of his opponent. He still had the scenario gate mission to complete. If he didn't destroy the crystal in time, his triumph against Damien would be all for nothing. He quickly turned towards the glowing crystal at the center of the room. He attacked it with all of his might. Time to finish this. As soon as the sword hit the crystal, a familiar clanging sound echoed all throughout the room. Huh? A message prompt soon followed Sam's attack. Source of werewolf curse cannot be destroyed. If more than one faction is within a 10-meter vicinity. Sam did not understand. Damien Blackthorn was dead. He turned around to investigate the body, only to find that it wasn't there. All that remained of it was wispy black smoke. That can't be right, Sam thought, just as he heard a laugh echo all around him, and it suddenly became abundantly clear what was happening. Sam was trapped inside Damien's nightmare reality ability. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damien must have set up the nightmare reality as soon as he had prolonged his ability to stay in his Night Stalker class once morning hit. Sam didn't waste a second, rushing back towards the cave's entrance. Damien's Nightmare Reality ability was one of the Night Stalker class's abilities that Sam had been aware of due to his knowledge from his previous timeline. He knew about the power, including its weakness. The ability functioned both as a psychological assault as well as an environmental one. It was the latter characteristic that explained its blind spot. If you stepped out of range of the fabricated reality, its effect on your brain disappeared, canceling the ability from continuing forward as well. So, Sam rushed out from beyond the artificial reality until he felt a blip, and suddenly Sam was standing right in the center of the cave before he had started running. Sam had broken through. Now time to go take on Damien in actual reality. Damien crouched in his hiding spot. He had climbed and perched himself up on a rock towards the open crevice in the cave. This position should buy me a bit more time, Damien thought. That was all he cared about now. Whittling time away. Even if he loved the idea of slaying the black-haired boy to bits, the kid was too talented a fighter. Damien would happily complete his mission by a technicality if he had to now. That was why he had set up the Nightmare Reality, and why he had perched himself high above. It was all a means of killing time. The Nightmare Reality would function as a distraction. His current position would also protect him from the boy's deadly blood magic flames when he finally broke through. From what Damien had observed, the blood flames could only appear where there was spilled blood, and there was none high up where he was. Suddenly, the black-haired boy who stood in an invulnerable daze in the center of the room looked up at him with a knowing stare. So he broke through, Damien thought to himself. It's over, Damien taunted. Just face it. The boy walked towards him, just shaking his head. You're right, said the black-haired boy. It is over. Just not for who you think it is. The boy then dematerialized his sword and clenched his fists. He then let out a huge roar as he triggered an ability Damien had up until that point not witnessed yet. In fact, no one had witnessed this ability of Sam's before, not even Sam. As Sam let out a huge scream, blood flames began to swirl around him. His eyes glowed red with ember. The whole ground of the cave began to shake. What's happening? Then a huge light suddenly glowed above the leader of the arcane reavers. A huge molten ball of blood flame came crashing down into the wall of rocks beside him. The small meteor of flame smashed into the cave wall, creating an explosion of rock and flames that shook the very core of the cave itself. Damien would have sighed with relief if it was just the one ball of flame, but things were quickly going from bad to worse. There were multiple balls of blood flame hurtling down from high above. It was an absolute barrage of incandescent anger falling from above. A meteor shower of molten, smoldering spheres of crimson fire. It was the newest evolution of Sam's blood flame ability, otherwise known as the blood flame storm. It rained down on Damien Blackthorne, obliterating the man, once and for all. 63 meteors of destruction continued to crash down all around Sam. Finally, he unclenched his fists and found the new ability to begin waning in its assault. It's over, Damien, said Sam with triumphant satisfaction. He looked on with amazement as a few more balls of fire rained down above him. It was the result of the newly evolved Death Lord ability. This was level 4 of the novice tier ability, Blood Flame. He could now unleash Blood Flame Storm, hurling meteors of blood flame from the sky above. This was a whole new level of power, and Sam was extremely excited with it. It added unprecedented versatility and range to his main area of effect power. Before the ability's evolution, Blood Flame could only erupt from spilled blood on the ground, but now he could rain down damage from the heavens. This meant that the Blood Flame Storm could deal damage and hit areas far beyond simply where there was spilled blood. It only needed to be within the vicinity. Phenomenal, Sam thought to himself. He watched as Damien's body twitched in its last seconds of life. But then something strange happened. Sam's eyes widened, and he hurried over to the dying man. It couldn't be, he thought. But that would mean... Meanwhile,
Outside of where the gray dungeon gate had first appeared, the mayor of Hawkstone, Lydia Elmsworth, stood in front of 3 travelers, a dwarf, an elf, and a human woman. Lydia narrowed her eyes in frustration at the 3 travelers in front of her, then looked at where the gray dungeon gate had been before it had disappeared. "I thought you were here to alleviate my problems," she sighed. "How come the dungeon gate disappeared?" The 3 travelers looked to each other. The captain, Olivia Reeves, spoke for the group. "We're not sure, ma'am." Lydia's eyes twitched. These 3 were meant to be magical super beings who could travel into dungeon gates and slay monsters.
If they had no idea what was going on, how were the rest of them supposed to cope? "That's helpful," said Lydia. "Could you elaborate a bit more? Do we need to prepare for an attack?" The elf spoke up. "Well, Ms. Mayor, if our allies inside succeed, then we have nothing to worry about. And if they don't?" "If they don't succeed, there's 2 possible outcomes," said Curtis. "A group of deadly rogue travelers exit the dungeon with rare and powerful weaponry that they then use to wreak destruction on Hawkstone. The other possibility, in the event that all the travelers in the dungeon gate don't make it out alive, is that there's a dungeon break, and a group of powerful demi-humans exit and murder everyone in sight." Lydia suddenly wanted to punch the elf. "Shut up, elf," said the dwarf. "Can't you see you're freaking the mayor out? Don't worry, ma'am. If a horde of genocidal demi-humans exit the dungeon gate, you can rely on the 3 of us to squash them." "You 3? balked the mayor. "The 3 people who were allegedly meant to stop the rogue travelers from entering in the first place. You 3 are going to help?" "That's right, ma'am," said Brock, not noticing the mayor's frustration with him. "I'll happily squash a group of murderous monsters for you. My absolute pleasure. That is, if they come out. They still might not." "Exactly," all 3 of them said at once. "As you can see," said Olivia, mustering a smile, "you have nothing to worry about." Before Lydia could say anything else, her assistant rushed towards her. "Mayor," said the assistant, "there's been reports that the Arcane Reavers hired a group of mercenary bandits to invade the city and create chaos in the streets." Lydia groaned inwardly. "Just what I needed." "Okay," she said. "Gather up the different guilds. We're all going to need to work together if we're going to take on this threat." Lydia quickly started assigning tasks to the different industries and smaller communities within the city, and what they would be needed to do to help defend themselves. She looked at the 3 travelers. "Come on," said the mayor. "We've got work to do." Sam stepped toward Damien. The man's skin had begun to fill with strange black veins, appearing just beneath his pale skin. Sam shuddered. He recognized those veins. He didn't like the meaning behind them. Damien snickered as life began to fade away from him. "You fool," said Damien. "You won't be able to stop the new queen, Lilith." Damien's eyes went glassy, and his jaw stretched open wide. A strange cracking sound of insectoid legs then filled the room. Odd legs squishing on dead flesh. Eventually, climbing out from the deceased mouth of Damien Blackthorne was a massive black cockroach with beady red eyes. Sam reacted on pure instinct. Thrusting his arm forward as he materialized his demonic rune blade, the sword skewered the black bug before it could fly away. He quickly sighed with relief once he knew the bug was dead. The bug could have infected him, and all his plans would have gone out the window. That was a mind roach. It was the exact reason he kept the fact that he was from the future a secret to even those closest to him. If that bug had taken over his body, all of his knowledge of the future would have become information his captor could have used for their own benefit. His relief was short-lived, however. The presence of the bug, the fact that Damien even spoke of Lilith, was all very bad news. Horrifying, actually. Damien Blackthorne had been under Lilith's control all along. That completely rewrote Sam's understanding of history. This was a secret fact that scholars, historians, and academics had all missed in Sam's first timeline. That meant Lilith had not only been the architect of the Elven genocide, but she had originally been behind the Grey Gate catastrophe as well. Sam shivered. She's come into being much faster than I had expected her to. There was still so much work to be done. 64. Sam stepped away from Damien's pale corpse and hurried over to the glowing crystal. The scenario gate still hadn't been completed. He gripped his demonic rune blade and slashed the glowing crystal with as much strength and force that he had in him. With relief, the attack went through. Cracks appeared in the glowing crystal, spreading throughout the entire thing, until it exploded into a flash of light. "Congratulations! Your faction has won the scenario." Sam's vision went completely black. Sam's eyes opened to a great white expanse. He distinctly felt the sounds of breathing nearby. He turned over and saw Toby and Clara lying on the ground beside him. A huge sigh of relief automatically exited him at the sight of his friends. Once he'd separated from them, there was no way of knowing what had happened to him. He had confidence in them to hold their own, but even then the battles they were facing were tough. The two of them going up against members of the Arcane Reavers had never been part of the original plan. He was glad to see they were able to fight them off. Clara's eyes fluttered open, followed by Toby's. "Sam," Clara said with excitement. "You're all right." "Sorry we didn't get down to the cave to help you, mate," said Toby. "Damien blocked off the tunnel." Sam's eyes widened with shock. "Wait, you guys defeated Brom Grimfury and Kaelin Pyreforge?" "Don't act so surprised," grumbled Clara. "I know," said Toby. "He acts all cool, but underneath it's all ruthless condescension." "Sorry," said Sam before grinning. "I'm just impressed." "We can tell you all about it on the journey back to Resfall," said Clara. "In the meantime, do you mind explaining where the heck we are?" "Yeah, I was just lying on the ground beside Clara and then, poof. I'm in this creepy white room," said Toby. "It's weird." "I'm sure before you were sent here you got a message in your retina?" asked Sam. "Yeah, just congratulating us on winning the scenario gate," said Clara. "Exactly," said Sam. "And this place is where we collect our prize. It's kind of like the class-choosing zone at the end of the White Gate." At that moment, a strange, purple portal appeared in front of them. "We each have to step in there," said Sam. "Choose our victory item, and then we'll be sent back to outside of the Grey Gate. We shouldn't waste too much time as there might be a horde of bandits about to attack Hawkstone." Both Clara and Toby's eyes widened at that statement. "How the heck do you even know that?" Sam couldn't answer because he'd sprinted and leaped into the purple portal. The world on the other side of the purple portal was much like the zone before it, an expansive white room. It was like existing on a three-dimensional blank canvas. It was incredibly strange. The only difference to the expansive white room before it was the lack of a purple portal and the addition of a wooden treasure chest. "Here we go," Sam thought, stepping towards the chest. He felt his heart pick up as excitement began to overtake him. He undid the latches of the chest and opened it up. Inside was a scroll, glowing with red light. Sam felt his stomach sink. Oh no. It was a special type of item, a red illuminated item scroll. Such an item would force Sam to make a choice between the items, but he'd be given less information than a normal illuminated item scroll. He bent over and pulled the magic scroll out of the treasure chest. He pulled the string that held the rolled paper tight and tossed the string into the empty white expanse. He then unfurled the scroll. Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade, redacted, redacted. Ability, redacted. Or Holy Blade of Light, redacted, redacted. Ability, redacted. Sam instantly felt his stomach twist into knots. He knew it was going to be an agonizingly difficult choice as soon as he saw the red illuminated item scroll, but he didn't realize how excruciating it was going to be until he read the scroll. He basically only had the names of the swords to go off, but they both sounded great. The problem was he had no idea what either sword's special abilities were, or their rarity or tier level. He shuddered just thinking about the worst-case scenario where he ended up picking one and it ended up being low in rarity or tier, where the other one was epically rare and powerful. Still, he figured either sword would be worthwhile. It was normal for rarer items to have longer names, which both swords had. It really came down to making an educated guess. He considered the first option, Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade. He imagined a black sword with tendrils of black smoke emanating around it. The ability might incorporate some kind of shadow magic. Very interesting. He then mused over the second option, Holy Blade of Light, a paladin's sword if he had ever heard one. It probably glowed with bright energy and offered to heal damage or allies. Also fantastic. The choice was very difficult and challenging. The Holy Blade of Light could have some amazing extra abilities that complemented his current traveler abilities. However, it also had a high likelihood of having abilities that worked counter to the fundamental fighting style demanded by his current classes. Meanwhile, Shadeslayer might not have anything that directly complemented his abilities, but it probably wouldn't have anything that went fully against them either. It might deal great damage and have a nifty extra ability perk that would be useful. In the end, Sam's gut was leaning towards Shadeslayer. He went through the red illuminated item's scroll prompts, and once he'd confirmed his decision, the item poofed into a cloud of smoke, and reappearing in its place was an incredible-looking black sword with glowing purple runes and black, smoky tendrils spinning around it. With the item now chosen and in his hands, he could read over the stats and special ability. He was very pleased indeed. 65. A woman screamed in terror as she ran through the streets of Hawkstone. Her whole frame was tense and rigid with fear, her muscles visibly straining as she rushed forward away from those chasing her. "Come back," hissed the group of bandits chasing after her. She tightened her eyes closed for a moment, hoping that when she opened them, she'd be waking up from a dream. Just a very bad, horrible dream, where her home city was overtaken by a gigantic dungeon gate and marauded by bandits all in the same day. A nightmare where she had to separate from her daughter in the hopes of leading the bandits away from her precious little girl. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she was still in Hawkstone, running for her life. She felt her sweat cling to her skin as she clenched her fists and swung, hoping that somehow the frantic energy of her arms would make her legs go faster. Her chest heaved as she breathed in and out in absolute panic. She turned a corner only to find herself in a dead-end alleyway. Her face went pale as she could hear the footsteps of those chasing her get louder and louder behind her. In a different part of the city, a little girl sprinted forward, tears in her eyes. She had to keep rubbing the tears out of the way so she could see where she was going. Broken glass littered the streets along with smoke and fire. Mommy had told her to run as fast as she could while she distracted the scary men away. All the girl wanted was her mommy back. She didn't understand why this was happening to her, why any of this was happening at all. A group of bandits with sharp swords turned the corner, appearing right in front of her. She stopped dead in her tracks. The little girl turned around, only to see another group of bandits coming in the opposite direction. She was trapped. The men snickered as they approached. "Little girls sell well on the slave market out at sea," they hissed. The girl didn't know what to do. The bandits kept creeping closer and closer. Just as the girl was about to scream, she noticed rivulets of water running through the cracks of the cobblestone. "That's odd," she thought. Then a huge gush of water filled the street from far away. A young brown-haired boy in a wizard's cloak emerged, riding some kind of board alongside the water. The figure fired off spheres of hostile water magic, knocking out the bandits attacking the girl. The figure surfed forward, almost like he was creating the very wave that he was riding on top of. He picked up the girl just as the rushing water crashed in and obliterated the bandits. The girl looked at the boy, mesmerized. "My hero," she thought. "Don't worry," said the young wizard. "I got you." A bandit smashed a window with a loose brick he found on the ground. With the window open, he was able to poke his hands through and unlock the door on the inside. He opened the door to find a family, cowering in fear. They instantly ran to the back of the house, throwing down tables to get in the bandit and his fellow criminal compatriots' way. The bandits pushed forward, chasing the family out into the courtyard. "I never understood why people run in situations like this," snickered the bandit, drawing out his sword. "You came out to this courtyard, even though you knew there was no escape for you here. So why even bother?" The group of bandits moved towards the family in a large regiment. One of the bandits' colleagues nudged him in the shoulder. Boss," said the colleague. "What?" The colleague pointed to high up in the air. There was a speck in the sky. The speck began to get bigger and bigger. Suddenly the speck was no longer a speck, but rather an amber-haired girl with a powerful spear swirling with starfire magic, heading straight towards them like a missile in the sky. Whorls of celestial blue and silver flames spiraled around the shaft of the incoming girl's spear, cackling with arcane energy. The spear's tip aimed unerringly at the bandits looking up at it with awe. The girl landed into the group of bandits, creating a powerful explosion of energy, obliterating the group in seconds. She backflipped and landed on the ground, wearing a shiny set of new boots. The family looked on at the traveler with amazement. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth found herself surrounded by bandits. She had stretched the city's resources and manpower too thin, and now she was paying the consequences. She looked at the group of men viciously grinning at her with bloodlust in their eyes. They took a step towards her when out of nowhere a line formed in one of the bandits' necks, exploding with blood. They looked around frantically. They pointed at Lydia. "You witch! We'll kill you!" That was when a black-haired swordsman emerged behind them. "It's him! Kill him!" The bandits rushed towards him. Yet as the bandits moved forward, their limbs were hacked off, their bodies collapsing on top of one another. Sliding like diced meat was the closest they were able to get to them. "But how?" wondered a bandit lying on the ground. The boy was slicing and slashing his sword, but he was nowhere near the bandits. It was precisely at that moment that the bandit saw the boy stab the shadow of his colleague in the chest and simultaneously watched a gaping hole form in his bandit companion meters away from where the swordsman had struck. Impossible. The boy was attacking their shadows. It was the last thing the bandit realized before he saw the boy slash down at the shadow of the bandit's very own neck. 66. Within an hour of Sam and his companions' return from the Grey Gate, the bandit attack on Hawkstone had quickly been tampered down and removed. The group of travelers reconvened in the center of the city, along with the mayor, to confirm that everyone was indeed all right, and figure out what the recovery plan would be now that the battle was over. By the time Olivia had reached the center of the city, she'd already heard whispers and rumors of the travelers who had come and undoubtedly swayed the battle in their favor. The boy who could ride waves of his own creation. The girl who could jump up to the skies and land down with violent mayhem. And finally, the boy who could kill just by attacking another's shadow. Incredible, Olivia thought as she heard these rumors on her way to the city center. But beyond just her amazement, she also felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. What happened to those three while in the Grey Gate? How have they returned with such new strengths and abilities? The answer to her question was abundantly clear when she reunited with the three of them. They had succeeded in their mission of completing the irregular gate, and the trio had returned with magnificently rare items that augmented their power sets. Toby had acquired an adept tier item of mythic rarity known as the Mystic Wave Weaver, a magical surfboard that absorbed water magic to generate its own tidal wave it could ride upon. It also increased the potency of water elemental attacks. Clara had an adept tier item of super rare rarity known as the Boundless Sky Boots. The boots granted her the power to jump incredible heights and also land with safety. Combined with her spear attacks, the boots augmented her power to deal insane levels of damage upon landing. And then finally, there was Sam's newest sword, a black blade that glowed with purple runes and emitted black tendrils and mist all around it. The blade was known as Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade. The sword was of mythic rarity and had a master-tier level of power. Upon Olivia's first witnessing the sword, she felt awe and terror at the sight of such a deadly blade. She watched as the three young friends laughed together, now that the battle for Hawkstone was over. "They're improving so fast," she thought to herself. She hadn't seen such impressive traveler growth and progression ever in all of her years working for the guild. She looked at the black-haired boy laughing with his friends, scratching the back of his head. It all had to do with this young man. The emergence and purpose of the dungeon gates still remained a mystery to them all, but it was a foreboding one. Perhaps this boy will be the one who saves them from whatever calamity these dungeon gates are sure to one day bring. Olivia shook her head, wishing away the dark thoughts. For the time being, things were good. Hawkstone had been saved, Damien Blackthorne had been stopped, and a tragic event, one that only Sam had prior knowledge of, known as the Grey Gate catastrophe, had been officially averted. A few days later, Sam woke up in his bedroom in the Gilded Griffin, a fancy inn, whose innkeeper had offered him and his companions a free place to stay after all they had done to save the city of Hawkstone. Sam stretched and pulled himself out from the comfort of the cozy feather mattress and thick, warm blankets. Across from him, a fireplace roared, while the light of the day poked through the cracks in the velvet curtains in front of the windowsill. "I could get used to this," Sam thought to himself. Only the wealthiest of merchants stayed at a place like this. It put their austere lodgings at the Resfall Travelers' Guild Hall to shame. It was too bad, then, that this would be their last morning here. But Sam did not live his life for the pursuit of absolute leisure, and there were things that needed to be attended to. Lilith, he thought to himself. Just thinking the words of that horrific woman and all her misdeeds she did in Sam's first timeline made him shudder. He had taken the exoskeleton of the bug that had crawled out from Damien. I don't know how mere mortals without a traveler's constitution can drink that much, but I now know they bloody well can. And on that note, the travelers left the Gilded Griffin Inn. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth waited with a large group of citizens at the edge of the city to wish the travelers who had saved their home well on their journey. One woman had baked them all her special sorcery swirl cinnamon buns to snack on as they traveled. The baked goods were done in thanks of saving both her and her daughter against the evil bandit horde. The citizens all cheered and waved the travelers goodbye as they set forth back to their home of Resfall. The mayor smiled at the sight of it all. The people of Hawkstone were grateful. The travelers hadn't just saved them, but had changed and altered them forever. The citizens were now working together and becoming more prosperous, which could mostly be credited to the group of travelers. The party of travelers' camaraderie and fighting spirit showed the citizens how they, too, could work together. The mayor had used her leadership to help get the whole small city to that mindset. And, for realizing she had it within her power to do that, she had the travelers' fearless leader, the black-haired boy known as Sam, to thank for that. 67. A few weeks later, Sam and his companions arrived at the western gate of Resfall on a bitterly cold morning in Wintersmid. It was early in the morning still, the sky a dark gray. White dots of snow fell down all around them. "I'm looking forward to getting back to the guild hall," Toby shivered. "I just want to drink hot cocoa and hang out by the fireplace in the common room." "Agreed," said Clara. "Just add some marshmallows to the hot chocolate and we're good to go." "Or some hype juice, if you know what I mean," laughed Brock. "Or plan your next mission," grumbled Olivia. "Or have you forgotten that you're travelers?" Everyone was slightly grumpy, just with the long and cold weeks of traveling back to Resfall. Everyone was impatient to be home. The miserable weather wasn't helping either. The black iron gates rolled open, and the travelers with their blue cloaks billowing behind them stepped back into the capital city they called their home. They were instantly bombarded with a city full of hearth-mist cheer. Garlands of ivy and pine cones were strung across the rooftops of all the houses, gold and silver baubles flickering with light. The smell of gingerbread and hot cocoa wafted through the air. It was still early,
but the city was already awake and getting ready for the day. As they strolled through the festive streets of the city on their way back to the Guildhall, they passed by different shops offering special Hearthmas sales and gift ideas. One store caught Sam's eye. He saw the words, "The Beak Boutique," painted onto a glass window, with words written underneath, "Resfall's first bird-watching specialty shop." Beyond the glass window was a chalkboard sign, listing dates of upcoming bird-watching workshops. Most of the workshops had the words, "Sold out," written beside them. Inside the shop, Sam could see binoculars, camouflage clothing, and other specialty gear and manuals, all for sale. He smiled knowingly to himself, amazed at all the ways big and small this new timeline had evolved in its own unique way, and the large part Sam played in that development. He was then quickly presented one of the more odd and annoying developments. "Here, sir, have a candy cane for morale." A little kid had emerged in front of him holding up a candy cane. Sure," said Sam, taking the candy cane off the kid. "Amazing. Hope you have a good day, sir," said the kid. "The Dangerous Fire Brigade normally loves to give peanuts to raise morale, but since the Hearthmas holidays are coming up, we wanted to hand out something a little more festive." Soon, the entire group had candy canes, a nice little candy to enjoy on their final jaunt back home. The Guildhall was as decorated as the rest of the city, maybe even more so. Loads of glowing multicolored manna lights were done up like vines on the entirety of the building. On the rooftop, Guildmaster Redfield was installing the last of the lights, wearing a red Father Hearthmas hat. "Ho ho ho," the Guildmaster said, waving down to the returning travelers. "Welcome back." Meanwhile, in the royal keep of Resfall, the throne room doors were closed and locked shut. A paper sign hung from the doorframe with words scrawled in black ink. "Royal dance classes currently underway. Do not enter." Anyone who may have passed by the door and sign would be perplexed for multiple reasons. For one thing, Queen Alice Grace was already renowned as an impeccable dancer. What more lessons could she need in a skill she was already so talented in? The other confusing thing was that no music could be heard through the doors of the throne room. And finally, more disturbing than thought-provoking, were the regular sounds of screaming and groans that echoed beyond the doors. The royal staff just kept their heads down, knowing better than to ask any questions that didn't directly concern them. Beyond the throne room doors, Queen Alice Grace threw punch after punch at her handmaiden Mildred. The queen's fists covered in flames would smash right into Mildred's palms before puttering out. "Again!" Mildred would yell. Queen Alice was sweating and red-faced. Her whole body heaved as she panted and threw punch after punch at her handmaiden-turned-fighting instructor. Mildred was impressed by Alice's growing power. The first time the Queen had awakened her Phoenix-class powers, it had been in the battle for Resfall, after the attempted assassination on her. She had gone into an unconscious mode of absolute destruction. It was powerful, no doubt, but the class would be no good for her if Alice couldn't learn to control it. It would be a dangerous liability for both herself and everyone around her. Mildred felt extra responsible for training Alice. It went beyond merely her duties as a handmaiden and her overarching love and concern for the girl. She felt an extra obligation because she was one of the travelers who had discovered the class stone that had imparted this incredibly unique class onto the girl. It had been Alice's late father, the former king, who had requested any class stones discovered get brought to him to impart upon his daughter. The dungeon gates had brought a new era upon all of Westria. The old dynasties and rulers would not survive if they didn't keep up with the changing times. If Alice was going to reign over Volsungar as an adult, she was going to need to have a traveler class to defend herself and her kingdom with. Which was why when Mildred brought the class stone of mythic rarity to the former king, it had been deemed the best thing to give the girl her class. She'd have an outstandingly rare class, and without having to go through the terrible trials of the White Gate. It all felt reasonable and smart. Little did they realize that they were imparting the girl with a class that, unlike the vast majority of classes, came with its own pre-novice tier ability. Phoenix Mode, a power that could be utilized both consciously and unconsciously to devastating effect.
Alice screamed as she laid out one more punch into Mildred's palm. "That's enough for today." Alice shook her head. "I want to keep going." "These things take time," said Mildred. "We've been training for weeks and barely any of my stats have been raised. I need to get to novice tier at least." Mildred sighed. The girl didn't understand that her pre-novice tier ability made her so wildly different from the vast amount of travelers. Her pre-novice tier ability had the power to be stronger than even some travelers' master tier abilities. With Alice, it was important to go slowly. "I want to go into a dungeon gate," said Alice. "Even a low-level one." Mildred shook her head. "Absolutely not. You're the queen of this nation," said Mildred. "Just think if something happened to you in there." Before Alice could protest further, they received word that the group of travelers who had left for Hawkstone had returned. A small grin formed on her face as she came up with a new idea. The first day back in Restfall flew by. The group was debriefed by Redfield all that had been going on in the city while they had been away. It had mostly been fine, with a few odd incidents here and there. "It's always quite boring when you leave," sighed Redfield. "I'm glad to have you back." The Guildmaster's eyebrows furrowed as he considered what he just said. "Though perhaps you all are a huge liability. Better for the city and country to have you all away. You might be cursed." After their brief meeting, the group all then went their separate ways to unpack and readjust to life in Restfall. Since they had arrived quite early in the day, there was still a lot of time to settle in and do some errands and chores. "I have too many errands to attend to," said Sam. "Perhaps I'll have some hot cocoa later on." Curtis nodded and tapped his fingers against the door to his room. "I too have errands," said Curtis, the subtext of his statement being, "Hurry up and explain why you've interrupted said errands." "There was something I wanted to discuss with you," said Sam. "It's that his entire race could be wiped out by the owner of this insect would be too huge a thing to tell him right now. In a few months' time, we might have to face off against the owner of this bug," said Sam. "We need to gather as much information as we can if we're going to take them on." "I understand," said Curtis. "Leave it with me." "Thank you," said Sam. Just as he had opened the elf's door and was about to step out, the elf called out to him. "Sam," Curtis said, looking up from his desk and smiling at the boy. "This is one of the best Hearthmas presents anyone has ever given me. Thanks again." "A magical cockroach is the best present you've ever gotten?" Sam thought in disbelief. The elf really was an odd duck, that was for sure. With Curtis researching the exoskeleton of the bug Lilith used to control Damien Blackthorn, Sam figured he could rest easy for the remainder of the day. He was on his way to find Toby and Clara at one of the Hearthmas markets, when just as he was passing by an alleyway, a pair of hands clasped his mouth and dragged him into the shadows. He immediately materialized his demonic rune blade and slashed upwards, only to jerkily stop himself at the sight of two gorgeous blue eyes. Hidden beneath the hood of a drab cloak was none other than Queen Alice Grace. Sam's stomach lurched. "I almost chopped off Alice's head." "What the heck are you doing?" hissed Sam. "I almost killed you." This wasn't the first time Alice had snuck up on him in the streets. In fact, one of their first interactions was after she and Mildred had kidnapped him and brought him to some sewer lair. Without Mildred around, it looked as if the Queen was only capable of dragging him into a shadowy alley. "I need you to help me," said the Queen. "You need to escort me into a dungeon gate." Things were never easy with this girl. 69. "You can't be serious." Queen Alice Grace's big blue eyes did not flutter or blink. The beautiful girl was deadly serious. Sam tried to think through all the variables of such a request. Taking the Queen into the dungeon gate was a huge security risk for the entire nation. Even a low-level standard dungeon gate like a blue gate would still be a risk for her. He shook his head. "Wait," Sam said. "Why do you want to go into the dungeon gate anyway?" "To train my class," said Alice. The fact that Alice had a traveler class was not a secret unknown to Sam. He'd witnessed the girl unleash a powerful flurry of punches and kicks earlier that year at the Love Spell Ball when they were attacked by evil dwarven cultists. Sam rubbed his forehead as he imagined the amount of chastising he would receive from both Mildred Cross and Edgar Redfield if he indeed did what he was considering doing. But he could see the determination in Alice's face. If he didn't help her, she'd get help from elsewhere or go on her own. If the Queen was going to enter a dungeon gate, it would be better if he was there to protect her. It really showed how much one was judged on their appearance. A traveler with a blue cloak and a citizen beneath a drab hood were just left to their own devices. Fair enough, Sam thought. About an hour later, after trudging through the cold woods, they arrived at a clearing where a blue dungeon gate glowed out in front of them. He turned to Alice. "You ready?" The girl gulped at the sight of the dungeon gate in front of her. "They look so much more frightening up close," said the Queen. Sam nodded. While he had gotten fairly used to dungeon gates, the memory of his first one from his original timeline was etched into his memory. Being forced into a white gate with a group of vicious and violent prisoners had been a nightmare. He remembered waiting in line, watching the glowing white portal consume more and more people like the jaws of a monster devouring them all. He shuddered. "I promise you it will be fine," said Sam. "I should note, a dungeon world is a dangerous place. You need to be careful in there and try to avoid tripping or any other clumsy actions." Alice went red in the face and crossed her arms. "I am not clumsy," she said, suddenly spinning on her feet. "I'll have you know—" Then, in a freak accident of physics, somehow the Queen sprained her ankle or spun too fast on the ground, but the girl found herself teetering and swaying backwards until she was falling backwards into the blue dungeon gate. "Ah, help me!" It was the last thing the Queen said before disappearing into the portal. "I could just leave her there," Sam chuckled to himself as he stepped into the dungeon gate. "But I better not." For the first 30 minutes in the dungeon, they hardly moved out from the starting zone. Alice was too in awe of the dungeon world's surroundings to move beyond where they had begun. "It just feels so real," said Alice. "I'd always heard about what it was like to be inside a dungeon gate, but part of me thought there must be some distinguishing feature between our world and the insides of a dungeon. But there really isn't." It was neat to see Alice look at the cavern walls of the basic blue dungeon gate with such amazement. It reminded him of the truly incredible nature of being a traveler and being able to interact so closely with the dungeon gate system. He did feel a shudder of an odd feeling as he considered Alice's comment about the nature of reality inside the dungeon world. It made him think of the flickering boss monster when he had taken on the summer killer that had turned into a demon momentarily, or the flickering Eldorians during the Grey Gate catastrophe. In Sam's previous timeline, there had been much research and scholarly articles written on the subject of the dungeon gates that he thought he had a firm understanding. He still did, but more and more things were beginning to happen that were making him realize that Westria's collective knowledge of the dungeon gates only amounted to a speck of dust in a much larger cosmos. Sam felt safe to muse and contemplate his thoughts as they weren't in grave danger. They were in a novice-tier gate, so it was extremely rare for monsters to attack them straight away, and even if they did, the sheer power difference between the low-level goblins that existed in this dungeon gate and Sam meant he could obliterate them in seconds. "Okay, I think I'm done touching the walls of this cavern to prove to myself I'm not in a dream," said Alice. "Shall we start training?" Sam pushed away his larger concerns about the nature of reality and turned back to the present situation. Escorting the Queen through her first dungeon gate, 70, Mildred Cross sipped on a cup of tea in her bedchamber. The room had the decadent royal style that could be found all across the palace. Floral wallpaper, exotic rugs, old paintings in frames that were valued more than anything Mildred owned, and silk sheets that glistened through the light that came through the large glass windows. It wasn't a room that Mildred would have designed had she been given the choice. She would have preferred a more austere, minimalist style. Blank walls, a bed, maybe a chair to read in, but even that was a bit of a luxury. She was happy to sit and read on the floor. Less clutter meant less distractions. Less distractions meant less opportunities for nefarious tampering. Mildred Cross was of the opinion that mess was a security risk. The reason Mildred was in this opulent room was because she was Queen Alice Grace's chief handmaiden/security personnel, and for that reason, her bedchambers were right beside the Queen's, sharing a door between one another for emergencies. Mildred couldn't quite put her finger on what tipped her off as she sipped on her cup of tea, but in a sudden moment, she knew something wasn't right. It may have been the silence through the walls. Normally, she could hear Alice humming and singing to herself, or moaning from clumsily knocking her elbows against a cupboard again. Or it was just a feeling in her gut. The handmaiden stood up and knocked on the emergency door that separated their bedrooms. "Your Highness?" No answer. Mildred knocked again. No answer a second time. Mildred rushed into the room to find the room completely tidy and empty. The handmaiden racked her brain. She knew the Queen's schedule off by heart, and the girl did not have anything planned in that moment. She must have gone out. But why wouldn't she tell me that she was going out? Mildred sighed. She was starting to piece together a strong theory about where the Queen had gone off to, and she did not like it. She did not like it one bit. Guildmaster Edgar Redfield was going over some papers in his office when he heard commotion just beyond his door. "You can't just go in there," yelled a voice. "You don't have an appointment." Suddenly, bursting through the door was none other than Mildred Cross, completely red in the face. Edgar's back straightened in his chair. He recognized Mildred's face that he had seen many times before when the two of them had been on friendlier terms. She was angry. She was more than angry. She was pissed. She had to be mad because she had barged in on him. She could be a deadly, silent killer when she needed to be. She regularly visited him via the window of his office, so for her to storm into his office meant something really bad was happening. "I don't know why you're here, Mildred," said Edgar calmly, "but I can assure you I've done nothing wrong." "Oh, yes, you have," hissed Mildred. "You trained that demonic little black-haired kid with red eyes and showered him with praise. Well, guess what, Edgar? He's just kidnapped the Queen." Edgar's eyes bulged. "Wait, what?" For over an hour, Sam and Alice trained inside the blue dungeon gate. Sam observed Alice take on her first goblin. She fought with aplomb, dodging the goblin's easily telegraphed dagger attack and blasting right through its head with a fiery phoenix punch. He was surprised, but Alice was impressing him. She had strong fighting skills and stances, which must have been the work of training done by Mildred Cross. Then, her conscious control of her phoenix mode ability was strikingly powerful as well. After observing the Queen fight against the low-level goblins, he knew she could fare for herself fairly easily inside the novice-tier dungeon. So he took the time to absorb monster stones he'd collected over his last few missions and add them to his mana core and work on raising his magic affinity stats. Alongside that, he also took the opportunity to think about new ways he could use his abilities, tricks that he hadn't considered before. One thing he'd been thinking about was how powerful the new level of Blood Flame was, and how much damage it had done to Damien Blackthorn. I wonder if it had anything to do with the fact that I had been standing inside my pain ring. Sam relished the theory, hoping it to be true. The potential implications were making him more and more excited. He had never explored this potential skill pathway in his first timeline, because in that timeline, he had only the Blood Knight class, which didn't offer him any ranged abilities. But now, with the varying levels of the Blood Flame ability that he had gotten thanks to his legendary rarity second class, Deathlord, he was starting to wonder, if I trigger a ranged spell from inside my pain ring, do I still get the power output boost, even if the spell lands outside of the pain ring? Just going through the motions of the thought experiment was making Sam very excited to test it. There was just one temporary problem. He was too powerful to test out the ability in such a low-level dungeon. His attacks would instant kill most of the monsters inside of here, so there was no way to measure whether his ranged attacks were getting the boost or not. If the theory worked, it would help out with his new Shadow Blade. The ability to attack people's shadows was extraordinary, though. It came with limitations. The power of attacks to a shadow were less than an attack to an enemy's actual flesh. Of course, when targeting low-powered individuals like bandits, as Sam had done when rescuing Hawkstone, the limitation didn't really matter because at Journeyman tier with his Blood Knight class, he was just so much stronger than the average human being that he could slice right through them with absolute ease. But if Sam hoped to deal serious damage to a powerful enemy's shadow, the ranged capabilities of Pain Ring would be an amazing ace up his sleeve. Sam was cut off from his thoughts by an intense scream. He looked up to see a dying goblin collapse on the ground. The queen panted as smoke swirled around her formerly fiery fists, and puddles of blood and monster stones lay all around her. 71. Queen Alice threw out a fiery fist into a lone goblin's stomach. Her punch burned right through the creature's green skin. The monster's flesh turned orange and then gray as it rapidly roasted, allowing the queen's fist to barrel through the entire monster's body and out of the other side. Queen Alice's arm became skewered with a dying goblin. Both the goblin and Alice were uncomfortable with this setup. The goblin squirmed while the queen shook her arm trying to get the goblin off of her. She eventually managed to kick its body free from her arm. A second later, the goblin wobbled backwards and collapsed to its death on the ground. Within moments, there were no remains but for a blue monster stone rolling on the floor. As Alice walked over to the stone and picked it up to dematerialize inside of her inventory, she heard a clap echo nearby. Emerging from the shadows was her current training coach / slave driver. "Well done," said Sam. "You're a natural in here." "It didn't feel that natural having a goblin impaled to my arm," said Alice. "But I appreciate the words of encouragement nevertheless." After training with Mildred, Alice hadn't thought there could be a stricter trainer, but Sam was beginning to prove her wrong. The young man was making them scour the entire dungeon world's cavernous network, taking on every single goblin they could find. She had always begrudgingly respected Sam's prowess as a traveler, but she was really coming to admire him the more time she spent in the dungeon world with him. The way in which the monsters cleared away from him, sensing his overwhelming levels of power, was awe-inspiring. She was glad such a formidable traveler fought under the banner of her kingdom. Sam made her want to become a stronger traveler as well. A few hours later, Sam decided that he and the queen should rest. They had cleared most of the dungeon by now. There were a few more, lesser goblins left to finish off, and then they would have to take on the dungeon boss. Sam decided he'd walk Alice through Monster Stone Absorption and see where her magic affinity stat landed. From what Alice had told him, she had already reached 11 stat points in both agility and endurance, and had yet to hit novice tier with her class. Sam suspected with such a specialty class like Phoenix, it was most likely going to want her to hit stat points 11 in all of the stats, which meant she still had to raise her strength and magic affinity stat points if she wanted to hit the next tier. After absorbing the last of her monster stones, Sam asked, "So, where's your stats now?" "Just hit 11 in magic affinity and still no tier upgrade," Alice sighed. "So I think you're right. I need to get to 11 in strength, and then hopefully I'll finally hit the next tier. I'm so curious to know what my novice tier ability is going to be." Sam was definitely curious as well. He'd never seen something like the Phoenix class that came with a pre-novice tier ability. He'd never heard of such a thing, let alone a beginner ability that was as potently powerful as Phoenix mode. How would the novice tier ability measure up against the extremely versatile ability Alice had already started with? Hopefully, they would have answers after a few more hours of training. The queen had impressed him loads so far, and he was looking forward to testing her even further. She was proving to be much more than the beautiful, clumsy queen he'd come to know. She was a fierce and determined fighter, and not for a second had Sam been surprised by that fact. Sam watched from afar as Alice took on a group of 4 goblins all at once. He was nearby to join in the battle in case things went awry, but he was perfectly confident in Alice. Taking on these 4 goblins at once would hopefully be the push she needed to get her strength stat to where it needed to be so she could hit the next traveler tier. She rushed to the first goblin and sent its whole head on fire with a flaming punch. She quickly finished the second one in a similar and deadly swift fashion. As Alice obliterated the third goblin, her face suddenly glowed with a smile. "Sam, I did it," she beamed. "I hit novice tier." She was so excited she momentarily gave the goblin an opening, but she was quick enough to dodge and finish the final remaining goblin a second later. Sam hurried over to her. "Well done. So? What's your new ability? I'm dying to know what the novice tier ability for the Phoenix class is. Super strength, maybe? Flight? Reincarnation? The possibilities for this one are endless." As the flames flickered around Alice, her smile began to fade away. "It's odd," said Alice. "Let me read it out to you. The new ability is called Ash Whisperer. Communicate with the ash remains of previous phoenixes. Passive." Sam nodded along as Alice read out her ability to him. He quietly mulled it over. For a novice tier ability to be passive was pretty disappointing in most cases, but normally, weak novice tier abilities were normally signs of a very powerful class evolution further down the road. In hindsight, it shouldn't be that surprising that the Phoenix class's novice tier ability was so abstract given the versatility, power, and range of the class's signature pre-novice tier ability, Phoenix Mode. He then expressed all of this to Alice, who listened solemnly. Sam could tell she was slightly disappointed that the ability wasn't flashier somehow, especially after all the training and elaborate sneaking out of the city they had to do just to get to this point. Before he could say anything comforting to her, Alice's eyes rolled into the back of her head, and the queen collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Her whole body went pale like a corpse. "Alice!" 72. In the blink of an eye, Alice Grace found herself in vast, all-black space. Shadowy darkness surrounded her entire vision, except for right in front of her where a strange stone altar and columns stood. She had no idea where she was, but somehow, she intuitively knew she needed to walk to the altar. At the center of the ancient-looking structure was a copper ornamental bowl with a pile of gray ash. This must all be part of the Ash Whisperer ability, Alice thought to herself. She then wondered what happened to her body outside of this strange place while this was happening. Had her body collapsed unconscious? If so, this was just another knock against this new ability that now clearly had the power to endanger her. Images of the ability triggering in the middle of battle or other high-stakes situations raced through her mind and made her shudder. Upon arriving at the altar, she kneeled down in the bowl with gray ashes. She couldn't explain why she knew to do that, but once again, she intuitively just knew. It was as if this was such mundane knowledge that she'd always had. She couldn't pinpoint when she had learned it. You kneeled in front of the copper bowl of ashes in the strange all-black space, just as you turned a doorknob when you wanted to open the door. Alice figured her current predetermined instincts were most likely memories from her unconscious moments when she had taken the form of a powerful phoenix during the Battle of Resfall. Somewhere along the line, those Phoenix Mode memories had transferred over into her more conscious mind without her realizing. In the end, it didn't really matter in that moment why or how she knew certain things, though it was important to observe and save for later. Maybe she had other crucial knowledge inside of her waiting for her to intuitively realize that it was waiting there to be exploited. She looked at the pile of gray ash. The air began to stir around her, a silent wind whispering secrets in a language only the ashes in the bowl understood. One of the gray ashes suddenly flared back to life, a spark of orange dancing high in the air like the first note in a divine overture. Then another joined, and another, a crescendo of tiny suns awakening from their slumber. The ashes rose, liberated from their copper cradle, orbiting around Alice in a spiraling embrace of ember and memory. The swirling vortex of fire and ash encased Alice, yet she remained unharmed, enveloped in the warmth of their collective presence. The flames did not scorch or burn her, rather they illuminated, revealing glimpses of a far-off place, a dungeon world in a faraway realm, travelers in gear unlike anything she'd ever seen. Alice tried to piece together what she was seeing. The glimpses must have been a phoenix born as a dungeon boss in a dungeon world far away. These travelers had slain her, and these were her last visions. As the phoenix's final memories swirled around Alice, cryptic words reached out to her. Trouble brews in the far-off land of Opali. You have been warned, Phoenix child. Light suddenly returned to Alice's eyes and she gasped for breath, returning to consciousness inside the cavernous dungeon world. Sam sighed with relief, glad to see the queen returning to life after falling unconscious for over 5 minutes. Alice, said Sam. Thank goodness you're back. Are you okay? The queen took a moment to catch her bearings, blinking and touching things around her. I think I just experienced my new ability, said Alice. I saw travelers killing a phoenix in a dungeon world. The vision I saw was the last glimpses of that phoenix. The last thing that happened was a message. Trouble brews in the far-off land of Opali. You have been warned, Phoenix child. Sam's whole face went pale at Alice's words. What's wrong? Said Alice. Did any of that mean something to you? Sam mulled over the question. Beyond the elven genocide, Sam knew he needed to be concerned about the last human war. In his last life, the human kingdoms of Volsungar and Opali went to war with one another, leading to the biggest death toll of any war ever waged in Westria in that time. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the wreckage of the last human war. It meant humanity's total fighting force was near crippled soon before the battle with the Demon King came to pass. Sam knew it was crucial to either stop the event outright if he could, or, if necessary, make sure the death toll didn't lead to as high a number as it had in the past. The good news was, one of the central actors in the last human war was already dead. Clarence Erdstrom, the man behind the successful assassination of Alice Grace and the takeover of Volsungar, had been removed in this new timeline. That man in Sam's previous life had a thorny relationship with the leaders of Opali, which led to a level of personal strife and antagonism that led to the bloodiest wars in the history of Westria. Sam knew, however, that there were bad actors behind the scenes who wanted the war just as much as the bloodthirsty leaders who were being manipulated. Would those bad actors be able to pull the strings of history in their favor once again? Sam hoped not, and would do whatever he could to stop it. But he knew he couldn't be everywhere at once. There were things happening in Opali that he would not be able to stop while he focused on the elven genocide. Still, Sam hoped that things might turn out differently, that the changes he had made in this timeline would have such a powerful ripple effect that even something as massive as the last human war might not come to pass. He knew that one of the leading events that sparked much of the war began with the burning of the dockyards in Opali's capital city. It had been a successful act of war by Clarence Erdstrom to showcase his power over the mercantile city and nation. With Clarence gone, Sam knew that event wouldn't happen. Would that be enough to stop an entire war from being triggered? He hoped so. But if the Phoenix from Alice's Ash Whisperer ability was to be believed, Sam was beginning to realize he shouldn't hold his breath. Hello? Sam? Sam perked up and looked at Queen Alice. The words mean something serious, Sam said, finally answering the Queen's question. But it would be too much to go into right now. Let's save it for another day. Alice sighed with resignation. Besides, said Sam, lifting up his sword and pointing in a new direction, we have other things to focus on, like taking on the dungeon boss. 73. Alice walked beside Sam as they went down the final tunnel of the dungeon world, the passageway that would ultimately lead to the dungeon boss. They moved in silence. She wasn't sure what her companion was thinking about, but she couldn't get her mind off her new Ash Whisperer ability and the warning from the dead Phoenix and Sam's extremely odd response to it. It was weird. She had barely felt much emotion from the dead Phoenix's words beyond confusion and curiosity. She certainly didn't have the potent, back-straightening, pale face of recognition that Sam had displayed in front of her. What did he know that she didn't? The question perplexed her, because beyond just the unknown answer in itself was a murkier, more confusing question. How? How would Sam know about something that a dead phoenix was sharing with her from across the southern seas in a different kingdom? It just didn't make any sense. She glanced over to her companion. Black hair, strange red eyes, handsome in an annoying way. How far did the depths of this man's knowledge go? After months of training with Mildred and pleading to go into a dungeon gate, she had never expected in the build-up to her first ever dungeon boss battle that she would be so preoccupied with something else. A few moments later, they arrived at a purple flame to indicate the dungeon boss chamber was only a few steps ahead. Sam and Alice stepped through the purple flames and entered the boss chamber. In the center of the room was an odd, bulbous dome that was violet with blue polka dots. "Get ready, Alice," said Sam, gripping his new shadow blade. "The boss monster is about to sprout." The plan here was to observe Alice taking on a boss monster on her own, and, if things got out of hand, he'd come in and make quick work of the creature. The ground trembled and cracked around the dome until a massive mushroom monster popped out from the ground. The creature immediately narrowed its eyes on Alice, seeing her as the weaker of the two, then stretched out its clawed hands and shot out a green spore blast right at the queen. Alice jumped out of the way and rushed towards the boss monster. Well done, Sam thought to himself. He was impressed with Alice's fearlessness. For someone who had grown up in the cushy comforts of royalty and hadn't even experienced the terrifying trials of the White Gate, she exhibited a true warrior spirit, not afraid to take on a deadly creature, however monstrous it might be. As Alice approached the gigantic terror, she created swirling phoenix fire all around her fists. The mushroom monster prepared itself for the incoming attack, growing a white fungus all around its entire body. Alice punched the creature with all of her might. This is it, thought Sam. The attack hardly put a dent in the mushroom monster at all. The boss retaliated. Alice quickly dodged and came back with another flurry of attacks. Sam, Alice panted. My attacks aren't doing any damage." That was odd. Given Alice's level of power, her stats, and the fact that her class was of mythic rarity, she should be dealing some kind of damage against the mushroom boss. The white fungal shield must be extremely durable against magical attacks. "Just keep going," said Sam. "It can't hold its shield forever." And yet, after a few more minutes of fighting, the mushroom boss proved that it could. "Okay, executive decision," said Sam. "We've accomplished a lot in our training. Let me finish this." Sam rushed forward and slashed the mushroom monster with his powerful shadow blade. The attack bounced off the creature. Sam did a double take. "What the—" "See?" said Alice. "The boss monster is clearly invincible." Sam couldn't believe it. The boss monster in a novice-tier dungeon was able to withstand an attack from a journeyman-tier traveler and a mythic rarity sword with a master-tier level of power. My oh my, Sam thought to himself. A smile crept onto his face, however. He had received an opportunity to test his theory about his abilities after all. "Okay, new plan," said Sam. "Keep it distracted." Sam triggered Pain Ring. A crimson circle shot out from his chest and formed a radius around him. The dragon claws of his silver dragon armor set dug into his flesh again and again, pushing his power levels higher and higher. Now we wait, Sam thought. Alice continued to fight the mushroom monster, distracting it. After 10 minutes, Sam could feel himself hitting peak levels of power from within his pain ring. Alice continued to barrage the mushroom boss with flaming punches over and over. The flames illuminated the otherwise dark, cavernous boss chamber, and with that light, she created the opportunity for shadows to form. The mushroom monarch's shadow reached close enough to Sam's pain ring. Not close enough that the shadow peeked inside the radius of Sam's special zone, but still close enough for him to strike at the shadow while standing inside the pain ring. Here we go, Sam thought. He slashed with all of his might into the shadow of the boss monster. A huge cracking sound echoed through the boss chamber. The creature cried out as a huge rip burst through the white shield fungus, and a huge burst of blood shot out from the monster before it collapsed in death. Sam couldn't help but grin. Alice had reached novice tier. He had discovered a greater range to his pain ring ability. There was no denying that this had been an extremely successful training mission. It didn't get better than this. Well, a rare item might have been nice, but other than that, it didn't get better than this. 74, Guildmaster Edgar Redfield could feel Mildred Cross's anger emanate out from her. She didn't have to speak or say anything, but he could feel it, like it was oozing out from all of her pores. It made him uncomfortable, and he didn't like it. He was the guildmaster of the most powerful travelers' guild in all of Westria. People trembled and feared his anger. Things weren't meant to go the other way around. After Mildred's initial outburst and tirade, he had gotten straight to work at helping her locate the Queen and his talented protégé. Edgar had worked with Sam long enough to know that any of the active dungeon gates weren't where he would have gone. What they needed to know was what dungeon gates had just appeared in the last few hours. That would indicate where Sam had most likely taken the Queen. The young man had a knack for stumbling upon dungeon gates as soon as they had formed. And that was how Edgar and Mildred had ended up standing outside a blue dungeon gate, waiting for Sam and Alice to re-emerge. They were almost certain that the two of them had entered this dungeon gate. It lined up with the eyewitness testimony given by the guards of a young, black-haired traveler leaving the city with a hooded figure. "We could enter the gate and chase them down," said Edgar. "I don't know," sighed Mildred. "Alice has always trusted me. This is the first time she's shown me otherwise. I've been trying to protect her, but if she wants to train as a traveler, maybe I have to let her. By waiting out here, I'm showing that I trust her and her ability to fight and fend for herself. Why else have I been training her if not to get her to that very place?" The woman shook her head and sighed. "Or maybe that's a dumb idea, and we should rush in there and get her. She is the queen of our nation, after all. I say we wait." Can you imagine what mothers and fathers go through each day, worrying about their child? I don't know if I'd have ever been cut out for such a life. Mildred's words were filled with longing and sadness, and they cut right through Edgar's heart. They were words that echoed far back to years ago when he and Mildred were much closer together. An echo of a moment lost to time, yet its reverberations still haunted them both, even now. "Me too," said Edgar, trying to break through the tension. "I get enough headaches from the group of children I have to manage at the guild already." Mildred smiled. "Tell me about it. One princess, queen, is enough for me, thank you very much." The two of them laughed. It was nice. They hadn't laughed together in quite a while. They eventually were laughing so hard they barely noticed when Sam and Alice stepped out from the blue dungeon gate. Are you guys okay?" asked Sam. "We're fine," chuckled Edgar. "Yeah, don't worry about it." "You're not mad?" asked Alice with growing concern for the two older people in front of them. "No," said Mildred, wiping a tear of mirth from her eye. "How could we be mad when it's so close to Hearthmas?" laughed Edgar. 20 minutes later, Alice and Mildred walked through the quiet, wintry streets of Resfall on their way back to the royal palace. The wind was bitter and cool, and the sounds of its stirring only emphasized the growing silence between Alice and her handmaiden. Alice wasn't really sure what to say, Mildred. She had betrayed her trust by sneaking out to the dungeon gate without telling her. Mildred was so close to her. The woman was basically the closest thing to family she had left. Alice was about to speak up when Mildred broke the silence first. "How did you sneak out?" Alice figured she'd speak honestly now that she'd accomplished her mission and had trained inside the dungeon gate. "I just put on a crummy hood, and no one seemed to care," said Alice. "I thought my royal status could be seen beyond just my nice dresses, but I guess not." Mildred smirked. "And how many monsters did you defeat in the blue dungeon gate?" Alice was caught off guard by her handmaiden's line of questioning, but she answered truthfully all the same. "I beat every single goblin in there," said Alice proudly. "Around 31 or 32.
I lost count. I would have beat the dungeon boss too if it weren't for an odd fungal shield. Mildred smiled. Well done, Your Highness. Alice felt guilty for how nice Mildred was being. She had expected her to be mad, emphasizing the very crossness that was apparent from her surname. Then, Alice's handmaiden said the most surprising thing she had heard all evening. I'm sorry, Your Highness, said Mildred. You asked to go into a dungeon gate and I refused to take you. I left you with no other choice but to break my trust. I should have believed in you more. I will speak with Edgar about notifying us about novice-tier dungeon gates for us to explore and train in. You've proven that you can handle it. Alice smiled. After all the blood and guts that had accompanied her journey into the dungeon gate, she felt slightly less keen to be rushing back into another one. But she also knew it was the path to get stronger as well. She was glad Mildred was offering both her assistance and blessing with the progression of her training. Thanks, Mildred, she said. That might be the best Hearthmas gift you've ever given me. So you're not mad? Sam asked the guild master as they walked back to the guild. Edgar shook his head. Part of them even wanted to thank the boy. He had shared his first tender moment with Mildred after many years due to the insane stunt he had pulled. For that, he would give the kid a lot of leeway.
Still, the kid looked at him suspiciously, not quite believing that he was off the hook for escorting the queen into a dungeon gate. They eventually arrived back at the guild hall, and Edgar held the door open for Sam. As soon as they stepped into the foyer, Toby and Clara poked their heads out from the common room. Is Sam in trouble? What happened? The boys' two peers had clearly seen all the hubbub, with Mildred bursting into the guild hall in rage and Edgar's taking on the situation personally. Edgar clapped Sam on the back and smiled. Everything is fine, said the guildmaster. Despite Sam's actions, I think we can all find it in our hearts to forgive him. He only kidnapped the queen of our nation, after all. 75. Just over a week later, the biggest day of the year arrived, Hearthmas. Every year, Sam gave himself the greatest gift of all, the permission to sleep in deep into the morning. Ironically, on the one day of the year Sam gave himself such a gift, everyone else got up before him. Yawning, he stretched, got out of bed, and headed downstairs to the common room in his pajamas. Merry Hearthmas! Everyone cheered as Sam entered the room. The entire guild was there, and everyone was dressed in their pajamas, holding mugs of coffee and hot cocoa. Even Alice and Mildred were there, following the new tradition they had set out from the year before. After they all exchanged gifts, they gathered in the dining hall for a glorious Hearthmas Day feast. The cooks in the dining hall had gone all out this year. The meal began with a serving of frost flower salad, a delicate salad made of the titular frost flowers that only grew in the wintertime just outside of Resfall, sprinkled with pomegranate seeds and dressed with a light elderberry vinaigrette. Despite their frosty and cool texture, frost flowers were traditionally eaten at big celebratory occasions, as the frost flower plant was known to create a sense of ease and calm for a short period of time after ingesting. They actually imported frost flowers into the Snow Peak Mountains, said Brock, stabbing his salad leaves aggressively with his fork and munching on them with a similar level of vicious gusto. Dwarves paid big money for it, anything to take the edge off spending time with one's family over the holidays. Following the frost flower salad, the cooks brought out bowls of phoenix fire soup, a spicy soup made with fire peppers grown in volcanic soil that could only be found in the desert wildlands where the orc nomad tribes roamed. After the starters came the main course. The cooks presented a glorious roasted Dragonshire turkey, a succulent roasted bird basted with a mix of herbs and magical spices sourced from, Sam was surprised to hear, the enchanted garden of Nimriel Silverwood. As a retired traveler, the strange, aloof, half-elf woman still liked to keep ties with her former guild, and so sent rare spices and seeds for both the cooks and botanical specialists who operated inside the organization of travelers. Alongside the huge turkey was an equally magnificent leg of elderwood ham, honey-glazed and slow-roasted. Then, for dessert, there was crystal berry pie, whipped cream, and ice cream. "I think I'm going to die," gasped Toby, holding his swollen gut as he leaned back in the chair. "And yet, I must eat more." "Agreed," said everyone, cheering as they feasted into the late afternoon. Guildmaster Edgar Redfield was having the best day of his life. He was surrounded by his fellow guild members, who were all, at least for the day, happy and healthy. Mildred had chosen to sit beside him for the Hearthmas meal and was being kinder and less cold to him than she had been in years. Edgar thanked the frost flower salad for that. They laughed and joked around with each other like it was old times. As the afternoon passed and the group of travelers broke into smaller groups to play card games and chat amongst themselves, Edgar and Mildred went outside into the courtyard to get some air. Then, for the first time in a long time, excluding the obvious exceptions when a specter of an emergency hung over them, he was alone with Mildred. Snowflakes fell from the sky, drifting lazily down toward them. "We'll get frostbite if we stay out here too long," said Mildred. "Maybe," said Edgar, "but I like being here. With you, I mean." Mildred looked Edgar in the eye. He took a cautious step closer to her. She turned away and sighed. "You know we can't do this, right?" "Do what?" said Edgar. "We're not doing anything. We're just two people talking outside on Hearthmas." Mildred gave the man a knowing glance. "There's too much history between us," she said. "Too much that went wrong. I still think about." She suddenly wiped a tear from her eye. "It's just too hard," she said. "It brings up too many bad memories. That's why we can't, but I have to go," said Mildred, heading back inside. Edgar watched the woman he loved walk away from him, just like he'd done many years before, helpless to stop her. It wasn't quite the worst day of Edgar's life, but it certainly was no longer close to being one of his best. Curtis had always found the final hours of Hearthmas always slightly melancholy. The joy and promise that the day began with slowly revealed itself, and the knowledge that the following day, in all of its great normalcy, would soon be upon them began to creep in and take over one's thoughts. The Guild's Hearthmas celebrations were already winding down. Olivia had gone to bed. Both Mildred and the Guildmaster had disappeared. The younger ones were playing some kind of magical board game that did not amuse him. His companion Brock was very much still awake and challenging him to some absurd drinking game that he definitely did not want to partake in. With all of that in mind, Curtis decided he would call it a night. He quietly slipped out from the dining hall and moseyed up back to his private room. He turned on his monolamp and sat down at his desk. He may have called it a night in terms of Hearthmas celebrations, but he hadn't quite called it a night in terms of actually going to bed. Number. Curtis was too curious and excited about something to go to bed. He opened up books he'd taken from the Resfall Royal Library on the subject of insects and other related species. He read through the chapters and examined the diagrams, all while poking and prodding at the strange exoskeleton Sam had given to him. The elf felt like he was getting closer to discovering more about this strange bug, but every time he thought he might have an answer, it quickly proved itself wrong. After leaning back in his chair in frustration, he rubbed his forehead and questioned whether it was worth going to sleep. Just a few more minutes of tinkering, he thought. It was at that moment that an idea suddenly came to him. What if Curtis poked and prodded at the exoskeleton in a whole new way? His eyes lit up as he uncovered something new and strange about the carapace that he hadn't noticed before. His eyes widened as he looked down at the strange bug's corpse and what he had just discovered. "This is huge," he thought. "I have to tell Sam immediately." 76. Sam drained the last bit of eggnog from his glass, making it his 6th full glass of eggnog he had drunk that day. A statistic that both sickened him and did nothing to stop him from pouring himself a 7th. Hearthmas was a day for indulgence. Everybody knew that. He was on his way back to the guild hall's common room when Curtis intercepted him. "Sam," said Curtis, "I'm sorry to interrupt your, how many glasses of eggnog have you had?" Sam blushed, not wanting to reveal how deep his secret love for eggnog went. The elf shook his head and raised his hand, as if to say some facts were better left unknown. "Do you recall the specimen you left with me?" Sam raised his eyebrows with excitement. He hadn't been sure when he'd next hear from Curtis about the exoskeleton of the bug he'd found crawling out of Damien Blackthorn's mouth at the end of their battle in the Grey Gate. He hadn't expected it to be in the final hours of Hearthmas evening, but in this case, sooner would always be better than later. "What have you found out?" Sam asked breathlessly. Curtis looked over his shoulder suspiciously. "Better to show you in person," said the elf. "Follow me." With his glass of eggnog in hand, Sam followed Curtis up the guild hall to the upper levels and to the journeyman tier wizard's room. The lights were already on when they stepped inside. Sam instantly saw the bug's exoskeleton sitting on the table, with a few metal scalpels and other scientific observation tools sitting beside it. Curtis pulled his fingers through his long silver hairs and readjusted his glasses as he took a position standing over the dead insect. "I'll start from the beginning," said the elf. "I began my examination by noting the similarities between this strange bug and terrestrial cockroaches. The two shared a similar shape, a tough exterior, and had remnants of wing casings. It didn't take long to recognize, however, that there were extraordinary differences. The wings were far more developed, hinting at a creature that was not just capable of clumsy flight, but adept aerial maneuvers. That and its general size were enough for me to easily observe that this was indeed a very special and unique bug, unlike anything I'd ever observed or read about." Sam could tell Curtis hadn't gotten to the meat of his discovery, but already he was admiring the elf's dedication to the request he had made. "Now," said Curtis, "you didn't tell me much about this bug, but you did mention it crawled out of Damien Blackthorn when you defeated him in the Grey Gate, yes?" Sam nodded his head. "Okay, so that's where things get interesting," said Curtis, picking up his metal utensils and flipping the exoskeleton over. "If you look here, you can see a network of fine, hair-like structures extending from the head and thorax. Based on my readings of entomology and magical creatures, it's my theory that these structures could function like antennae, emitting a frequency that resonates with the human brain. This would go so far as to suggest that this creature here had the ability to override and mentally control its host." Sam was impressed. He had tried to give Curtis as little information as possible as to avoid contaminating the elf's opinions or perspective when researching the bug. By studying the dead bug's biology, he had been able to deduce what Sam already knew, that the bug was able to take over the mind of its host. Sam was eager to hear more, as they were getting closer to the fringes of his own knowledge about Lilith and the bugs at her command. "Still, I pondered to myself that this bug seems quite small to completely override a host's mind," said Curtis. "I wondered if there was an element missing here." The elf then poked at glandular structures on the interior of the bug's exoskeleton. "I've never seen anything like these," said Curtis. "They appear that when the bug was alive, these glandular structures could secrete a substance of some kind. My theory is that the substance created a mystical energy field that formed a psychic link with a stronger, more powerful queen insect. The connection would help lend this bug enough power to overtake its host's mind. The psychic link could most likely transfer memories, experiences, and even emotions." Sam sighed. This was exactly what he had been hoping Curtis could confirm for him or not. It was really bad news. All of Damien Blackthorn's memories would have been transferred over to Lilith via the host bug. It meant Lilith, the greatest foe they had faced to date, already had extensive knowledge on both him and his allies' skill set. She'd be ready for them, preparing ways to deal with their individual strengths, as well as ways to exploit their individual weaknesses. At least, now that Curtis had done this research, Sam wouldn't have to second-guess whether Lilith knew his moveset. He knew for a fact that she did. Curtis continued. This is quite the discovery, Sam. Scientists at the Royal Academy would go absolutely mental if they got their hands on this bug. This insect is quite unlike anything that's ever been recorded in Westrian entomological science. It's quite terrifying, too. This bug has similarities to other parasitic insects, like wasps that lay eggs in living hosts. However, this creature's method of mind control and memory sharing is far more advanced, hinting at either an incredible evolutionary leap or some arcane enhancement. Either way, this bug and its queen mother are something we should be deeply concerned with. The queen is likely to be an apex predator on such a power scale that it would make many dungeon bosses seem like household pets. This creature is only going to get more powerful the longer it lives, too. If it's a threat to us, Sam, we must destroy it as soon as we possibly can, or it has the power to eradicate all life on Westria as we know it. Sam gulped at Curtis's words, even though they weren't a massive surprise to him. He then looked down to his 7th glass of eggnog. He'd suddenly lost the stomach for it. 77. Sam was about to thank Curtis for all the research he'd done on the strange cockroach that had been living inside of Damien Blackthorne when the elf cut him off. "I'm not done, Sam," said Curtis. The elf's voice had suddenly changed. "I found the tiniest speck of glitter dust on the bug," said the elf. "Glitter dust only exists inside the elven homeland of the glittering forest. That tells me that this bug originated from there. Tell me, Sam, do the elves have something to worry about?" Curtis stared at Sam with a serious and grave look in his eyes. Sam wasn't sure what to tell Curtis. He'd tried his best to not reveal too much of what he knew from his previous timeline to anyone else. Just imagine if one of Lilith's mind control bugs had successfully entered his own mind. Westria would truly be screwed then. In that scenario, the world might even be worse off than Sam's previous timeline. He shuddered to consider that. Sam waited a beat and then nodded his head to Curtis's question. "Oh my goddess," said Curtis, putting his hand on his forehead. "Tell me you have a plan." "I'm working on it," said Sam. "Given the current human-elf relations, I think we need to be careful about how we give our warning to them. I wouldn't—" "You don't have to tell me," said Curtis. "They wouldn't heed a warning from me anyway. Curtis paused. "Let's just say, the rest of my race and I haven't been on good speaking terms in quite a long time." Sam did not have much knowledge about Curtis Ashgrove from his previous timeline. He had been a well-respected traveler, but his actions hadn't changed or altered history as far as Sam knew. He had arrived in Restfall on his own at the dawn of the Dungeon Gate era, hardly ever speaking about his past. In fact, Curtis's last statement might have been the most Sam had ever heard the elf utter about his past. Sam wouldn't pry into Curtis's history. It might be necessary later on, but for the time being, Sam wouldn't do anything. He would let the elf keep his secrets. Sam understood the importance of keeping some things private. After leaving Curtis's room, Sam decided to call it a night. Hearthmas had come and gone. The New Year's Eve celebrations were just around the corner, and with them would bring another year to a close. Time was creeping up on him. There was a lot of work to be done. As Sam tried to fall asleep that evening, he stared up at the ceiling, mulling over the upcoming elven genocide. He hated the name of the historical tragedy. He hated even thinking it, as if its fate was sealed. If Sam succeeded at his mission, no one would ever utter the phrase, "elven genocide," in the first place. Sam looked forward to that day, though he knew it was still a far cry from coming true. Reaching out and offering help to the elves was going to be difficult. Human-elven relations weren't as fractious as dwarven-elven relations had been known to be, but they weren't that great either. With the arrival of the dungeon gates, the elves had sent warnings to the different races of Westria about the dangers that lurked within. The other races of the land all ignored the elves and their warnings. As dangerous and fearsome as the dungeon gates were, they also provided a path to power, riches, and magic wielding that the other races of Westria had never known before. This reaction had angered the elves and turned them more and more isolationist. They didn't want to have anything to do with the human kingdoms and other races' path of greed and destruction. They would have to go visit the elves directly and plead their case. They wouldn't have to leave just yet, however. They still had a little bit of time. Around 2 months or so. Sam knew he would have to maximize his training during that time. He needed to acquire new equipment and new abilities if he hoped to take Lilith on. His training would start in earnest starting tomorrow. The new year began, and Sam started training diligently every day for the following few weeks. "Wait, you're going to face another dungeon gate today?" mocked Toby one morning in the dining hall. "It's Sunday, the last day of the week. The goddess says it's a day of rest." Sam ignored Toby's disbelief and sipped on his coffee quietly. "I agree with Tobes," said Clara. "It's important to take a break." Sam downed the remainder of his coffee and said, "I'm afraid I can't." He really couldn't, for he knew of a journeyman tier dungeon gate that was about to form, and, within it, a rare piece of equipment that would help him get stronger and add to his arsenal of abilities in his upcoming fight against Lilith and her evil insect army. Sure, he could let other travelers handle it, but then he would be missing out on that rare item. Sam didn't like to miss golden opportunities. "You guys are welcome to join if you'd like," said Sam. Both Toby and Clara shared a look. Maybe next time. Sorry, Sam," said Clara. "Besides, we told Alice we'd help her set up this year's Enchanted Snowman contest for this year's Jannar Festival." Every year at the end of Jannar, a snowman building contest was held in one of Resfall's royal parks to celebrate the oncoming new year. It was mostly attended by little kids and their families, but this year Alice wanted to add some royal flair to the event. "Well, good luck with that," said Sam. "I gotta run." Sam hurried off and could hear Toby yelling at him, "Get back in time for the Jannar Festival, Sam! I have a bet with Brock and Curtis that our snowman will beat theirs." But Sam was already out of earshot, heading to his next mission full of determination. Snowmen building contests were far from the top of his mind. 78. Snow fell from the overcast sky as Sam made his way across Resfall towards the eastern gate. At first, Sam could feel the bitter cold morning through his cloak and armor all the way to his bones. But as he strode through the cobblestoned alleys and past frost-strewn windows, he spun his mana core inside of himself to create the warmth from the inner hearth technique. Within moments of spinning his mana core one way and then another, Sam's whole body felt like it was in the comfort and warmth of the Guildhall's common room, right by the fireplace. The feeling was in stark contrast to the biting wind and the gray and dour sky. As it was only the day after Hearthmas, the streets were very quiet that morning. So quiet, even the guards were surprised to see anyone when Sam approached the gate and stepped out into the snowy landscape beyond. For over an hour, Sam trudged through the thick blanket of snow in the forest just east of Resfall, and eventually came to a clearing where the glowing flames of a green dungeon gate floated between the leafless birch trees. "Here we go," Sam thought, taking one last breath in the wintry cold morning before stepping into the gate and entering the new dungeon world beyond. A blast of heat hit Sam as soon as he arrived on the other side of the journeyman tier dungeon gate. The air was thick and humid, filled with the sounds of unseen creatures chattering, calling, singing a symphony of danger and life across a vast, lush jungle untouched by human hands. The mystic jungle, Sam thought with awe, as he looked at the beautiful cerulean sky above him and watched a winged creature fly through the clouds far off in the distance. It was amazing to think only seconds ago he'd been standing in a bitter cold morning and now was in this lush tropical jungle. It made him think of a year ago when Sam had helped Curtis deal with his WBS, winter blues syndrome, and it ended up in a world just as cold as the reality they had left. With very mild annoyance, Sam wondered why the dungeon gate couldn't have sent them to a sunny place like this last time. Oh well, Sam thought. Curtis got over his WBS in the end, so it doesn't matter. The Mystic Jungle had been the name the travelers who had visited this dungeon gate in his first timeline had dubbed this world. The tangle of undergrowth and ferns glowed softly beneath the shadows of the tall, thick trees that stood overhead. Without warning, the forest around Sam seemed to shift. It was subtle at first, like a trick of the light, but then the realization dawned on him. The forest itself was alive. No, not the forest, but something within it. The very air seemed to tremble as an immense shape began to materialize from the foliage. Sam's eyes narrowed. He quickly materialized Shadeslayer, gripping the powerful shadow blade in his grip. A horrifying creature revealed itself in a slow, haunting dance of changing colors. Its colossal form, previously hidden by an extraordinary camouflage that mimicked the surrounding jungle, now shimmered into view. The creature's scales were a tapestry of iridescent hues, flowing from the deep greens of the leaves to the dark browns of the tree trunks. It was as if the very essence of the jungle had taken on a formidable, living form. And that living form was monstrous. The creature in front of Sam was like a dragon stripped of its wings and fire. It stretched out its neck toward Sam and opened its massive jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Sam slid beneath the creature, slicing its stomach with his shadow blade. He made the most pitiable scratch against the creature's toughened hide, as if he'd scratched the monster with a fingernail rather than a deadly blade. Sam knew he needed more power if he was going to take out this monster, so he triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson light shot out from his chest and took over a radius of the battlefield. The gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began to empower his ability, making his power surge more and more. The creature whipped its long neck and tried a second time to chomp Sam to bits. Sam dodged and managed to slice the creature on its side. The attack still wasn't doing much, but his power level against the monster had upgraded from a fingernail to a butter knife. The tiniest specks of blood formed on its skin where his attack had landed. The creature and Sam locked into a deadly dance of attacks, dodges, and retreats. This monster was clearly an apex predator of the Mystic Jungle and wasn't used to taking on a prey this challenging. In fact, it had no mental understanding of what it might mean to be a prey itself. Retreat was not an instinct it normally felt compelled to do. As their battle continued, Sam kept slicing away, waiting and waiting as the specks of blood got bigger, until finally, one of his cuts managed to cut deep enough that a drop of blood fell from the creature's side onto the ground below. Gotcha. Sam triggered Blood Flame as soon as the speck of blood hit the ground. A sharp swirl of blood shot upward from the spilled area, burning through the monster's toughened skin, exposing weakened flesh. Sam rushed forward and stabbed the monster in that exact spot with his shadow blade. The black sword thrusted deep into the creature, slicing through guts, organs, and flesh. Sam wrenched the sword free, dragging with it a torrent of blood and entrails. The Blood Knight triggered Blood Flame once again. This time the crimson flames covered the large dragon-like creature and burned it alive until it was nothing but a charred husk. 79. The skeletal remains of the dragon-like creature took on a silver, luminescent glow and slowly began to disintegrate down into a green monster stone. Still catching his breath, Sam walked over and pocketed the stone into his inventory. "We'll drain this to improve my magic affinity later," Sam thought. He peered around the jungle to make sure there weren't any other of those monsters coming for him. He triggered his mana sense as an extra precaution. He looked to be safe. For now. A large ziggurat structure, covered in moss and vines, poked through the trees, and Sam smiled. He recalled the words written in the traveler's journal in his previous timeline. The Mystic Jungle was a curious dungeon world. A large stone ziggurat immediately captured our party's attention and was the first part of the dungeon world we had sought out to explore. We assumed it was where the dungeon boss would lie, but instead we found there an alternative, secret opportunity. 30 minutes later, after trudging through the jungle, cutting down vines and overgrown shrubs, Sam stood in front of the ancient structure. The ziggurat's stones were massive, each one carved from the dark, weathered rock of the jungle's depths. The stones were partially covered in thick moss and entwined with the roots of towering trees. Vines cascaded down its sides like green waterfalls, and bright, exotic flowers bloomed in the crevices, adding splashes of color to the gray stone. Hieroglyphs and intricate carvings adorned every surface. The carvings appeared to pulse with energy, emitting a soft blue light. Sam walked around the structure, studying it. The air around him was heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone, mixed with the faint, almost imperceptible aroma of magic. He eventually came across what looked like a doorway into the ziggurat. It was composed of stone and had an empty, large, circular hole where something could be placed. Around the door were stone symbols with handles. There was a moon, stars, a sun, clouds, and clouds with rain. Sam reached out to the moon symbol and took hold of its handle. He pulled, and a heavy column began to slide out from where Sam had pulled. He paused. It's exactly as the traveler's journal in my previous timeline had described it, Sam thought. He pushed the moon column back into its space and looked up at the sky. It was daytime, and the sun was just being blocked by a cloud. Sam then reached for the column with the cloud symbol and pulled it out. It was heavy. A normal human being would not have been able to lift, let alone pull such a piece of stone out from its resting place. Whoever had built this ziggurat had been more than human, had been some other creature entirely. Sam sighed. Such large questions could be asked at another time, in another day. Sam heaved the stone column into the empty section of the doorway. As he did so, the doorway began to glow. A deep, resonant rumbling emerged from within the ziggurat, a sound so primal and powerful that it vibrated through the ground and into the soles of Sam's feet. It felt as if the structure itself was awakening from a long slumber, its ancient stones groaning and shifting. The massive stone door began to move. It was a slow, deliberate motion, grinding against centuries of stillness. Dust and small pebbles cascaded down as the doorway, long sealed, relinquished its hold. As the door opened, a cool draft of air escaped from within, like the exhalation of a giant being. It carried with it the scent of age-old stone, forgotten incense, and a hint of something undefinable, something that spoke of ancient secrets and long-lost knowledge. Light from the glowing glyphs spilled into the darkness beyond the doorway, revealing the first few steps of a stone staircase descending into the heart of the ziggurat. The light seemed to beckon him forward, inviting him to discover the mysteries that lay hidden in the depths below. Sam stared at the shadowy entrance and thought once more about the journal from his previous timeline. In the depths of that ziggurat, we were rewarded with secret and rare riches, but the cost we paid wasn't worth any of it. Sam took a step forward. He wouldn't make the same mistakes as those who had come here in his previous timeline before him. Sam descended the darkened steps of the ziggurat's interior, slowly. The narrow staircase spiraled downward, and quickly the daylight of the jungle faded away, leaving Sam only in darkness. He paused on the stairwell. A soft breeze hummed through the otherwise still and silent crypt. He materialized a vial of blood and triggered level 2 of blood flame, summoning a ball of fire to his palm. A makeshift torch to help light the way. Sam continued downward, passing strange hieroglyphs and symbols on the wall. The pictures depicted a race of people. First, they were building some structure. That structure then turned out to be the ziggurat. Then there was a glyph Sam didn't really understand. There was another being, different from the stick figure drawings of the race. A being that looked a lot more powerful. It had large, narrow eyes and a hulking shape. The glyphs ended soon after the appearance of that figure. Sam eventually reached the bottom of the stairwell where there was a door to another chamber. As soon as Sam stepped into the next room, blue torchlight appeared all around the room, lighting up the large, open chamber. A sudden rumble echoed behind him. The doorway to the chamber he had entered was shut. A glowing set of blue eyes emerged from the darkness beyond. The eyes reminded Sam of the last figure he saw on the walls of the ziggurat. The figure that had ended the carvings altogether.
80.
The glowing set of blue eyes got larger as a towering figure stepped out from the shadows from the back of the chamber. The blue eyes were attached to a figure, forged from gold. The creature, if that was the right word to describe this artificial golem, was a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship. Its body was a hulking mass of metal, each plate and joint intricately designed, fitting together with an almost impossible precision. The gold was not merely decorative, it pulsed with an inner light, veins of blue, arcane energy coursing through it like the lifeblood of a dormant beast. Sam snuffed out his ball of blood flame and replaced it with his black blade with glowing purple runes known as Shadeslayer. The words from the traveler's journal in his previous timeline echoed in his brain as he took in the secret boss monster. Inside that ziggurat was a horrific guardian that ended the lives of over half our party. The gold guardian's face was a mask of solemnity, its eyes two deep, glowing orbs of the same mesmerizing blue pulsed between the joints of the creature's gold plates. These eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows, casting an otherworldly light that filled the chamber with a ghostly aura. No emotion could be read upon the metallic visage, yet its gaze held an unnerving intelligence, a silent sentinel watching over its domain. Sam stepped towards the giant guardian. The guardian generated a glowing blue sword of energy in the palm of its hands. Sam was not intimidated. He materialized a powerful piece of equipment of his own, a glowing blue shield with the power to reflect magical attacks, the arcane Aegis. The blue shield floated above Sam. With the blue shield protecting him, Sam rushed the guardian straight on. The guardian lifted up its blue sword and slashed down at Sam and his arcane Aegis shield. As the guardian's attack landed, Sam considered more of the journal from his previous timeline. Only after half my party was dead did I learn the secret to destroy the horrible creature. The only thing that could break through the creature's gold armor was the very energy that powered it. The blue energy sword smashed into the arcane Aegis, only for the entirety of the sword's energy and power to reverberate back into the guardian. The ziggurat guardian shook as its own power overloaded its body. The gold plates fizzled and cracked, black smoke and ash replacing the blue hue of arcane energy, until the guardian collapsed on the ground into a heap of metal. Sam smirked. He knew the secret weakness of the secret boss. The guardian's remains glowed until it turned down into a monster stone. The chamber shook. The blue torches turned red like normal firelight. The door from which he had come opened up again along with a door on the opposite side of the room. Sam grinned. The treasure chamber. This was the whole reason Sam had come here. He stepped forward. He picked up the monster stone that was previously the ziggurat guardian and stepped towards the ancient treasure room. The room beyond the secret boss chamber was damp, dark, and cold. A treasure chest with cobwebs sat in the middle of it. Sam unlatched the treasure chest and opened it up. Sitting inside was both what he had expected and unexpected. A single, soul-bound scroll. In his previous timeline, the travelers had a soul-bound scroll for each of the party members that had survived the battle with the Guardian. Sam hadn't been sure whether there would be multiple scrolls for him or only one. It looked as if there would only be one. He unfurled the scroll and took in the impossible choice of items on offer. Endless map, adept tier, mythic. Maps out standard dungeon gates. Limit. Can be used 3 times before endless map destroys itself. Or thrower's gloves, adept tier, mythic. A powerful pair of gloves that allow the user to throw monster or creature high into the air, regardless of user's strength stat. Weight limit, determined by capture beings asterisk and SFADFA, undefinable asterisk dash value. Sam's eyebrows furrowed as he took in the contents of the soul-bound scroll. He was both pleased and perplexed. The item he had hoped to receive in the scroll was there. Thrower's gloves. The ability to toss monsters into the air regardless of their normal weight or his strength felt like an incredible boon. He also figured it would pair nicely with his hurting hook ability. He was perplexed, however, because the final line in the item description had caught him off guard. First off, it hadn't been recorded in the traveler's journal entry in his previous timeline, and he had written out the entire contents of the soul-bound scroll he had received. Secondly, the new final line to the item description was both alarming and intriguing. The oddness fit in with some of the other strange events he'd been witnessing inside the dungeon gate. The appearance of the flickering black demon and the flickering citizens of Eldoria in the gray gate. Strange occurrences that hadn't happened in his previous timeline. Sam couldn't help but wonder whether his actions in this new timeline were creating a ripple effect and disruptions in how the dungeon gate system was meant to work. Then there was the garbled line around the weight limit of the item's ability. Weight limit, determined by capture beings asterisk and SFADFA, undefinable asterisk dash value. Sam had once read about something like this in his previous timeline, but it had been extremely rare, and most people had chalked it up to mostly rumor and hearsay. Yet, it was such an odd sight. It was as if the system itself was struggling to translate what must have been some kind of hidden value. Odd, Sam thought. Yet the strangeness made Sam want the item more. Before Sam made his selection, though, he always did his due diligence to consider the other item on offer. And boy, was it a good one. Endless Map offered the ability to outline the entire landscape of a dungeon world. The amount of secrets and rare treasure such an item would allow him to unearth was unimaginable. Sam drooled at all the loot. There was just one downside. The item could only be used 3 times. The use limit, plus the fact that he already had quite a large backlog of information from his previous timeline's research about dungeon gates, that the item didn't seem entirely necessary. If the Endless Map could be used more than 3 times, he would have had a much harder decision on his hands. But, the situation as it was, he was going to stick with the item he'd specifically entered this dungeon to get. Sam made his choice. He was eager to try out his new equipment and maybe, just maybe, get to the bottom of whatever the heck asterisk and SFADFA dash undefinable dash value stood for. 81. The daylight of the jungle was almost blinding when Sam stepped outside after his sojourn into the depths of the ancient ziggurat. The light was so intense, Sam's eyes winced, and he covered them until they slowly adjusted back to normal. The clouds over the sun had long since faded away, leaving a bright, clear day across the monster-infested jungle. Before moving on, Sam looked down at his new equipment upon his hands. The thrower's gloves mimicked the design of the types of armored gauntlets he was used to wearing, and yet they seemed to be made of a sturdy and flexible material that had the strength and resilience of steel, but lacked the cumbersome weight. The main body of the gloves was a rich, deep blue, reminiscent of a twilight sky. Intricate etchings of ancient runes and symbols were showcased across the enchanted metal. Sam clenched his fingers in and out. He couldn't wait to try out this new equipment. His plan was to head towards the dungeon boss and try out his new gloves along the way. About 20 minutes later, he got his first opportunity to use his new equipment. One of the stealth dragons that he'd fought earlier once again emerged out of the ground, rushing right for him. Sam dodged the monster's attack, sliding beneath it and then clutching the creature with the thrower's gloves, and then whipping the monster high in the air. Sam's eyes widened with awe and glee as he watched the creature fly high into the air, much higher than he would have been able to throw it had he tried without the gloves. In fact, Sam doubted he would have been able to throw the giant beast off the ground without the special power of the gloves. He didn't waste any time, stretching his arm upward and triggering the new level of hurting hook. A sizzling orange whip shot out from his palm and latched into the dinosaur, sending Sam hurtling high in the air. The monster just floated there defenseless, having no aerial attacks or abilities to speak of. As his hurting hook caught him up with his airborne enemy, Sam used the momentum to materialize his Shade Slayer and slash right at the creature. The creature had high defensive stats, just like the other he had fought, but due to the airborne and shocked nature, his sword attacks did a little bit more damage than he had initially done at first in his opening battle with this type of creature. Still, it wasn't an impressive amount of damage. He quickly grabbed hold of the massive monster and flipped it over, sending it hurtling towards the ground with his black blade tipped right against its throat. The two crashed into the ground, creating a massive explosion of dirt and debris. As the dust settled, Sam looked down at his powerful blade wedged right through the throat of the creature. The fall had been enough momentum to give his blade the extra power needed to destroy the monster quickly. Sam grinned. He was liking his new equipment, liking it a lot. He also noted that the strange, dragon-like creature clearly had a low, undefinable value, whatever the system meant. He wasn't really sure what that meant yet, but he figured it would become clearer the more monsters he tested the gloves against. Once he encountered a monster that didn't let him throw them very easily, he might be able to compare the differences against the dragon-like monster to better determine whatever the heck the undefinable value really was. Sam eventually came across a group of 3 jungle shamans that shot hostile spells at him. He rushed towards them, and when he threw them in the air, they didn't budge. That's odd, Sam thought. They clearly weighed less than the dragon-like creature, and yet according to the thrower's gloves, they were actually heavier than the dragon-like creature in the undefinable value. Sam eventually gave up on trying to toss the shamans into the air and simply finished them off with his regular rotation of skills. He mused on the fight as he continued forward in the direction of the dungeon boss. He considered the differences between the dragon-like creature and the jungle shamans. The jungle shamans fought with magic, and the dragon-like creature mostly attacked physically. Sam began to wonder whether the undefinable value had something to do with one's capacity to do magic. That made a certain sense to him as a working theory, though there was the one inconsistency with that framework, which was the dragon-like creature did have magical abilities, mainly its stealth camouflage power. Though perhaps that wasn't actually magic, but rather just a perk of the creature's overall physiology. Sam didn't manage to gather any new information by the time he arrived at the dungeon boss chamber. He figured he might talk about it with Toby or Curtis when he got back to Resfall, but until then, he was happy to just finish off the dungeon boss and get home. He'd gotten what he'd come here for. It was now time to leave. With his shadow blade already materialized, Sam stepped through a narrow passageway, passing through a purple flame that marked the dungeon boss zone and into a large jungle clearing. A colossal creature woke up from its slumber as soon as Sam entered. The behemoth looked to be of the same family or species of primordial dragon-like beings as the camouflage monster he'd fought multiple times within the mystic jungle dungeon world. But this creature looked much more powerful. The creature was much sturdier than the quick, snappy beings he'd fought earlier. This monster had a broad, armored body supported by stout, pillar-like legs. Its tail, massive and muscular, ended in a cluster of crystalline spikes, shimmering with arcane energy. The creature's back was lined with towering, rune-carved plates, each glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Its head was crowned with a halo of glowing horns, and its eyes burned with a fearsome malevolence. The most alarming part of the creature was its cavernous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp crystalline teeth that looked capable of ripping Sam into nothing but shreds within seconds. Sam knew a lot about this boss monster from the Traveler's Journal from his previous timeline. The Traveler had named this formidable foe the Thornback Spellmaw. The creature signaled it was going to make a powerful magic attack when its armored plates glowed brightly. This might be the perfect test subject for my thrower's gloves, thought Sam. The creature looked incredibly heavy, so he shouldn't be able to throw it up normally, and it definitely had magic-based attacks that went beyond its physiology like the creature he'd fought earlier. Sam got to work straight away, rushing towards the Thornback Spellmaw. He slid beneath its legs and clutched its stomach with his thrower's gloves and pushed upward. Nothing happened. The creature exceeded the powerful item's mysterious, unknown value-based weight limit. That's disappointing, Sam thought to himself. The giant creature had lifted up one of its legs to stomp on Sam in retaliation for attacking its underside. Sam quickly retreated and triggered Pain Ring. Looks like I'll just have to fight this thing in my classic style, Sam smirked. The Thornback Spellmaw roared furiously as it rushed towards Sam. The Blood Knight baited the monster into his pain ring and dodged the attack and sliced his shadow blade between the creature's armored plates, doing a tiny but not significant amount of damage. Sam knew to be patient, though. The gnawing teeth of his Silver Dragon armor set would still bring his power levels up to a point that even this armor-plated monster wouldn't be able to withstand. The Thornback Spellmaw's armored plates began to glow a deep azure blue. Here we go, Sam thought, instantly recognizing that the creature was about to unleash a powerful magical attack. The creature cried out, and a huge blast of blue magical energy shot out in a huge radius that Sam narrowly avoided. Fumes of smoke and burnt mana rose out from the boss monster's armored plates. I wonder, Sam thought, suddenly having an idea. He sprinted towards the boss monster once more, quickly sliding between its legs and getting himself in position on the creature's backside. He grabbed hold of the monster's stomach and pushed upward. Sam's eyes widened with glee as the boss monster went hurtling into the air. Gotcha! Sam instantly triggered Hurting Hook, sending himself high into the air after the rocketing monster. Both Sam and the Thornback Spellmaw burst out through the canopy of jungle trees until it was just the open air, the blue sky, and them. Sam used the momentum of his hook to unleash a deadly slice into the boss monster's stomach. He slashed again and again with a fury, pummeling the creature in the direction of his pain ring down below. He knew he was back in the right position when his seventh slash ripped open the creature's stomach, draining it of blood and flesh onto the treetops below. The monster's eyes were fading as the two of them began their descent. Sam clutched onto the creature's body as it was going to be his landing pad for when they reached the ground. As they torpedoed downward, Sam couldn't help but smile. He'd discovered a bit more about the system and his new piece of rare equipment. Technically, Sam still had no idea what the mysterious, undefinable value referred to, but he was getting closer, and more importantly, he loved his new thrower's glove. 82. Sam instantly missed the hot jungle air when he stepped back outside into the bitter winter of Greater Resfall. The sky was dark and cloudy, though a few stars still poked through, lighting the barren forest of leafless trees. Time has passed since I entered, Sam observed, looking up at the night sky and beginning to trudge forward back to the city he called his home. The glow of the green dungeon gate lit up the forest and eventually faded away from view as Sam got further away from it. The dungeon gate would close in a couple of hours now that the dungeon boss was dead. Another deadly and devastating dungeon break had been averted. As Sam walked back to Resfall, his thoughts were mostly focused on his new thrower's gloves and the strange, undefinable value that determined the weight limit of those he tossed into the air. He still didn't know for certain what the undefinable value was. However, he was getting closer. He knew it had something to do with one's ability to do magic. A non-magic wielding entity gets tossed no problem, but if the creature or monster can unleash magical attacks, that was where things got confusing. As much as he tried, Sam was never able to throw the jungle shamans. However, he did manage to throw the colossal Thornback Spellmaw, but only on the second try. Which had to mean, whatever the undefinable value was, it wasn't a static attribute like one's physical weight. It had the possibility to change over the course of a battle, and had some connection with one's usage of magical abilities. Could the undefinable value be some kind of mana weight or mana capacity? Sam wondered. He hadn't ever really read anything that had discussed mana as having a weight or definable metric, though it was a part of most beings with the power to wield magic and abilities. Something still wasn't adding up completely to Sam, however, as mana weight didn't seem that complicated a metric to translate in the system. But maybe that was because mana was ethereal. One didn't contemplate the weight of air either. Sam could sense that it had some meaning beyond his current comprehension of the dungeon gate system, and he probably had the greatest knowledge on the system currently in Westria at the moment, which made this new information about the system seem all the more intriguing and disconcerting. He figured he would bring it up with Curtis the next time he saw him. He was one of the smartest wizard-class travelers in the guild, so he might have a good idea about what the undefinable value truly was. A few hours later, Sam arrived back in Resfall and found the Travelers Guild near empty. A lone clerk perked up at the sight of him. "Oh, Sam," said the assistant. "The others said to tell you they were at the Enchanted Snowman building competition." "Oh yeah," Sam smiled to himself. How could I forget? He eventually found himself at the Royal Resfall Park to find it crammed with people. Families, kids, and citizens were gathered around, ready to make snowmen for the annual competition. The reason the event was known as the Enchanted Snowman was that the winning snowman would get doused in special alchemical water that would temporarily bring the snowman to life. The first person he saw through the crowd was Curtis, whose tall elven stature, pointy ears, and silver hair made him stand out from the majority of the human population that lived in Resfall. Once he approached the elf, he could see the rest of the guild, all gearing up to start making prize-winning snowmen. "Has the competition started?" "Not yet, no," said Curtis. "May I ask where you've been?" "I just got back from training," said Sam. "I actually had a question for you. Does mana have a weight to it?" Curtis's eyes widened with shock at Sam's question. "How do you—" The elf paused and recomposed himself. He made an odd face, looking at Sam with a new curiosity. There was also a seriousness in the way he now stared at the young man. "What makes you say that?" "I acquired this new A hand suddenly grabbed hold of Sam's arm. "Stop speaking with the enemy. We have a snowman to make." It was Toby, dragging him to a spot he and Clara had set up. A few minutes later, Queen Alice Grace, from an erected podium nearby, announced the start of the annual Enchanted Snowman building competition. "All right, time to win," said Toby with an intense fury. They started gathering puffs of snow together and rolling it into a big ball. Multiple teams all across the park did the same. Clara, Toby, and Sam, all rosy-cheeked, laughed and giggled at the absurdity of trying to build a snowman in a hurry. He couldn't believe how much fun they were having. It actually was more significant than it might have first seemed. It was just a silly snowman building competition after all. But Sam remembered the venom with which the three of them used to make fun of the contest and those who partook in it when they were effants. Sam and his friends had been penniless and near starving. They couldn't afford the luxuries of spending an evening creating silly people out of snow. In fact, such an event proved a prime time to steal food from people's cupboards while they were away. For the three of them to be here now, attempting to make a snowman for the competition, just highlighted how far they had come. How much all three of their lives had changed since Sam's return to the past. It filled Sam's heart with joy. He poured that love into their snowman. Unfortunately, however, love was not enough. "He looks a bit," Clara said awkwardly. "Not right in the head?" "Yeah," said Toby. "I don't know how it happened, but he looks a bit drunk." The three of them looked around to see what other people had come up with, and, fortunately for them, the competition wasn't as stiff as they may have feared. The most impressive was undoubtedly the majestic bird sculpture a group of bird-watching enthusiasts had carved out of the snow. Meanwhile, the dangerous fire brigade had created a giant odd lump in the snow that was supposed to be a life-sized morale-boosting peanut. Across the park, Lord Odo Bumblefumble and Earl Fitzy Foppleplop were arguing with the Queen's referees due to the fact that both men had ordered their servants to sabotage the other's snowman. "You know," said Toby, "maybe our drunk snowman can win." "That bird is pretty nice, though," said Clara. "True, but is it a snowman?" "So long as we beat Brock and Curtis," said Toby. They looked over to their fellow traveler colleagues to see that they had only made a third of a snowman, just one perfectly spherical ball to start with, and had been arguing over it ever since. "The balls don't need to be perfectly spherical. It's a bloody snowman, elf," said Brock in exasperation. "The structural integrity of our project must be considered at all costs," Curtis replied with equal frustration as Brock's. In the end, Alice awarded the young brother and sister who had made a traditional snowman with buttons for eyes and a carrot for nose as the winner. Everyone cheered and congratulated the young kids. They all then gathered around as one of the royal alchemists poured the animating liquid onto the snowman. As the liquid poured over the snow sculpture, it began to sparkle like a cascade of starlight, flowing over the snowman's form. The snow glistened and shimmered, as if infused with the very essence of life. Slowly, a magical transformation unfolded. The snowman's button eyes flickered with a newfound glow, and its pebble mouth curved into the hint of a smile. The one inanimate figure stirred, stretching its snowy arms with a crackling sound, like the gentle breaking of ice. Everyone cheered and clapped in amazement. The majesty and awe-inspiring moment only lasted for a few seconds before things then got weird. The snowman's face turned angry, and he started hissing at the crowd. He waddled forward. People screamed, children cried. Sam turned to Toby and Clara. "Should we kill those children, Snowman?" "Isn't that kind of evil?" asked Toby. "The ethics on this one seem hard," Clara agreed. At that point, a flicker of strange purple magic appeared in the air. Instantly, Sam was on guard and materialized his shadow blade. The purple magic took on the shape of a wolf's jaw as it blasted through the enchanted snowman, destroying it and thus returning it back down to the mere puffs of snow that had been used to create it. The crowd was alarmed, and many people were moving quickly away to leave the park. Others were staring at Sam and the other travelers in the crowd. The figure that had destroyed the snowman emerged in the center of the chaos. A silver-haired elf woman with striking blue eyes stood among the dead snowman's remains with 2 elven soldiers protecting her at her side. The woman paid no attention to the terrified citizens and stared directly at Curtis. "It's good to see you, banished one," the woman said to Curtis. 83. The crowd gathered in the royal park of Resfall, whispered and murmured amongst themselves with avid curiosity at the appearance of the powerful silver-haired elf woman. Those not looking on with intense interest were quickly heading to the park's exit, wanting to get away from any danger, be it a dangerous elf wielder of some kind of shadow magic or another vicious and marauding killer snowman. Those who stayed turned to the elf traveler Curtis. "I hoped this day would never come," he sighed. "But let me introduce everyone to Thalia Ashgrove, my little sister." Murmurs and whispers spread all throughout the crowd. "Did you know Curtis had a sister?" said Clara in a hushed tone. Sam shook his head. Whatever life Curtis Ashgrove had lived prior to becoming a wizard-class traveler who worked for the Travelers Guild of Resfall was unknown to Sam. Such knowledge had never reached the feathers, quills, and pens of the historians and scholars Sam had read on the history of Westria in his previous lifetime. Leaning over on the other side of him was Toby, whispering, "Is it just me, or is Curtis's sister really "What are you two whispering about?" hissed Clara. Toby went completely red in the face. "Nothing," said Toby frantically. "I was just asking Sam what kind of magic he thought the woman had used." Sam was impressed by Toby's quick thinking. More than that, his friend's question was an interesting one. Most of the races of Westria referred to the dungeon gate system and the powers travelers unlocked as new magic. Old magic, however, was more often than not used to describe the powers wielded by those of the elven race. Even in Sam's previous timeline, the ancient magic of the elves was shrouded in mystery. A mystery that was forever left unanswered after the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of elves in the elven genocide. They all went quiet as Curtis stepped towards his sister. Curtis's eyes locked with Thalia's. His sister had the same faded light blue eyes as his own. He hadn't gazed upon those eyes in almost 7 years, not since he didn't even want to think about it. "Thalia," Curtis said, taking another step towards his sister. "Do not refer to me by my first name, banished one," said Thalia with a sharp venom. "You can refer to me by my formal title, Eledion Ardona." Curtis felt a stabbing pain in his chest at his sister's words. His family always knew how to hurt him best, didn't they? Poke him right at his weakest, sorest wounds. He wondered what she was doing here. His mind went straight to the glitter dust he had found on the strange bug Sam had given him to investigate. It was also very odd that Thalia had shown up tonight, of all nights. Just after Sam had spoken to him of, how had the boy referred to it as, mana weight? It was like hearing a baby try to grasp at the concepts of the universe. The boy wasn't understanding fully, but he was closer than any non-elf he'd heard speak on the subject. "Okay," sighed Curtis. "Eledion Ardona, what brings you here?" "I wish to speak with your queen," said Thalia. "Oh, do you?" said a voice filled with a furious temper that Curtis instantly recognized. Queen Alice Grace strode toward the elf woman with a flaming fist in her hand. The crowd of onlookers gasped at the queen's display of power, impressed with her growing command of her mythically rare traveler class. Curtis did not like where this was going. If Queen Alice attacked his sister, that would cause huge political ramifications across human-elf relations. The queen spoke loudly so everyone could hear. "You seek counsel with me, yet arrive in the dead of night without telling someone, and reveal yourself with the use of hostile old magic. I am sorry, but I do not seek counsel with someone who conducts themselves in such a manner. You may find help here in Resfall, but certainly not from me." With that, the queen turned around and marched off, her handmaiden hurrying right behind her. That was bad, Curtis thought, but a lot less bad than what I was expecting. Following the queen's declaration that she would not be meeting with Thalia Ashgrove, Guildmaster Redfield quickly invited the elven envoy back to the Travelers' Guild Hall so that they could discuss their reasons for their unexpected visit. Guildmaster Redfield demanded that Sam and Curtis join him for the meeting with the elves. As the Guildmaster closed the door to the meeting room, Thalia looked to Curtis and said snidely, "Is this a joke, Banished One? We lay down our pride before you and your human friends, and you take us to your headquarters for new magic. Have you forgotten the elves' feelings on such matters?" "At least they didn't bring that dwarf with us into the meeting room," said one of Thalia's guards. "The smallest kindness," said Thalia, shaking her head in dismay. "I thought dwarves and elves had resolved their tensions," Sam asked. The dwarves had erected a statue of Curtis in their mountain kingdom for helping save them from the dwarven cataclysm. "For the dwarves, maybe," said Thalia, impatience lacing her words. "Another annoying disgrace brought upon the elves of the glittering forest by the Banished One. You know, a group of dwarven merchants actually reached out to us to see if we wanted to import dwarven marshmallows and ale?" "I mean, the marshmallows are cool," said Sam. "You can get ones that taste like apple pie." "Absurd experiments made by a group of drunks who like living in a cold, damp mountain cave," said Thalia. Curtis sighed at Thalia's blatant hostility. He was glad Brock was not in the room with them right now. "Are we going to start this meeting, or have you just come here to remind me of all the Banished One's disgraces?" said Thalia. The Guildmaster crossed his arms. "I'd prefer if we didn't refer to one of the most talented men in my guild as the Banished One," said Edgar. "You talk and act as if you've been disrespected, yet the only person I see being rude here is you." Talia's eyes narrowed. "The Banished One has no other name." Edgar got red in the face. "Yes, he does. And you know he does. What is this cryptic elven ridiculousness?" Curtis placed a hand on the Guildmaster's shoulders. "It's okay, Edgar. Let them call me what they will." Edgar took a deep breath. "If you say so, Curtis," said Edgar. "Let me know if you change your mind." The Guildmaster then turned to Thalia. "The meeting will begin shortly," said Edgar. "I'm just waiting on 2 more people to join us." At that moment, a hidden door emerged between the walls at the back of the room. "Here they are," grinned Edgar. The hidden door swung open, and in stepped Mildred Cross, followed by Queen Alice Grace. "Ah," Curtis thought. "So it was all for show." "Apologies for the theatrics," said Alice, grinning. "I hope you can understand. You said you needed our assistance?" Thalia nodded. "I hope you recognize the fact that the elves are a proud people,
and we don't take asking for help lightly," said Talia. "But there's a growing problem in the glittering forest. New species of bugs keep showing up on a daily basis, dangerous bugs. We were hoping we could exchange rare elven goods and materials for information and whatever items or technologies you use to fight such infestations yourselves. We wouldn't even be against using special dwarven magia technology if you were able to procure it for us." Curtis listened to his sister's words closely. So this does have to do with that bug Sam had me investigate, Curtis thought to himself. At that point, Sam spoke up. "I think your best bet is to let us come back with you to deal with the growing bug infestation. This problem is going to rapidly get out of hand, trust me." Talia blinked.
"And who are you, exactly?" Curtis wished his sister had a better bedside manner. "Another one of the respected travelers under my command," said Edgar. "One who I've learned time and time again deserves being listened to in times of great struggle." Thalia crossed her arms. "If any humans or dwarves come anywhere near the glittering forest, they will have an arrow through their neck as soon as they are spotted. We did not come here seeking the assistance of your soldiers wielding abominable new magic. We came here for supplies and technology." The meeting room erupted with yells and shouts, mainly between the guildmaster and Thalia Ashgrove, but mutters and murmurs abounded, and the room descended into chaos. Finally, breaking through the disorderly discussion, Sam shouted out, "Elendor ne Therian Edhel!" All of the elves looked at the young man in shock. Curtis couldn't believe the words that had just come out of the young swordsman's mouth. It was like hearing a baby utter a curse word. Except this was way worse. 84. The elves stared at Sam with complete and utter shock. The entire room had gone silent since Sam had spoken Elvish out loud. He had deemed his actions as the best move he could make in that moment. Lilith's power was clearly growing inside the glittering forest, and the elves were going to need their help sooner rather than later. He knew that this was the only path forward if he truly wanted to help the elves and Westria as a whole. His Elvish wasn't perfect, but he had studied it in his previous timeline, and the phrase he had used had come up in enough recorded stories of the ancient and wise race that he could speak that one sentence with the authority of a truly fluent speaker. Though he hadn't expected the reaction of the elves to be so intense. Curtis was looking at him like he'd just killed an innocent child in front of them all. And, to be fair to his colleague, it was very abnormal for a human to be able to speak Elvish. It wasn't taught in schools, and it was an incredibly difficult language to learn if one didn't learn to speak it as a child. So, for Sam to be able to speak Elvish and utter a phrase of such potent meaning would be shocking to anyone familiar with the language of the elves. Thalia and her guards looked at him with a mixture of surprise, bemusement, and a bitter sense of having been insulted by the words he had uttered. "Do you really understand the words you speak?" said Thalia, staring across the meeting room at Sam. Sam nodded. Curtis shook his head. "He definitely doesn't," said the elf. He grabbed Sam by the arm. "Sam, I don't think you understand what you've just enacted. This is not a joke." "Don't treat him like a child, Banished One," said Thalia. "If the boy is smart enough to teach himself our mother tongue, he's competent enough to take responsibility for the words he's uttered." "Do you mind catching those of us who can't speak Elvish up, please?" said Edgar. Thalia smirked. "Of course," said the beautiful, silver-haired elf woman. "Your talented and respected traveler has just challenged me to a duel." Alice clenched her fists so hard sparks of ash flew up from her fists. Luckily, no one noticed. They were all staring at Sam. As was she. Annoyance and anger, an echo of feelings she had felt the first time she had met the black-haired boy, were swelling up inside of her. What the heck is he thinking? Challenging this elf woman to a duel? Does he not think I wouldn't mind taking a crack at her myself? But that's not the correct diplomatic procedure, is it? Sam's actions are absolutely ludicrous. Also, when did he manage to learn bloody Elvish? "I'm sorry," said Mildred, finally speaking up herself, looking between Thalia and then Sam. "What does a duel achieve here, given the circumstances?" Thalia smiled at Sam. "Should I explain, or would you like to?" Sam nodded. The Elvish word Tharion Edhel doesn't just mean a normal duel to the death. It means a duel of noble purpose. A challenge, one might say. A bet. "That is right, child," hissed Thalia gleefully. "In a Tharion Edhel, we don't fight to take one another's lives necessarily, but to settle a dispute and come to a new agreement. It's a contract written in blood." Alice was beginning to piece together what Sam's plan was here. However, it still seemed like a risky one. At least, it wasn't as purely idiotic as she'd originally thought it might be. "So, you called this Tharion Edhel," said Thalia, looking to Sam. "What terms do you propose?" "Simple," said Sam. "We fight. If I win, you let us come and help you with the bugs in the glittering forest. If you win, we give you the supplies you want free of charge." "It sounds like they win no matter what," grumbled Edgar. "Agreed," said Mildred. "Trust me," said Thalia. "Accepting help from soldiers wielding whatever mutated new magic you use will be seen as a loss by my entire people. I don't even want to imagine the sense of shame." "Why does everything you say sound like an insult?" said Edgar. "The elven race has lived on this world for far longer than any mere human," said Thalia. "If my words sound insulting, it's because wisdom usually does to the unknowing." "Even your answer is rude," sighed Alice, baffled by the elf woman's words. "Your terms seem fine to me," said Thalia, returning back to the duel. "When shall we fight? Now? Tomorrow?" 3 weeks from now," said Curtis, interjecting. The elf traveler turned to Sam. "I know you don't want to hear this," said Curtis, "but you're way over your head taking on my sister. If you want even a minuscule chance of taking her on, you're going to need time to train." Sam looked at Curtis, almost as if he knew already what the elf man was saying to him was true. He then nodded without saying any more. It was one of the things that Alice found both infuriating and alluring about Sam. The way he seems to always have some card hidden up his sleeve at all times. "What the heck does he know that we don't?" Alice grumbled to herself. Thalia's eyes narrowed at her brother. "You're wasting all of our time, banished one," she said. "The outcome is the same whether we duel now or in 3 weeks. Why waste all of our time?" 3 weeks is the condition to the Tharion Edhel," said Sam. "I'm the one who made the challenge, and I want that in my terms." Thalia sighed with annoyance. "Fine," she said. "So be it. Let us meet in 3 weeks' time. We'll be staying in the forest to the east of the city. Visit us there if you wish to end this little challenge sooner rather than later. The realization and formal admission that you no longer wish to waste my time will be enough for me to respectfully spare your honor." With that, Thalia and her 2 elven soldiers walked out of the Travelers' Guild Hall and into the night. "Well, isn't she charming?" said Alice. 85 Thalia strode through the night. Her boots sank into the fresh, powdery snow with each step. The forest around her was a silent, slumbering world of white. The towering pines and spruces stood heavy with snow, their normally vibrant green needles frosted to a soft, muted gray by the moonlight. Behind her, she could hear the synchronized footsteps of her guards, a rhythmic crunching that contrasted the otherwise silent world of the forest at night in the dead of winter. Thalia bristled just thinking about that black-haired kid with the strange red eyes. What a fool, she sighed. She didn't care what kind of new magic the young man might wield. It would be no match against the abilities she had cultivated on her path. The most annoying part of all of this was having to wait 3 weeks. Thalia and her guards trudged through the snowy ground of the forest until eventually the elf woman stopped, grabbed a piece of snow almost like a piece of fabric, and pulled it back to reveal what was a piece of magical camouflage that welcomed them to a warm indoor encampment with a crackling fireplace. The trio stepped into their hidden indoor campsite and sat down at the couches in front of the fire. "Are you not worried?" asked one of her guards, Phelan. 3 weeks is a long time," said the other, Lorien. "Even if we got supplies, it would mean we wouldn't get back to the glittering forest for another 2 months or so." What if the infestation problem worsens during that time?
There is nothing else to be done, sighed Thalia. If the situation worsens, my father should be able to handle it on his own.
And what about the kid? Asked Phelan. What if he proves to be your match? The two guards looked at Thalia with a serious expression. The concerned looks only lasted a second before they all cracked a smile. Fighting that kid will be, what's the human expression again? A piece of cake. Back at the Travelers' Guild Hall, Sam was staring at four very annoyed and frustrated faces. Thalia and her guards had been gone for a while, and everyone had yet to say anything. It was one of those excruciating silences when disappointment, anger, and frustration was oozing out of the people nearby that the feelings of discontent were almost palpable. "Since when can you speak Elvish?" Edgar finally asked, breaking the silence. "I tried once long ago and couldn't make heads or tails of the language." "I've always known a little," said Sam. "Picked it up in books." The four faces all narrowed their eyes at him with suspiciousness. People didn't just pick up Elvish. More discontent oozed out into the room. Sam would just let the others in the room chalk his fluency in Elvish up to being another peculiar part of his identity. "I don't think you understand the implications of what you've just done, Sam," said Curtis, rubbing his forehead in an agitated panic. "My sister is the Eledion Ardona, that's the heir to the High Ruler of the Glittering Forest. She is immensely powerful in the ways of old magic. Even if you trained your hardest over the next 3 weeks, you have a very low likelihood of winning." Sam suddenly perked up at Curtis's words. He couldn't believe he had missed it before. "Wait a minute," said Sam. "If your sister is the heir to the High Ruler, wouldn't that make you—" "That is not the topic of our current conversation," said Curtis, immediately cutting Sam off. "Nor is it any of your business." Curtis's words were laced with venom and anger, and Sam knew he immediately had to back off. He didn't know the elf's background very well, but clearly there was some kind of hurt and undealt with pain in the man's previous life before becoming a traveler. One didn't just get the nickname Banished One, did they? "As I was saying," said Curtis. The elf then went on to explain the differences between new magic and old magic. Sam vaguely knew quite a bit of it already. Mainly that elves were able to cultivate mana and abilities without having to enter the dungeon gates. Rather than classes with assigned abilities, the elves trained in certain styles known as paths. It was because of these paths that until the advent of the new dungeon gate era, elves were one of the most powerful and feared races in all of Westria. On top of that, Curtis continued, if you were to win, you'd then be upsetting the second most politically powerful person in the Glittering Forest, creating a disastrous political situation for all of us. Also, there's... Queen Alice slammed her hands on the table. The girl's eye twitched, and Sam feared her annoyance most of all. "Not to mention," said Alice, seething, 3 weeks from now lands squarely on the evening of the Love Spell Day's ball, which raises the likelihood of it being ruined for another year. The last 2 years in a row, the Love Spells Day ball had been hijacked by assassination attempts and explosions. The first time, Clarence Erdstrom had orchestrated assassins to try and kill Alice, that Sam and the crew had then thwarted. Then last year, they had been attacked by the Dwarven Death Cult, the emissaries of the Fallen, leading to a blood-soaked skirmish in the royal ballroom. The ball was beginning to get a reputation for being cursed. "I don't want my reign to go down in history as the one that ruined love," cried Alice. "My ancestors will be rolling in their graves over this." "You heard Curtis and the Queen," said Guildmaster Redfield. "Human-elf relations, not to mention love, are on the line here. I hope you know what you're doing." "Yes," added Mildred. "This would be a great time to tell us you have a plan." "I do," said Sam. "And?" said Alice. "What is it?" "I'm going to train for the next 3 weeks, and then I'm going to beat Thalia Ashgrove in a duel," said Sam. "It doesn't work that way," said Curtis with exasperation. 3 weeks isn't enough time to beat Thalia. She's been training on her path for years. "I understand that," said Sam. "That's why for the next 3 weeks, I'm going to be training my magic affinity and working towards breaking through the second threshold." The three adults in the room were all stunned at that statement. That sure shut them up, Sam thought. 86. Edgar narrowed his eyes at the boy. The kid stood there with a blank expression on his face, daring everyone else to question the words he'd just uttered. The young man in front of him was far from a kid. He stood straight with pride, and, even just looking at the boy, it was apparent that he was a strong and powerful force. The kid was 18 years old now and had been under Edgar's purview for over 2 years. Edgar had watched Sam's growth as a traveler with respect, admiration, and awe. The young man was one of the most talented travelers he had ever witnessed. Yet, despite all of that, Edgar still couldn't help but see the young man as the brave but scared little orphan boy who had arrived outside the guild hall on that snowy winter's night 2 years ago. Now that same boy wanted to face the second tribulation and break through the second threshold. He's not ready, Edgar thought to himself. The guildmaster shuddered just thinking about the trials of the second tribulation and his own experiences going through it. Most travelers didn't make it past the first tribulation, and even fewer made it past the second. There were far more novice-tier and apprentice-tier travelers than there were people ranked above that. The second tribulation was even more deadly than the first tribulation, and was significantly more complicated and involved. A memory of a hulking, shadowy figure with glowing pink eyes pierced Edgar's mind, reminding him of the horrific battle he had to face when he had pursued pushing through the second threshold. The trial was always slightly unique and tailored to the individual, though the one underlying constant between all versions of the second tribulation was that it was a truly miserable and awful affair that Edgar would never wish upon anyone. And yet, he also knew it was one of the mountains one had to climb in the path to power. The silence in the meeting room was finally broken by Mildred.
"Edgar, you can't allow him to do this," said Mildred.
"You and I both know what's involved. The boy will surely die." "I will allow it," said Edgar. "Sam has never proven himself wrong when standing up for a challenge that seemed beyond his means. I will not be the one to stop him here. Sam, I hope you know what you're doing." Finally, Sam's cold expression changed. The boy smirked as if he somehow could already fathom the pain that awaited him on his journey to the second threshold. Unbeknownst to Edgar or the others, Sam was indeed fully aware of the trial that awaited him. Following Edgar's decision to allow Sam to pursue the second tribulation, the meeting quickly came to a close. For almost everyone in the room except Sam, the meeting had concluded unsatisfactorily. "I hope you know what you're doing," said Alice as she sternly marched off with Mildred behind her. "I could say the same to you," said Mildred to Edgar. Curtis just sighed and shook his head. "I need a moment to think," was all he said before heading off. Soon it was just Edgar and Sam in the room alone together. "I trust you know what you're doing," said Edgar. Sam nodded. "Well, good luck then," said the guildmaster before leaving the room. Now Sam was all on his own. He took a deep breath and considered everything he needed to do in the coming days and weeks. It had always been in his plan to push through the second threshold in the coming months, but the arrival of Thalia Ashgrove certainly had pushed it up his agenda somewhat. Sam knew from his first timeline that it had taken over a year for travelers to discover the second threshold after the emergence of the dungeon gates. In that early era, there was a race mentality across travelers, all rushing to gain more power and knowledge ahead of others as fast as possible. The second threshold had proven a stumbling block across the collective knowledge of travelers at that time. Everyone knew that the second threshold must exist, given the discovery of the first threshold. Yet, what no one could seem to figure out for a long time was how exactly did you push through it. The first threshold had involved converting one's mana from one tier to the other, undergoing excruciating amounts of pain to do so, and many people tried to do exactly that from apprentice-tier magic affinity to journeyman-tier magic affinity. Except, upon going through a harsher variation of the first threshold, many of those mana practitioners discovered that their magic affinity stat stayed at 50, not moving up that additional stat point needed to break into journeyman-tier magic affinity. At the time, no one could explain it. It didn't make any sense. How could one have journeyman tier mana coursing through their veins and yet still not have reached journeyman tier magic affinity? There was something missing. What eventually was discovered was that converting one's mana was only the first step to breaking through the second threshold. It was at that point that travelers began to discover the existence of their own individual core realms. To break through the second threshold required discovering, entering, and emerging from one's core realm alive. It had an over 75% fatality rate. Only the best and most ambitious of travelers even attempted to break through. Sam knew that there was a lot of work to be done. He headed out of the meeting room and up to his dormitory. There wasn't much he could do that evening, but he planned on getting a lot done the following day. Until then, he knew he had to rest. 87. Sam woke up the following morning bright and early. He headed down to the dining hall and grabbed himself a blueberry muffin and a mug of coffee and sat on his own to plan out his next moves. First thing he had to review was his stats. He sipped on his coffee and called his profile to view in his retina. Sam, class. Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, journeyman tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier. Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Hurting Hook, apprentice tier, level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Hurting Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, journeyman tier, level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Death Lord, legendary. Rank, apprentice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength, 52. Agility, 44.7. Endurance, 53. 1. Magic Affinity, 48. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 1,400. Over 10,000 Blood Flame. Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm, 9%. Hurting Hook, level 4. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook, 15%. Blood Teleport, level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport, 9%. Inventory. Silver Dragon Armor Set. Composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon, this heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Additional ability, level 1. Dragon Defense. The teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set can now be controlled to shoot outwards as an additional offensive or defensive maneuver. Additional ability, level 1. Pain Transfer. Absorb an attack and unleash that level of damage onto your opponents. Necklace of Healing. Increase health regeneration by 50%. Ring of Numbing. Reduce pain sensation by 40%. Ring of Empowerment. Super rare. Tier, Adept. Plus 10 Strength. Arcane Aegis. Mythic. Tier, Adept. Floating Reflective Shield. Berserker's Sword. Super rare. Tier, Adept. Special ability. Can regularly send enemies when hit into an unthinking, hostile frenzy. Demonic Rune Blade. Mythic. Tier, Adept. +5 strength. Kill Stacker. Special ability. Demonic Rune Blade gains more power each time you slay something. Power growth only stops if 15 minutes go by without a kill. Shade Slayer. The Shadow Blade. Mythic. Tier, Master. Can attack and deal damage to enemy shadows. Sam grinned. He was quite pleased with his stat growth. All of his stats were moving up and improving. His strength and endurance were already in the low 50s, making them journeyman tier level stats, which he was super proud of. Meanwhile, his magic affinity was at 48, which put him in a prime position to start a more focused and dedicated pursuit of his goal to break through the second threshold and get his magic affinity up to journeyman tier. He quickly finished his breakfast and headed out into Restfall to gather the supplies necessary to do what he needed. The sun was shining, and the sky was a clear blue, but it was also a bitter cold February day. Sam walked with purpose across the frosty Restfall day, heading directly towards the market district. Even before he arrived in the merchant neighborhood, Sam's nostrils caught the rich aromas of exotic spices and freshly baked bread wafting through the air, mingling with the tangy scent of freshly tanned leather from the cobbler's corner. Soon enough, Sam stepped foot into the Grand Bazaar, a maze of tents and tables overflowing with goods from distant lands. Even in the cold weather, the market district still thrived. Specially designed mana heaters kept the merchants and stalls cozy and warm, while those hawking hot cocoa and cider were pulling in a small fortune due to the uptick in customers. Tucked away in a quieter corner of the bustling market district was Drake's apothecary stall. It was a modest wooden booth, draped with a white cloth, held down by a myriad of vials, pills, and other arcane remedies. Sam's eyes narrowed in on an oak tray at the side of the merchant's table. The oak tray had wooden dividers, creating small sections for different types of pills and supplements. Above each section was a handwritten note with the pill's name and description of what it did. There were popular pills, such as Dreamweave capsules, that were known to make one's dreams significantly more potent, and Vigor Berry pills, which gave more energy than 5 cups of coffee in a single take. Sam's eyes eventually landed on a certain set of pills and smiled. The handwritten note called them Silverwood's Solution. "Ah," said Drake, the apothecary merchant. "That's a specialty pill, that is. Not cheap, I'll tell you that right now." Sam was pleased at the sight of the pill. It was the pill formerly known as the Faraday pill in his first timeline. In this new second chance at life, Sam had recreated the pill in the enchanted garden of Nimriel Silverwood just over a year prior to help him break through the first threshold. The Faraday pill, now renamed Silverwood's Solution, could numb a certain portion of the pain when cultivating one's mana from one tier to another. Without the pill, the pain was powerful enough to kill the mana practitioner. Having left the recipe in Nimriel Silverwood's hands, it looked as if she had begun marketing and selling the pill to others. Sam was glad. He knew that upkeep of the enchanted garden was expensive. Plus, it meant he had easy access to the pill when he needed it. "It wasn't easy dealing with the seller of that pill," said Drake. "Crazy half-elf who lives out in the woods. The pill is a keeper, though. You traveler lot seem to love it. I can't keep it in stock." Sam ended up buying 3 pills for a small fortune. He figured he might as well stock up now for future moments when he'd need to break through to even higher thresholds than he did now. With the pills acquired, Sam returned to the guild hall and went straight to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and materialized a monster stone from his inventory. He gripped the stone, sending his own mana into the stone to create a mana bridge. Following that, he extracted more and more mana from inside the stone back into his core at the center of his chest. When he was done with the stone, he'd materialize another one from his inventory. He did this all morning until he looked at his magic affinity stat in his profile and saw that he'd managed to push it up to 50. Getting closer, Sam grinned. He then materialized one of his newly purchased Faraday pills and looked down at it. He knew he should probably start referring to the pill as Silverwood's solution, but he figured the famous Opalian scholar from his first timeline, Cornelius Faraday, still deserved some credit, even if it was credit that would only ever now exist inside Sam's head. Sam then put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Here we go, Sam thought. He shuddered just thinking about the incoming pain. Guildmaster Edgar Redfield was in his office when a scream echoed throughout the whole building. A few moments later, he heard a knock on his office door. "Come in?" Edgar asked with concern. The door swung open, and there stood Sam. Flames of yellow journeyman tier mana were burning off his body. "I'm ready to enter my core realm now." 88. Edgar Redfield's ears were still ringing from the scream he'd heard echoing across the guild hall from a minute before. Now Sam was standing in front of him, telling him he was ready to enter his inner core realm. That, at the very least, explained the screaming. The boy had converted all of his apprentice tier mana swirling inside of him to journeyman tier. The pain of doing so was excruciating, and had caused numerous deaths over the years. And that was the easiest part of pushing through to the second threshold. "I see," said Edgar, finally responding to the boy's declaration. "I'm presuming there's a room in the guild hall that would be appropriate for undertaking the task?" Sam asked. Edgar hid his surprise at the kid's words. The boy always said things that should have been impossible for him to know, and then he smirked whenever you gasped or were shocked at it. He wouldn't give Sam the satisfaction this time, however. Still, it was curious. How does the boy know? Entering one's core realm could send you into a comatose state for days, potentially weeks. Some never woke up from that paralyzed state, never beating the challenges put forth by the core's inner realm. The fact that the kid understood that entering the core's inner realm would require potentially its own specialized chamber suggested the kid understood the gravity of the task before him. "I'll take you there," murmured Edgar solemnly. The guildmaster walked towards the door where Sam was standing. The boy stepped out of the guildmaster's way and let the older man pass. Edgar continued down the stairs and then headed to the back of the hall where the stairwell to the basement was located. He asked for 2 medic guild clerks to follow them. The group followed behind Edgar as they went down into the darkness beneath the ground level of the Travelers' Guild Hall. They descended the floors. They passed by the floor where the guild's permanent white gate was housed, the tutorial dungeon where they sent all their travelers in training. It was the emergence of that very white gate that had led to the formation of the Travelers' Guild Hall in that very location in the first place. They eventually reached the bottom floor and entered an austere, torch-lit chamber. There was a bed at the side and a cupboard with a sink at the side. It looked more like a room for a doctor's patient than anything else. "This is the room we designated for those wishing to break through the second threshold," said Edgar. "The last person to use it was Curtis. The low frequency of use is why we decided to keep the room so deep below in the basement. We'll have clerks and nurses look after you as you undergo your journey into your core's inner realm. I assume you're ready." Sam nodded and stepped towards the bed. "Judging by the way you're acting, you've figured out how to tap into your core's inner realm then," said Edgar. Sam nodded once more. He sat cross-legged on the bed. Edgar watched the boy with curiosity. To enter the inner realm of one's core required deep focus and patience. One had to focus in on their core and give their mind up to it, remove all resistance. It took incredible zeal to push through and pierce one's inner realm. It wasn't for the faint of heart. Only those who truly wanted to enter their core's inner realm ever managed to do so. It was another way the second threshold kept those who were not worthy from breaking through it. Sam's whole body began to vibrate. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open and then rolled into the back of his skull. The boy convulsed while white foam emerged from his mouth. Edgar hurried over and kept the boy from falling off the bed. The guildmaster turned to the medic clerks. "He's going to need round-the-clock care until he breaks through," Edgar ordered. "That's if he breaks through," Edgar thought to himself, not saying it out loud. He looked down at Sam as the medics came behind him with wet towels to place on the spasmodic, unconscious boy's forehead. And so Sam's trial begins. The scent of fresh grass hit Sam's nostrils before he even opened his eyes. He knew to cover his eyes before opening them because he could feel the warmth of a hot, beating sun beaming down on him. He placed his hand on the soft grass and pushed himself up off the ground so that he was sitting rather than lying in this new realm he had entered. Upright, he could see that he had awakened in a field of lush grass and a bright blue sky overhead. So this is my core's inner realm, Sam thought to himself. The core's inner realm was a labyrinthine, ever-changing landscape that reflected the mana cultivator's mind and soul. It was built of memories, fragments, feelings, and dreams. Far in the distance to one side, he could see a moon, gray and faded. Except it wasn't a normal moon. There was a crack running through it, and it had numbers and the ticking hands of a clock. A broken clock. But the most disturbing thing was even further in the distance. The silhouette of a dark, shadowy being stood far away. The gloomy and dark monstrosity stood so tall in the sky that you could only make out its legs and hanging arms until the body was so high up it was obscured from view. The Demon King. Sam gulped. To break through the second threshold, one not only had to enter their core's inner realm, they had to come face to face with their greatest fear and fight it to the death. Sam's eyes widened as he stared at the huge, hulking structure in the distance. He thought he had at least another 2.5 years before he had to take on the Demon King. Sam shook his head in dismay. This was going to be harder than he had been expecting. 89 days passed. At first, Clara wasn't that concerned that she hadn't seen Sam in a while. Her friend was prone to disappearing for days, if not weeks, at a time. In fact, a few days earlier, Sam had come to them and warned both her and Toby that he was going to be pursuing the second threshold and working towards hitting Journeyman Tier in his magic affinity. She and Toby had shrugged and had given him a thumbs up. Sam knew a lot more about being a traveler than either Toby or Clara did, so Clara learned to just thank Sam for the heads up and let him get on with what he was determined to do. No point fighting him on it. In a different time in their lives, when they were still living at the orphanage, she might have kicked up more of a fuss, but she understood the change in their friendship dynamic now. She wasn't the fearless, matriarchal leader of their orphan gang anymore. Most of the time, she was happy to not carry such a title anymore. But then there were occasions where she still felt like she wished she carried the same level of authority that she had done once before, just so she could make sure her friends weren't about to go get themselves killed by accident. It all meant that Clara ended up worrying more. Where has Sam gone? When will he come back? And if Clara ruminated for too long, when will he come back would slowly morph into the more devastating question, will he come back? When the curiosity and concern eventually got the better of her, she made a request to go see him. The clerks told her that she could visit Sam at any time and that he was being looked after in a special chamber below the guild hall. She followed their instructions and went down into the depths of the guild hall's basement. When she reached the final floor, she felt herself nervous with expectation. She had no idea what state she was going to find Sam in. She opened the door to the final chamber. A group of nurses stood against the wall on standby while Sam lay unconscious on a mat. Her friend's whole body looked tense. His skin was red and his veins were viscous and bulging. What the heck is happening inside of him? Sam looked as if he was in incredible pain. Clara looked at her friend with growing concern. She had visited him to maybe get some relief to know he was alive and well, and yet the opposite had come true. She was more worried than ever. But she decided then and there to not let her worry get the better of her. If Sam had willingly chosen to face this trial, then he had the confidence that he would be able to beat it. Whatever it is you're going through, Sam, Clara thought, I believe in you. Sam stared at the hulking silhouette of the Demon King in the distance. The figure was monstrous and overwhelming, and yet Sam did not actually feel that afraid of it. The figure didn't seem to be moving, just standing far away in the distance like a North Star. There was no noticeable pathway towards the Demon King. Sam also felt unsure that the Demon King was who he actually needed to fight inside his core realm. The Demon King, while the arbiter of destruction for his entire world and everyone he knew in it, was a bit more obvious than normal. That, along with other things, was adding to the peculiar nature of this visit to his core's inner realm. It was significantly different to when he had entered his core's inner realm in his first timeline. In that instance, he'd awakened inside a gray, depopulated landscape, similar to the one inside the White Gate. There he had found the bodies of his friends Toby and Clara dead on the ground. When he'd eventually found his greatest fear that he needed to fight, it had been a hooded skeletal figure with a scythe. Ultimately, in his first timeline, his greatest fear had been death itself. That was why the looming specter of the Demon King didn't seem quite right. The fears one fought inside the core realm were more abstract. He took in a deep breath and examined the strange field he was standing in. It was nowhere near the same as the inner core realm he had entered in his first timeline. Given how much Sam had changed since returning to this new timeline and how much he'd changed history already, it made sense that his core's inner realm would be significantly different. He wondered if the lush grass and blue sky were symbols of his newfound hope and optimism since coming back and saving so many lives. Maybe. He didn't have time to analyze his own inner workings of his brain, however. He needed to find his greatest fear and defeat it. Sam looked around the strange realm once more. He suddenly noticed a strange red dot at the edge of the field. He walked towards the red dot. As he got closer, the object in question became more discernible. The red dot wasn't a dot, but rather it was a door in bright red paint, standing upright out of nowhere. Intuitively, Sam knew that this was where he needed to go. This was where his core's inner realm was leading him. Once he got close enough, he reached out and put his hand on the gold handle of the door. He turned the knob and pushed it open. The door didn't swing open, revealing more of the field that should have been there, but rather, the door opened up to another dimension or space completely divorced from the field he was standing in. Inside the door lay a strange hallway with black and white tiles on the ground and ceiling-to-floor mirrors lining the passageway. Sam stepped into the hallway. As soon as he did, the door behind him disappeared. There was no leaving this strange hallway of mirrors. He turned to his left, and in the mirror, he didn't see a normal reflection, but rather he saw himself, holding Queen Alice covered in blood outside the flaming wreckage of Resfall. Sam's stomach lurched just at the sight of his friend dying in his arms. He turned away, only to confront a reflection of himself where he was kneeling in front of the bloody corpses of Toby and Clara. Sam shook his head and closed his eyes as he felt his body suddenly overwhelmed with grief and concern. "Come on," he said to himself. Whatever was currently happening to him, Sam knew he could beat it. He had to. 90, Sam clenched his fist and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, summoning as much calm as he could inside of himself. An important rule to deadly combat was keeping one's composure, which was even more important when you were fighting inside your own psychic realm, where your composure was your biggest liability. The environment was designed precisely to mess with your head. Sam opened his eyes and took a step forward. Every mirror he passed showed him something in his future he desperately didn't want to see, something he didn't want to imagine. All of them featured people he cared about, dead and dying. Sometimes at the hands of the Demon King, sometimes at someone else. In one mirror, he saw Guildmaster Redfield lying in a pool of his own blood, a massive insect pincer poking right through his stomach. Sam's stomach lurched at that sight. The image he saw wasn't even a hypothetical possibility. It was a future he had lived through. Something he knew had actually happened in his first timeline. The death of Guildmaster Redfield had been one of the major deaths in the war against Lilith, in the events surrounding the Elven genocide. It was something he was actively hoping to stop in this new timeline. Sam turned away from the mirror and kept moving forward. Suddenly, a presence appeared at the end of the hall. It was a skinny and strange-looking creature. It lumbered with an almost human gait, its arms swinging mindlessly to and fro. It shuffled forward toward Sam with jerky, sporadic movements. It made an odd sound as it moved, like glass clinking on glass. As it got closer, Sam could make out more of the creature, and he was repulsed at the sight of it. The entity's skin was composed entirely of broken mirrors. Each shard, jagged and cruel, was embedded into its flesh, forming a chaotic mosaic that shimmered with a cold, malevolent light. Its face, if it could be called such, was a nightmare wrought in glass. Eyes, dark and fathomless, lay recessed within the mirrored visage, glowing with an unholy light. When its mouth opened, it revealed not flesh, but a maw of sharp, mirror-like teeth, a grotesque parody of a smile. Sam felt sickened and repulsed just at the sight of the strange entity. He couldn't even fathom what he was witnessing. Toby watched as his best friend convulsed on the bed. His friend was drenched in sweat, his normally pale skin red and inflamed. "Sam," Toby said, full of concern. That was all Toby could say. He felt helpless at the sight of his friend, clearly battling something inside of him. There was no way for him, or any of them present in the austere training room, to help him break free of the struggle he was fighting through. The nurses were administering a salve oil that was meant to calm Sam's body down, but it didn't seem to be working. Sam had been like this for the last 2.5 weeks. The nurses had been keeping him alive by feeding him water and food through a special tube. Toby shivered. This is what one must go through to push through to the second threshold, Toby thought to himself, knowing that if he were going to improve as a traveler, he'd have to go through this traumatic trial himself. "However bad it looks to us out here," said Edgar, "trust me that it is 10 times worse wherever Sam is currently." "What does one do in the Corps' inner realm to break through the second threshold?" asked Toby. "One must defeat their greatest fear," said Edgar. "Sometimes that takes the shape of a person one hates. Other times it's a monster from one's nightmares. Often it is something more abstract." "What do you think Sam's greatest fear is?" asked Toby. "He seems like he's not afraid of anything." The guildmaster shook his head. "That's far from the case," said Edgar. "The way he's always looking out for everyone, coming up with a plan, always trying to save someone or stop some terrible event from occurring. That boy carries a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, far more than anyone should actively choose to bear. If I had to guess, the boy is afraid of letting those around him down. His greatest fear is failure." Toby looked at his friend, struggling in his comatose state. "Come on, Sam," he thought. "You got this." The mirror monster suddenly rushed towards Sam. Sam materialized his shadow blade, smirking, before he slashed the sword at the monster's shadow and all the reflections of the shadow across the mirrored walls. "That will do some damage," Sam grinned. The mirror monster screamed before shattering to the ground. Sam stepped towards the broken remains of the mirror monster. Yet, before he even reached the mirror monster's fallen corpse, in seconds the shattered mirrors flew up in the air and reanimated the monster. Except now there were 2 mirror monsters. They galloped towards him, and Sam slashed at them for real this time. He cut both monsters in half, except a second later there were now 4 mirror monsters. Sam moved back, trying to escape the growing mirror monster threat. He wasn't sure what his next move should be. It seemed that when he killed one of the mirror monsters, they doubled. The more successfully he killed them, the stronger they became, ultimately making it more and more difficult to defeat them. Sam figured his best mode of attack then was to go for absolute carnage, leaving not even an atom of life left behind. He quickly triggered his pain ring, a bright crimson light shooting out from his chest. Then he materialized a vial of blood and smashed it on the floor where the 4 mirror monsters were. He then triggered the level 4 version of Blood Flame, unleashing a massive storm of fireballs upon the mirror monsters. As they burned alive, Sam rushed in, chopping them to bits as quickly as he could. He stood over the dust and debris of the mirror monsters, heaving from the exhaustion of trying to absolutely exterminate the mirror monsters. His chest heaved and his throat burned. Even destroyed to mere dust, the mirror fragments began to reform and come back together. There were 8 mirror monsters now. Sam was running out of ideas. He materialized another vial of blood and whipped it at the horde of mirror monsters. With blood completely covering them, Sam then triggered level 2 of blood teleport. Suddenly, the mirror monsters were getting transplanted from the hallway and into the mirrored reflections themselves. Gotcha, Sam grinned. The mirror monsters were composed of objects, meaning level 2 of his blood teleport spell could teleport them somewhere else. He wasn't sure if it would function in such a way anywhere else, but given the abstract nature of the inner core realm, sending the mirror monsters into the reflected realms within the mirrors made a certain kind of sense. Sam was in the Hall of Mirrors all alone now. He waited a beat and then became concerned. This isn't right, he thought. I should be sent back now. At that moment, a bulbous silver head emerged from one mirror like a face emerging out of water. Soon there were fingers and a mirror monster clawing itself out from the mirror world. Countless number of mirror monsters pulled themselves out from the mirror. Sam looked around in terror. There was no escape. The mirror monsters descended upon him. In the many broken reflective shards that their bodies were composed of, Sam could see his friends and innocent people all dying horrific deaths, always with him there, helpless to do anything to save them. The scenes were overwhelming, and soon the mirror monsters were piling onto him, ready to devour and eat his flesh. How did this happen? Then suddenly a light bulb went off in Sam's head. The fear he was experiencing was paralyzing him. He couldn't focus on every single outcome, every permutation of history that he was affecting when he changed things. He could only do his best to focus and make the best impact he could. But being paralyzed by fear only detracted from his ability to make real, lasting impact on the world he was trying to save. Suddenly, he felt at peace. He dematerialized his sword, and, looking at the mirror monsters crawling all over him, some already devouring parts of his flesh, he smiled. He smiled and simply touched the mirrors with his fingers. The entity cracked. The images in the mirrors began to show life, hope, and optimism. His friends were alive and helping him in the mirrors. As the reflections grew in hope and optimism, the mirror monsters began to shatter into nothing, one by one, until Sam was in the hallway alone. He'd done it. He'd defeated his greatest fear inside of his mana core's inner realm. It was time to go home. Time to return to reality. Except when Sam blinked, he didn't wake up back in the guild hall. He had been instantly teleported somewhere else. A rainy city in the middle of the night. Sam had no idea what was happening. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. He should be back in reality now. He looked around, confused. In all of his readings about breaking through the second threshold, he'd never heard of anything like this. Though, due to his reading about the core's inner realm outside of the second threshold, he did have an inkling of an idea about what was going on. He wasn't sure if he should be smiling or freaking out at that moment. It looked as if he had discovered one of the secret zones to his core's inner realm. 91. Queen Alice Grace stood on the palace balcony overlooking the city of Resfall. She was wearing a luxurious ball gown that shimmered against the fading twilight sky. Its color was a soft, ethereal blue, complementing Queen Alice's blue eyes. The bodice of the dress was form-fitting, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her regal posture, with intricate silver embroidery that sparkled like stardust. It was a beautiful dress meant for the beautiful evening of the Love Spells Day Ball. Alice had been determined to make this Love Spells Day Ball a success and go down without a hitch. Extra security was in place. There would be no bombs or assassination attempts this year. Still, things were already going sideways, and it wasn't even evening time yet. Thalia Ashgrove and her elven envoy were waiting in the palace courtyard, dressed in their regal, elvish attire. Only 2 or 3 more hours now until Sam's duel with the elven princess would officially be considered a forfeit. They had agreed to fight in 3 weeks' time, and that was today of all days. When the day came to a close, so too would their bet. Unfortunately for Alice's desires of improving elven-human relations, Sam, the instigator of the bet, was still locked in a comatose state, fighting his way through the second tribulation. Unless he woke up soon, and there was no indication that he was going to, the bet would be over. Sam would lose by default. The elves would get their supplies and leave for their homeland of the glittering forest on their own, never giving Alice and her citizens a chance to truly help them in their dilemma. She looked out to the setting sun, casting its final gaze across the rooftops of the city she called her home. "Come on, Sam," thought Alice. "Wake up." Raindrops pummeled down on Sam's head and body in the murky alleyway he'd been teleported to. He wasn't sure exactly where he was, but it looked a lot like a random street in Resfall, so he figured that was a better guess than nothing. He couldn't believe he had stumbled into a secret zone of his own inner core realm. Many scholars of new magic had theorized that one's inner core realm had zones tucked away, unknown to the individual user who was exploring it. As the core realm was made up of fragments of memories and feelings, it was possible that forgotten moments or secrets locked within one's own unconsciousness might tangibly exist within the core realm, giving its visitors greater access to their own mind and psyche than they otherwise would have. There had been no officially recorded instances of a traveler entering a secret zone, though it didn't mean they did not exist. How they might allow one to gain even more power was another mystery unto itself. Sam figured he'd focus purely on what the secret zone was trying to show him, and without wasting the opportunity, get back to reality as fast as he could. He knew that there was an extreme time dilation between one's moments in the inner realm and time in reality, which meant that he couldn't waste a single second. Sam's thoughts were suddenly cut off by the piercing cry of a baby. The cries sounded eerily familiar. It felt like he understood the cries on an intuitive level, like a memory or echo of a feeling long forgotten reverberating back through time. Sam followed the sound of the cries, exiting the alleyway, and finding himself in front of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Heading to the entrance of the church were 2 shadowy, hooded figures. In the arms of one of the figures was the crying baby, wrapped in a blanket. Sam hurried his steps to catch up with the figures. The 2 hooded people placed the baby on the footsteps of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Suddenly, the echoes of the words Sam had read in his own file at the spectral church a few months ago came rushing back to him. Sam, black hair, discovered as a baby, left on the steps of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Origin, unknown. Sam hurried towards the figures. Could that be? He rushed forward. Are those my... The hooded figures walked away from the crying baby, and Sam rushed after them. He got close enough to reach out to grab one of their shoulders. "Wait!" he cried. Just as Sam's palm was about to grab hold of the hooded figure's shoulder, both of them disappeared in a flash. "Come back!" Sam screamed. Except he wasn't screaming. He was gasping awake, leaving his core realm and whatever knowledge and answers it could illuminate on his mysterious past far behind. Sam could barely breathe or get his bearings as he took in the austere room that he had felt like he had only sat down to meditate in a couple of hours earlier. The room was empty except for his friend Toby, sitting on a chair. The boy was wearing a black and white tuxedo and smiling at his friend. "Glad you're back," said Toby, holding up another tuxedo on a hanger. "In case you forgot, we have both a duel and a ball to attend." Thalia Ashgrove waited in the palace courtyard, arms crossed. She was tired of waiting. The Banished One and his other new magic colleagues entered the palace courtyard. "Have you come to inform me that your insolent little black-haired friend won't be coming?" hissed Thalia. The group of them all shook their heads. "Not quite," said the guildmaster. "We're here to make sure the bet isn't officially made forfeit for another half hour or so." "By our calculations," said Curtis, "the bet was agreed to at just after 9 o'clock in the evening 3 weeks ago,
meaning that the bet will only be called off if Sam fails to show up here by that time. Thalia spat. Face it, she said. Your man's not coming.
Why waste any more of our time? A deal is a deal, is it not? Or do you dishonor your word? Asked Curtis. What do you know about honoring anything, banished one? Curtis didn't reply.
Fine, said Talia. We'll wait another 30 minutes then for the bet to be officially over, but we'll be heading out soon after with the supplies you agreed to give us.
That's fine by us, said Curtis.
The dwarf companion leaned over and whispered to Curtis.
Are we really sure about this?
No, he isn't,
said Talia.
He's just wasting all of our time. But so be it. And from there, the group passed the time in silence. Eventually, Talia looked at the sky. 1 minute left, said Talia. Then your silly bet is over. Face it, you guys. A huge commotion could be heard from inside the palace. No, Talia thought, grimacing. It couldn't be. Emerging from the palace was a figure clad in a tuxedo. The figure had black hair and red eyes, and was none other than the boy who had challenged her to a duel, arriving to fight her with only a few seconds before he would have had to declare forfeit. Sorry for the delay, said Sam. He then smirked. I hope you didn't mind waiting.
92. Sam stared Thalia right in her faded ice-blue eyes as the noble elf woman scowled at his arrival. Toby, who arrived with him, walked over to their group of friends and companions. They were all waiting for him in the courtyard, dressed in their elegant ball attire. Olivia, Brock, Clara, Edgar, Mildred Cross, and even Queen Alice Grace. The beautiful girl had her arms crossed and looked almost as annoyed as Talia Ashgrove. My ball will be officially starting in half an hour, said Alice. So please, let's get these barbaric theatrics over with before I become known as the queen who murdered love. Don't worry, said Talia, her eyes narrowing. I'll be finished with this boy in seconds. Sam didn't take the bait of Talia's taunt. There were more important things to discuss than trash talk. We need to go over the rules, said Sam. What rules? You didn't specify them when you called Therian Edhel, said Talia. It's against the rules to start applying new ones after the discussion has been had. Exactly, said Sam. In which event, the traditional Elvish duel rules apply. Talia looked at Sam with disgust. How are you such an expert on the customs of my people? I'm insulted to have them thrown back in my face as if I don't know them. The elf woman then turned and gave a commanding look to her two guards, Lorien and Phelan, and the two elves began dragging their feet on the gravel ground, drawing a large circle across the courtyard. Could someone explain the default rules of a Therian Edhel for those of us who aren't elves? Said Clara, then glancing jokingly at Sam, added, or have some unexplained and ridiculously weird encyclopedic knowledge of their culture. It's simple, said Curtis softly. The duel isn't a duel to the death. That wouldn't serve anyone. Instead, it's a duel for the two fighters to try and knock the other person completely out of the circle, by any means necessary, other than death. So you can knock someone out unconscious and then drag them out of the ring? Asked Brock. Precisely, said Curtis. The two elf bodyguards completed the circle that would be the duel arena. I'm ready when you are, said Sam, stepping into the arena. The palace courtyard suddenly got very quiet. All that could be heard was the whistle of the wind. Everyone waited with bated breath. The time had finally come to take on Talia Ashgrove. After 3 weeks of training to break through the second threshold, it all now came down to this moment with the noble elf woman. If he won, he'd be able to further help the elves in their growing time of crisis and continue his mission to avert the elven genocide. If he lost, Talia Ashgrove and her elven envoy would return to the glittering forest alone, and the elves would continue their isolationist policy until every last one of them was exterminated by Lilith's forces. The stakes of this duel couldn't be higher. Smirking, Talia Ashgrove stepped into the duel arena. Let's begin. Sam wasted no time.
He materialized Shadeslayer, gripping the black sword in his grip. Clouds of black smoke swirled around the sharp mythic blade. Ancient purple runes etched in the metal glowed out into the night. "I thought this wasn't a battle to the death," said Talia. "You and I both know my sword won't break through your skin," said Sam. While Talia wasn't technically a traveler, she was someone trained in the paths of old magic. There was no way to do a direct comparison, but the closest equivalency was high journeyman tier or low adept tier. Talia Ashgrove's light, bare skin was more durable than most uncommon or even rare levels of armor. The elf woman took a step to the side in the outer ring. She took another and another, always hanging right to the edge of the arena. She was baiting him. One good push would knock her out of the ring and win Sam the duel, but he knew better than to do that.
Charging at her directly would put him in an even more vulnerable position than her. He'd be running with so much momentum, it would be easy to sidestep him and then push him out of the ring. Sam took a step to the side of the arena in the opposite direction. The two opponents circled one another slowly. Sam triggered his pain ring ability. A red circle shot out from his chest and created a circumference around the perimeter of the makeshift arena. With his silver dragon armor set on, the gnawing teeth of the armor that was eating away at his flesh would only drive up his pain ring ability, giving Sam more and more power. If Thalia wanted to stall and try and bait him, it was only going to work to her disadvantage. Sam would take his time. Thalia scowled at Sam as they continued to circle each other. "You're not quite as foolish as I expected you to be," said the noble elf woman. "So be it then." Thalia rushed towards Sam with lightning speed. She raised her fist. Purple magic formed all around her hand and arm, taking on the shape of a wolf with huge jaws and fangs. As the punch got closer to Sam's face, it looked as if the magical wolf's mouth was actually closing in, as if to bite through his flesh. Sam ducked. He retaliated with a swing of his blade. Thalia was already high in the air, landing on Sam's blade, and balancing on it as if it were nothing but a toy. "Better look down," grinned Thalia. Shooting out of the ground was the wolf-shaped magic punch. Sam's eyes widened with shock. It was happening so fast he couldn't escape it. He braced himself for the impact. Sam felt a rush of pain head to his jaw, shooting him up into the air. Next thing he knew, he had lost grip of his sword and his back was smacking against the ground. Thalia rushed towards him and kept him pinned on the ground. "Just a few more of those, and you'll be knocked out so bad you won't even know you lost until you wake up tomorrow." Thalia grinned as she readied another fist. Toby fought the knee-jerk reaction to run in and go help his friend. He looked on with concern as Thalia threw punch after punch at Sam. "This is bad," said Clara. "Sam looks like he's going to lose." Edgar stayed quiet with his arms crossed, while everyone else winced, feeling the vicarious sense of pain with every blow Thalia landed on their friend. "Is there anything we can do?" asked Toby. "I don't want to give up on Sam, but at this rate she's going to deal some serious damage to him." Curtis shook his head. "By elven law, stepping into the duel now would be a grave offense," said Curtis softly. "I don't think Sam would want us to do anything. We must—" Edgar raised his hand for silence. The guildmaster's eyes stayed focused on the match. Toby turned back to the brutal smackdown Thalia was delivering onto Sam. The guildmaster hasn't given up on Sam yet, Toby thought. What is he seeing that I'm not? Thalia grinned as she threw wolf punch after wolf punch into the arrogant young man's face. She was waiting for him to give up, but with every punch, he kept staring at her. "Just give up already," she yelled. "There's nothing you can do. Your weapon is over there. You're pinned. You've got nothing." Even if he materialized another weapon, it wasn't going to do anything to her. The only thing that might be able to harm her was powerful mana, and this kid was a pipsqueak in that department. The match was as good as over. She went to throw another punch when out of nowhere she felt a powerful pain hit her right in the ribs. She looked down, and the black-haired boy was smiling, yellow mana emanating all around his fist.
His clenched fingers and palm were covered in raw, magical, flaming energy. What's this? Most new magic wielders couldn't imbue mana externally in such a way to use it offensively.
The boy had displayed nothing before now that would have given away that he could manipulate mana in such a way. This level of mana power for a human is incredible, Thalia thought with amazement. Sam followed up his first punch with another. The mana-imbued punch was packed with so much power, it sent Thalia flying across the arena and into the bushes nearby, far outside the circle of the duel. 93 Sam's muscles burned with exhaustion. His chest heaved as he panted in and out. His face swelled with pain from all the powerful punches Thalia had pummeled right into his head. He tried to pick himself up, but he felt his arms and body shaking. "Here, take this," said a voice. It was Queen Alice, leaning over him, offering him a healing potion and a beautiful smile. He looked around, and all of his friends and colleagues were around him, checking to see if he was okay. Sam guzzled down the healing potion and immediately felt the soreness and pain begin to lift away and be a distant memory. He looked out to the bushes where Talia Ashgrove had landed from his punch. She hadn't gotten up or moved at all. Sam triggered his mana sense to make sure she was still alive, and she definitely was. The duel had been close, but it had played out exactly as Sam had expected it to. He knew that elves had developed strong defenses against normal weaponry, and that only powerful mana would be able to break through. Sam's entire strategy was to make Talia believe he didn't have the ability to wield offensive mana and gain enough power via his pain ring, so that when he did reveal his offensive mana power, he'd make sure his punches really made an impact. His offensive mana abilities were something he'd gained from breaking through the second threshold and hitting Journeyman tier magic affinity. He now had access to 4 more offensive weapons at all times, his 2 fists and his 2 feet. His punches and kicks could now be imbued with significantly more power. With that new power, he had been able to hit and damage Talia when she least expected it. Talia Ashgrove stared up at the night sky. Her whole body ached. It had been a long time since she'd felt pain of this magnitude. That damn kid, she thought to herself. He must have spent the last 3 weeks training his magic cultivation to such a level that he was able to deal damage to her. But more than that, he had come into duel with a quite shameless strategy. He had let her think she had the upper hand, let her punch him again and again, humiliating him in front of his peers. He did all that so he could ultimately land the punch that would win him the duel. It was a strategy that was smart, cunning, but at the same time required humility, a lack of pride. Thalia felt her vision wobble. What an interesting way to live, she pondered. Just as she felt unconsciousness overtake her, she saw the silhouette of the boy stand above her. He offered her a hand to get up. "Come on," said the kid. "I know you have more strength than that. Now that the duel is over, there's a whole ball to enjoy." 30 minutes later, the Love Spells Day Ball was completely underway. Nobles and other guests stood in the large banquet hall. They conversed while sipping on champagne. Snacks and nibbles were served on silver trays by the palace staff. Everybody looked exquisite in their ball gowns and tuxedos. Sam and his companions chatted and enjoyed themselves. They congratulated Sam yet again on breaking through the second threshold, as well as defeating Thalia in the duel. "I guess we'll be leaving soon for the Glittering Forest," Toby mused. "Let's see how everything shakes out first," said Curtis. "My sister has always been a proud and spiteful woman. It wouldn't surprise me if she found a way out of letting us join her on their journey back." The group spoke quietly as they could see Thalia discussing with her elven envoy from across the ballroom. Eventually, the noble elf woman walked over to the group. "Now that we've settled matters with the Therian Edhel, we must discuss our journey back to the Glittering Forest together," said Thalia. "I also want to extend an official invite to my homeland that goes beyond just my upholding my end of the deal in the duel. Your victory against me, Sam, has shown me the truth that sometimes things beyond one's own perspective have value. I'm sure you and your fellow wielders of new magic will be able to help us deal with the deadly bug infestation in ways we haven't considered. Sam smiled. "It would be our pleasure." "Good," said Thalia. "We will set off the day after tomorrow. We do not have time to waste." With that, the noble elf woman turned around and left them. The evening continued as one would have expected. Curtis, Olivia, and Brock all drank too much. Edgar went home early. Mildred Cross made sure none of the drunk nobles accidentally stumbled off the balcony. Toby and Clara danced. And as the evening slowly wound down, Queen Alice approached Sam. "Last year we danced because we pretended to be in love," said Alice, blushing. "But this year, do you want to dance just because we want to?" Sam smiled and nodded his head. They walked onto the ballroom floor. Alice put her hands around Sam's neck, while he put his hands on her slim waist. "I forgive you," she said. "You forgive me?" Sam balked. "For what?" "For almost jeopardizing my ball, you dope," she said. "And yet it all worked out, right?" Sam smiled. "Shh," said Alice. "Don't jinx it." Sam smiled down at the beautiful girl he was dancing with and stayed silent. She was right. He didn't want to jinx it. In the end, for the first time after 2 disastrous years in a row, the love spell ball didn't end with an explosion. 94. After hatching, Lilith had spent many months living and learning within the dungeon gate she was born within. She had expanded her powers and learned to create insects and monsters of her own desire. She was even able to send them outside of the dungeon gate, through the tiniest holes in the fabric of reality, imperceptible to almost anyone else. Her bugs traveled the world and sent her back information of the world outside of her home. She was only following her natural instincts to consume, grow in power, and ultimately dominate the world around her. She was a new type of being, a person born from inside a dungeon gate. For a long time, she wasn't ready or strong enough to leave. The gate hadn't opened properly either. But the time had finally come. She began walking through the caverns of the dungeon, past her army of insects and bug creatures she had created, preparing herself for her first breath of air outside of the dungeon gate. Deep within the glittering forest, under the guise of moonlight, 2 elf rangers were crouching on the ground, watching with grave intent the glowing shimmer of a purple portal. They watched the mesmerizing vortex, hovering in the air like a window to another world. The humans called these portals dungeon gates. The elves had another word: gorgoloths, abominations. The dungeon gates were an abomination of old magic, a disease. The 2 rangers watched the dungeon gate with concern and distaste. "So the spread of Quilinde has finally broken through the mighty perimeter," said Calum, eyes never leaving the sight of the glowing portal. "The first time in many years," said Calum's ranger companion Silivrin. "Hasn't happened since the incident involving the Banished One." Calum shook his head. "Let us not curse ourselves by speaking of him." "Agreed," said Silivrin.
How should we proceed?
Both Calum and Silivrin followed the path of the bow, which meant they did not possess the abilities necessary to remove this gorgoloth. Silivrin whistled lightly, and a small bird flew down from the branches high above, landing right in his palm. He whispered words into the bird's ear before it flew off at a rapid pace. Someone who followed the path of Aethelum would be coming soon. Until then, they would just have to wait and guard the gorgoloth. Calum closed his eyes to rest and listen to the rhythm of the forest. You could sometimes see more by listening rather than looking. It was one of the fundamental lessons of the path of the bow. And so Calum listened, first to the whistle of the wind, the brush of the leaves, the footsteps of the rabbits and squirrels, the subtle breaths of a wolf far in the distance, and snap! Something broke through the harmony of the forest. Calum opened his eyes. "You sensed it too?" said Silivrin. "Yes," said Calum. "It's coming from inside there," said Silivrin, nodding towards the shimmering purple glow of the gorgoloth. Calum removed his bow from its sheath on his back and grabbed an arrow from his satchel. He knocked the bow and took aim at the portal. "Whatever it is," said Calum, "it's coming."
Silivrin readied his bow as well, watching the portal with intense focus. The edges of the Gorgoloth undulated slightly, its glow casting a faint, violent hue on the nearby bushes and plants. Silivrin could feel the growing surge of aethelum emanating from the portal. It was getting stronger and stronger, until a foot became visible, tentatively stepping out as if it was testing unfamiliar ground. The foot had an inky black, almost alien-like skin. The skin had a rough, rugged appearance that had armored-like texture. The creature's toes were sharp claws, unlike any creature the two rangers had ever encountered in their lifetimes.
The figure then fully stepped out. The light from the portal outlined the emerging creature, creating a silhouette that became more and more distinct. Silivrin's eyes widened at the sight of the emerging figure. It was a woman. Not elf, human, orc, or dwarf. It was unlike anything Silivrin had ever seen before. The woman's skin was composed of armored black scales like a lizard or insect. Her eyes glowed a bright, ghastly green without any pupils. Black, alien-like tendrils fell down from her head like otherworldly dreadlocks. Immense levels of aethelum were emanating off of the woman. With his arrow already knocked, Silivrin let his aethelum surge through his body and into his arrow before firing his shot. A cascade of powerful silver light overtook the arrow as it zoomed across the forest floor in the direction of the strange woman that had stepped out from the Gorgoloth. The strange woman turned with intense speed, as if sensing the incoming arrow. She lifted up her hand, which slowly morphed into a strange, sharpened tentacle. She batted the arrow away with her powerful tentacle arm. But Silivrin's arrow wasn't the only hostile projectile heading towards her. Calum had also let loose an arrow, one that he could manipulate with the whistle of the wind. It was coming for the strange woman from a different direction. The green-eyed woman's tentacle arms snatched and broke the magical arrow within seconds. As Silivrin and Calum readied another arrow to attack this figure, the green-eyed woman scanned the area, looking for where the attacks came from. She looked across the forest floor right through the shrubbery, directly in the eyes of Silivrin and Calum. "What is this ghastly creature?" hissed Calum. "Come on, we only have another few seconds to get another shot off before—" Calum's eyes bulged with terror. The strange insect woman's tentacles had sharpened and extended an inhuman length across the forest floor, all the way through Silivrin's throat. The elf coughed up blood. The tentacle pincer ripped itself out from Silivrin's throat, leaving such a massive gash that the man's head quickly fell off his neck and onto the ground nearby. Calum scrambled to his feet. There was no way he was going to be able to take this creature out on his own. He needed help. He needed to send a warning. He channeled his aethelum and sent it to his legs, which helped him gallop across the woods. He called out for a bird who fluttered down to him as he ran. He whispered in its ears about the horrible creature that had exited from the Gorgoloth, a threat to all of them. As the bird flew off in the distance, Calum felt a brief sense of hope. It was short-lived. A pincer tentacle went right through his beating heart. The day after the Love Spell Ball was one of intense preparation. The entire guild hall was in disarray, as clerks and travelers ran around, getting ready for the first human expedition into the glittering forest in over 2 decades. Guildmaster Redfield was taking this mission highly seriously, and that was why he had insisted that he would be coming along with the rest of those he assigned to go. He decided it would be him and the rest of the team he sent to deal with the dwarven crisis from almost a year ago now. The mission team would be himself, Sam, Toby, Clara, Olivia, Brock, and Curtis, plus the elves who would be traveling with them. That meant he had to make sure his next best traveler recruits were prepared and ready for a crisis were it to come to Resfall while they were away. There was a lot to do in the next 24 hours as they'd be setting off the following morning. Sam sipped on his coffee in the dining hall while formulating his plan for the day. There was a lot to get done in the build-up to their departure. All of the gears, the birth of Lilith, the elven envoy, the duel with Thalia, the mission to the glittering forest, were all now turning in the direction of the historical nightmare that was the elven genocide.
The time was finally coming to avert one of the worst tragedies from Sam's previous timeline. If he succeeded at that, all of Westria would be on a greater path towards defeating the Demon King in a few years' time. Sam also knew that with all of the changes he was making to history, it was growing ever more important to not just plan for the future he knew was coming, but also for new events and problems to arise. He needed to be proactive and move beyond just trying to stop the horrific events of his past life and figure out how he was going to help the world protect itself from the potential tragedies that might spin out from this new world he was helping create.
It was that line of thinking that had led him to his main goal that day. I can't believe I'm actually going to suggest this, Sam thought to himself as he finished his coffee, but I think it might not be a bad idea. Sam picked up his tray of food and took it over to the collection area and then headed for the dining hall's exit when Curtis slouched in with a gloomy face. "Are you all right, Curtis?" said Sam. "You don't look so good. You look worse than when you had winter blues syndrome." Curtis sighed and rubbed his eye. "I didn't get a lot of sleep last night," said Curtis. "I don't think I should be coming with all of you to the glittering forest." Sam's eyes widened at that. "What do you mean? You're one of the most pivotal people on the team. You're the one elf who's on our side." "And there's a reason for that," said Curtis. "You heard what they call me." Sam nodded. Thalia and the two guards of the elven envoy had been incredibly harsh and cruel towards Curtis, constantly referring to him as the Banished One. Sam still didn't know the full story behind all of that. He was sure whatever had happened to cause all of that was the primary reason Curtis was hesitating to join them on their mission. "They don't want me there," said Curtis. "I was told in no uncertain terms to never return." "Fair enough," said Sam. "But times are changing. The elves need our help. Humanity was once told by the elves in no uncertain terms to leave them alone. Now they want us to come and help. I believe you forced them to accept our help by beating Thalia in a duel," said Curtis. Sam saw the clock in the dining hall and knew he had to get going. "Look, Curtis, just think about it," said Sam. "If you don't want to come, you don't have to. I don't know what happened with you and the other elves, but I'm sure despite all the bad blood between you, there's still a part of you that cares about the people you left behind there. You've studied that powerful insect bug I've shown you. You know the threat the elves are about to face. We have a chance to help save those people. Are you really not going to take the opportunity?" Curtis was taken aback. It looked as if Sam's words had landed with the elf. "Just take the day to think on it," said Sam, before heading out of the dining hall and out into Resfall to complete the main mission of the day. Queen Alice Grace waited in her tea room for her guest to arrive. She was wearing a floral dress, and the palace staff had prepared a large pot of tea and cakes and cookies for her and her honored guest, which was making her all the more anxious and annoyed the longer her guest kept her waiting. It was embarrassing, too, sitting here waiting while Mildred stood guard behind her and the royal staff stood at attention nearby. It was moments like these that Alice wished she was a normal person and not a queen. Normal people did not have to arrange meetings in their palace, and normal people, if and when they got stood up, could wallow in the embarrassment of such a predicament in their own privacy. Such thoughts circled and spiraled, and she was about to call everything off when the handsome black-haired boy she had been waiting for finally stepped inside the tea room. "Sorry for being late," said Sam. "A depressed elf slowed me down." Alice's eye twitched, and she tried to stay composed. "Act naturally, Alice," the queen told herself. "Things come up, no reason to get mad or go on a tirade. Besides, you have a goal here, don't forget that." "Well, since you've kept me waiting," said Alice, "let's just get down to business. I think Mildred and I should come with you to the glittering forest." Sam nodded. "I agree." "Wait, what?" Both Sam and Alice turned around to see Mildred Cross shaking her head. "That's absurd," she said. "Surely not." At first, Sam thought the idea was absurd himself, but he had started to realize it was exactly what needed to be done. They were going to the glittering forest to not just stop the elven genocide, but to create alliances and bonds to ultimately fight the Demon King. Alice would be heavily protected and with some of the strongest travelers in the kingdom. If anything, she was safer coming with them than staying in Resfall. While it wasn't ideal for the Queen to leave the center of political power in her kingdom, there was the High Council of Ministers just below her, who would keep the country running and ticking along just fine while she was away. "We leave early tomorrow morning at dawn," said Sam, getting up and hurrying off. He had to finish packing himself. The following morning, the group of travelers gathered outside the guild, joined by Thalia and her 2 guards, Lorien and Phelan, as well as Queen Alice and Mildred Cross. "What a crew of adventurers we have here," said Brock. "I'm looking forward to tasting elven mead." "It will be better when we enter the glittering forest that you're quiet, dwarf," muttered Thalia. "Looks like we're ready to go," said Edgar. Sam looked around the crowd. They were missing one person. Curtis. Just as they were turning to leave, Curtis rushed out from the guild hall. "Wait for me, you guys." All of the travelers smiled to see their companion. Thalia grimaced. "Great. We're bringing a dwarf and the banished one back with us. I'm sure Father will be pleased." With mutual grumbling shared, the party of adventurers headed out to the city gates and began their journey towards the elven homeland of the glittering forest. As they left the city, a tiny bug that looked a bit like a cockroach flew behind the crowd and landed on the neck of Thalia's guard, Lorien, burrowing itself beneath the man's flesh before he even noticed something had landed there. The first day of travel passed with relative ease. Some of the paths had been a bit muddy and full of slush, as the early hints of marshki and spring began to gently arrive across the land. Little buds of new leaves could be seen forming in the trees, and more songs from the birds that had migrated south for the wintertime were beginning to be heard as they traveled through the farmers' fields and forests of southwest Volsumgar. As they traveled, Thalia Ashgrove and her 2 companions took the lead. "Bit snobby of them, no?" said Brock. "We know where we're going, at least for a little while." "Pipe down, Brock. They can hear you," whispered Olivia. "Don't worry," said Curtis. "They can hear you, and they'll be pleased to know you're annoyed by them leading the way. The elves can be a very proud people, and being escorted by a group of humans, along with a dwarf and an exiled elf, would potentially break their egos to the point of death." Thalia Ashgrove looked over her shoulder. "I heard that, banished one." Curtis noticeably winced at his sister's words, pained by the cruel title the elves had given him. "Are all families like this?" asked Toby, turning to Clara. "I wouldn't know," shrugged Clara. "I'm an orphan, remember?" Toby sighed. "Me too." "You're the only family I know," smiled Sam. "Exactly, and we never call each other names like that," said Toby. "I mean, not to your face we don't," Clara said with a smirk. "What do you mean? This is the first I've heard of this. Are you telling me you guys have had a secret nickname for me for years and haven't told me? It could have been coloring my entire life up until this point. Has my life been fated due to this name?" Thalia Ashgrove stopped, causing everyone in the party to abruptly stop. "Your friends are clearly joking, young human," said Thalia. "They're preying on your obvious sense of paranoia and worry. If you want such behavior to stop, do not give in." Toby blushed. "Thanks, I guess. I actually don't care about your insecure self-esteem in the slightest, young human," said Thalia. "I only stopped to point out the fact that elves have significantly larger ears than humans and are capable of picking up sound waves imperceptible to the human ear across a large range of area." "I think I knew that already," said Toby, confused. "I think she's telling us to shut it," said Clara. "That's exactly what I'm telling you." Thalia then turned around and the group continued forward on their journey. After a few moments, Brock looked to Curtis and then Thalia and then to the others said, "Is it just me, or are you starting to see the sibling resemblance?" At the end of their first day of traveling, Thalia and her 2 guards suddenly stopped. One of the guards raised his hands and let a blue orb glow out from them. Thalia turned to the group of travelers and declared, "We will stop and camp here for the night." Olivia and Edgar shared a look with one another. "Are you sure?" said Olivia. "We're not near any water source." We're not even at a strategic elevation. There's not as many escape routes as I'd personally like. This seems like an odd, dare I say it, bad place to camp." "I concur," said Edgar with his arms crossed. The tension between the natural leaders across the different groups was beginning to simmer. Sam could overhear Alice turn to Mildred. "Is this really a bad place to camp?" He was glad the Queen had less experience camping in the woods, so she was disinclined to add her opinion to the mix. The elf princess merely smirked before saying, "You've clearly never camped with elves before." She then raised her hand with an open palm before theatrically curling each one of her long fingers one by one, until with her index finger and thumb she pulled at the air. The air around her suddenly crinkled, as if reality itself was merely a piece of reflective, mirror-like tarpaulin, before she pulled open a curtain that showed an indoor campsite with rugs, fireplaces, a full kitchen, and multiple bedrooms. "You guys might be happy with your new magic," said Talia, "but the elves have been working with old magic for a very long time." The group stepped inside of the elven encampment with awe. Sam knew enough about elven old magic and culture to understand part of the inner workings of such an awe-inspiring spellcraft and technology.